got to say. Sick and tired of all the games that my head wants to play. Yeah, it hurts sometimes waking up this way. My mind is slipping away, now looking for an escape. Hey, but the way that you look at me, I'm so lost that it's all I see. And those eyes are my therapy, takes me right out of the rain. Life wants to fuck with me. Yeah, there's no place I'd rather be. Cause your face is my remedy, makes me forget all the pain. When I can't see straight. I can't see straight. I can't see straight. I can't see straight. It's hard sometimes. It's all I got to say. Yeah, I feel like I'm suffocating. I never know what to say. The memories have gotta go. I'm not over it and get yours. Like I'm about to break. I never know what to say. But the way that you look at me, I'm so lost that it's all I see. And those eyes are my therapy, takes me right out of the rain. Takes me right out of the rain. Life wants to fuck with me. Yeah, there's no place I'd rather be. Cause your face is my remedy, makes me forget all the pain. When I can't see straight. When I can't see straight. When I can't see straight. I can't see straight. I don't know, but it's something on the fire. Something that I did. I don't know, but it's something on the fire. Something that I did. And I can't see straight. When I can't see straight.
Yo, chat, what's going on, everybody? Welcome. It's your boy Louis V. Titan. We're here for another Championship Sunday. This, of course, is the pool play qualifier, so things are going to get interesting. But notably, right, top four not playing in this tournament. No Optic, no Rebellion, no SSG, and no FaZe. And so where does that leave us? Leaves us right here. We got Gen.G versus TSM. A bit of a banger of a matchup, if you ask me. That's going to be second on stream today. First will be Cloud9 versus Incognito. Rosters have been changed just a little bit. Cloud9, we got Sab, Boo Boo Doo, Lethal, and Sketify, right? They're going up against Incognito, right? We got Carmea, Descendant, I should say, Precision, Avicii, no, that's the accent, excuse me, and Piggy. And then on the other side of this winner semifinal bracket, we got Gen.G versus TSM. Right, so Gen.G notably did not change their roster. They had good success last week. Unfortunately, they had to forfeit at the loser finals, so we never got to see the full tournament run by Gen.G. So this team, very keen on them playing very well, but they've got one hell of a matchup coming up right off the bat. TSM, Talik, Manny, Druck, Soul Snipe. The friendship team has reunited. KCP, whatever you want to call them now, TSM. And they've got that chemistry built in, right? So not sure why. I hear that there's a bit of bad blood between Gen.G and TSM, but I don't really know why. So, we'll just leave it as is. But that's our winner semifinals. We're going to start with Cloud9 versus Incognito, and then immediately after will be Gen.G versus TSM. Let's take a peek at the lower bracket right quick. Ascending Baseline Forsaken, 1 versus Tenrai. Dark Inside versus, I need to find the winner for that one. And then Complexity versus Kraken. We will have a Bravo stream on YouTube. Meg will be observing, our amazing photographer and observer, multi-talented individual. Meg will be following Complexity, or whoever beats Complexity in that lower bracket, until the main broadcast is able to catch up, right? So after the winner after the winner final, we will be moving down to the lower bracket where there will be one stream. So that's all the matches and coverage we'll be able to provide this time around. So I'm going to pull up the chat real quick, see if we got any questions in the chat. There's no streams command. That's going to be an old command. All good. Everything's on the LVT YouTube. We still got let's see. How's your team doing? How'd yours do? So we got a couple people talking about their placings in Arlington and in the open bracket during the open series. Shout out to you all. By the way, if you hit !DreamHack in the chat, it'll take you to a link where you can get signed up, you can get registered, you can buy your tickets, whether you're competing or you're just viewing as a general admission buyer. That's where you can do it. So !DreamHack in the chat. And of course, right, we've got the LVT Halo Grassroots LAN Edition available online for purchase finally. This is me wearing it at Arlington. And I'll say this, there's only 24 larges left. There's a handful of extra larges, and then there's a 1 or 2 of every size above that. No smalls, no mediums, right? So the thing is with this drop is once it's sold out, it theoretically will not come back, at least not for a long time, right? We are working on our next designs. And so this is your last chance to buy the LVT Halo T. I do, of course, also have it on right now. So, bam, right there. Shout out to Sentinels as well. We got the King Ice Energy Sword chain, and we've got a can of Red Bull here. Shout out to Red Bull for hooking us up with some free Red Bull. But yeah, on the other side, we got Cloud9 versus Incognito. It is officially call time, so I'm going to step back into the production role, and we'll have our normal cast coming up here in a minute. And if you're curious who we got on broadcast today, we got, of course, our amazing host, Aliek, and then our first starting duo, Eli the Ninja and Old Man Mikowski. And then later, Tools and Why Not will finish the show through grand finals. So back to our normal team for now. Shout out to those that stepped up and stepped into our show the last few days. Lithy, Dream Crazy, notably from yesterday. All right, we'll be back, ladies and gents. On the other side, we got Cloud9 versus Incognito.
but you're the one who cared. Showing up like you did. No matter what I said or did, you breathe me back to life. Felt like I was dead inside, but you breathe me back to life. One touch, and came back like I never left my heart. It's whole again, I got you to thank again. I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back. You breathe me back to life. And I am back like I never left my heart. It's whole again, I got you to thank again. I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back. You breathe me back to life. Getting closer, knowing I'm okay, 'cause you got me to be. It ain't over, all I hear you say, that is all that you see. No matter what I said or did, you breathe me back to life. Felt like I was dead inside, but you breathe me back to life. Touch, and I am back like I never left my heart. It's whole again, I got you to thank again. I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back. You breathe me back to life. Breathe me back to life. You breathe me back to life. still think of you. I still think of you. I still think of you. Looking back, I see young, dumb, and naive. But those feels we had, they were ours, some didn't come free. I've been calling these scars a rock-shaped pattern. And when you look at the stars, do you ever say my name? I still think of you, stuck on me like an old tattoo. I still think of you, those days are gone. I wonder if you still think of me too. I still think of you. Roller coaster feeling, seasons change and let it go. I forget the reason, baby, did we ever know? I've been calling these scars a rock-shaped pattern. And when you look at the stars, do you ever say my name? I still think of you, stuck on me like an old tattoo. I still think of you, those days are gone. I wonder if you still think of me too. I still think of you. I still think of you. We see the world in a cold light. It isn't much, but it's all we needed. It's all we needed. With everything in its right place. We'll push away 'cause it's all we needed. To control and double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Killing spree.
Across the Double kill.
To praise the light, living in the dark. Take your time, we'll meet again. Just speak your truth, hoping it's a lie. You can't sleep, so why not give up? Let me tell you a secret. Just your heart like it's nothing. Can show you are perfect. Good or not, it's still fun to try. So high we can leave the whole world behind. So high we can leave the whole world behind. To see the end, holding open arms. Sit down, think this through. I've had enough, now it's love. Let me tell you a secret. Treat your heart like it's nothing. You should you do it so high we can leave the whole world behind. So high we can leave the whole world Dead like a summer sunset. Doing things that I shouldn't, but it helps me reset. I'm fucked up, but it's fine, yeah. Anything to forget that it's all in my head. In my head, my head, my head. In my head, my head, my head. Get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. In my head, my head, my head. My head don't feel like it used to. I miss my homies, yeah. The thing we had discontinued, but I'm not lonely yet. I don't wanna talk about it anymore. Yeah, I'm drinking cause I'm bored. Down by behind locked doors, yo. In my head, my head, my head. In my head, my head, my head. Get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. In my head, my head, my head. In my head, my head.
checking your physique. I don't think I could want you anymore. Chilling with your girl, I'm jealous that I can't just run over and take you on the floor. And I don't wanna cross nobody. I know it's never worth the pain, but I can feel your eyes run down me, and all my sense just floats away. You got me in that dilemma. Oh, oh, oh. 'Cause boy, you a fine looking fella, and you know, no, the grass here is green. I like what you see, thinking of how you could get with me. Yeah. Oh, maybe we don't have to tell her. Hey, I'm in a dilemma. I'm in a dilemma. Because I want you, but I don't do wrong. I'm in a dilemma. You've been looking over here for far too long, yeah.
Welcome to the NAHCS DreamHack Qualifier. It's Championship Sunday, and today only 6 teams will qualify for the DreamHack Open. Who will those be? Today we start off with Cloud9 versus Incognito in the winners semis, and right after this series we get to see Gen.G versus TSM. I'm your host, Aliak, and joining alongside me are Mikowski and Eli. Welcome. Good morning.
Morning. I'm ready for some Halo. We got some qualifying matches right off the rip. No better way to start the day.
Eli, hopping on the desk. You had some Halo 2 matches yesterday, I heard?
Yeah, went to a little Halo 2 LAN, had some fun, but I was telling them, I got to get back to work, man. We got some of the most exciting Halo in the HCS coming up the next day. So I'm ready for this.
Well, Incognito versus Cloud9 is the series we start with today, and King of the Hill, Solitude.
All right, we had another roster mania storm hit the shorelands of the HCS community, and we're witnessing some of these new rosters go head-to-head here in a qualification match between Incognito, might be Luminosity. You can tell based on Piggy and Yaxon being on that squad. But boy, Eli, there was a lot of shuffling. On the other side, Cloud9, Boo Boo Doo reunites with Lethal, and I think this was kind of what Lethal was looking for when he skipped steps and didn't really get into the mix right off the rip with Roster Mania. I think this is one of the teams that he would have wanted to be on to start the season.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Manny reunites with the boys from TSM. We see Lethal reunite with Boo Boo. It's a reunion ceremony, I guess, for a lot of these teams. So it's going to be interesting to see if they're able to rekindle some of that prior chemistry that they had in the past. Incognito has, like you alluded to, gone through, I think, like 12 team changes in the last 3 days. It feels like. I mean, Yaxon was off the team, then he's on the team, then he's off the team, then he's on the team. Poor Thug Nasty, the coach, losing hair over the fact that he doesn't know who's going to be on this roster. So it's going to be really interesting to see how these teams fare up against one another.
Top 6 will qualify here today, 4 via the top 4, and then the remaining 2 based on NA points. There's a lot to play for here today. The top 4 already secured. That's FaZe, Rebellion, SSG, and Optic. That's why they're not here this weekend. They're chilling. They already know their spots secured in DreamHack Dallas, as we have a pretty close game here off the start. Saw Incognito for the first lead, but it looks like Cloud9 has bounced back. But just as I say that, Incognito is right back in the hill, and it's a narrow 5-second lead. Approaching the final moments of hill number 1. I don't see enough pressure for Cloud9, and as long as Descendant can hold it down with the shock, they're going to get this one, Eli, and it's not even going to come down to him with the shock. Where did Cloud9 go? Were they playing for next?
I think Skeptify died early in the push, and they recognized, like, we've already at a numbers disadvantage. We might as well just play for next, and it looks like it's going to pay off as Sav finds the triple and a shock rifle that puts some hurt on the next round of spawners as well. So yeah, Cloud9 definitely, as soon as they lose a player, decide to pivot to the next hill, and I think that was a good call.
It's hard to concede and say we don't got this, but you say that in the hopes that you can say we got this next. As, man, Zab is popping off. While that previous triple kill grabbed the shock rifle from the hands of Descendant. Now it's Boo Boo Doo for Cloud9, doing what he does best with the camo, and this is exactly why you play for next, Eli. It's a 100% run for Cloud9. They might score the 100% before Incognito get one on the board, and as long as Boo Boo Doo can secure the trade, which he does, it looks like Cloud9 is going to tie this one up at 1.
This feels like one of those things that might be a difficulty for a new roster like Incognito. They're still figuring out what each other want to do. It felt like half the team wanted to push and break that hill, and the other half wanted to play for next. It results in a 4 dead, which means Cloud9 have all the momentum into the next hill as well. And look at this. They continue to roll. They find 2. Sab with some great long-range shots, gets 3 into Yaxon before he gets taken down, but ultimately, it was still 3 dead for Incognito. Cloud9 still looking good for this 3rd hill as well.
Zap eggs Yaxon down to half shields. I imagine that rerouted his decision low. He can't stay up high. Low shields. Now gets back up on top towards the cafe. Lethal down to 1 HP. He's got the shock, and he's got help over his left shoulder. Slides in, but Piggy takes him down. It looks like Piggy's going to survive with it. He's got the shock now. Shots into the back of Sab as he continues to push up. Sab, the only player alive for Cloud9, so you know he's being triangulated. See it now in the first-person point of view from Yaxon, but Sab is on fire here to start the day, and he gets another one sliding through onto Piggy. The nutty double kill secures more hill time for Cloud9. Sab, pop off.
Sab has been playing incredible this season so far. There's something about this roster. Maybe he's just hit that 10,000 hour mark that now he feels in flow state. But he has been playing so well, just been an absolute monster as far as slays go for this roster. That trend continues, 9-4 so far to start this game. Skeptify, though, 9-5 with 6 assists as well. So these two, the dynamic slaying duo, while Boo Boo and Lethal are comfortable to just hold down the map and make things easy for them. I love the chemistry on this roster.
Zab's cooking, eggs in the skillet, bacon sizzling, but for now he's going to have to cool off a little bit on the respawn screen as Jackson used to the repulsor, sticky combination, and a little bit of teamwork. It's going to help secure another slay there for Incognito as Boo Boo Doo Boo. In a tough spot here down bottom mid, waiting for those spawns around the bend to occur so we can push up with numbers.
Okay, Boo Boo Doo Boo trying to be sneaky down the bottom of the map. He sees his former teammate Precision get a double kill, though. Make it a triple onto him as well. And just like that, this whole situation has turned. Now Incognito in great position to be the ones that cap this third hill, take the lead in the game, maybe even start to play time after that if this does pan out. But Sab and Skeptify getting a couple slays, keep themselves alive in this hill.
Last player alive is Piggy, and they are just seconds away from securing a 2-1 lead, but he's got numbers coming his way. He's got the left to worry about, the right as well. They finally collapse and take him down the pinch like squashing a bug on the sidewalk, and now Cloud9 have a chance to come back here in the end game. Just seconds away from stealing the lead as Sab rolls through bottom mid, slides out, tosses what looked like a checkmate grenade, but not able to take down his opponent. He's having a little bit of difficulty with it here, and you can sense that the confusion from his first-person point of view finally gets back onto Jackson. But 3v1 is not the numbers you want to work with, but 2-1 is. Sab plays the distractionary bait and allows Cloud9 to secure the lead.
Have the lead as well as Skeptify pushing here through the loop side. This is massive. Lethal working with him at the bottom of the map. Interesting that they tracked back. It was definitely for this camouflage. Now Lethal going to see if he can cut off players that are rotating through the yard side of the map, trying to use the camo as a intel gathering utility as well. And they've done great to just keep tabs on every member of Incognito. It feels like they're now should be able to close this out to send it down to 1 HP. No one there to finish it off, though. All the while, we're Cloud9 not really in the hill until now. Boo Boo gets back into the hill after his team has numbers. And Sab going to see if he can continue cutting these players off.
Oh my god, look at the aggression. He just sprints right over the sticky grenade. A lot of times you'll see players back up off of that, but Sab, you can clearly see he is playing with a load of confidence here today. Cloud9 secure map control, numbers advantage in the hill. Cafe spawns occurring for Incognito. How will they break through?
Look at this. They actually back up. They understand the situation here. Probably predict that Incognito will try to push through the glass side. Boo also has a lot of shock ammo he wants to be able to put to work. Will burn through all of it, doing minimal damage in the process. Somehow has stayed alive. Very awkward movement here across the map, and Skeptify here gonna be able to pick up the pieces where Boo Boo left behind. But I really love this process from Cloud9. They're just kind of playing their timing. They know it's not time to get in the hill. They're ready to fight and look to secure the map.
Yeah, pretty strong. Kill death disparity for Cloud9 just glancing up at the top of the board. Sab's gonna make it even more obvious with his second triple kill of the game, and it might just secure the game for Cloud9. A 3-1 advantage with just 1 minute left is gonna be near impossible for Incognito to come back from. And now they have to chase a hill that they probably can't win, but they're not there. They're in the cafe. And look at this, it looks like Cloud9 are gonna step off the hill. Is this to play for time advantage, or did they think the pressure was too strong from Incognito? No, that's a strategical decision that they just made to take even more of the chess pieces off the board. 3-1, 1 minute left. Incognito are gonna have to spend a lot of time in that hill, keep the regulation clock stagnant.
Like you said, it's almost an impossible comeback now. I tell you what, though, it's not. Because if Incognito can get a few slays right here, this could be a 100-0 type situation for this hill. All of a sudden, they're just one hill behind with still 54 seconds on the clock. Cloud9 have to play this process well to at least push Incognito out of this hill for a little while. They cannot 100-0 this hill. That would be the worst thing that could happen to Cloud9 here.
Oh, we said Sab was cooking up some breakfast. The back smack comes through. Boo Boo Doo Boo goes down, so Piggy might have a chance here. You go through. And it looks like Cloud9 are gonna have that chance, but they cannot waste another second. Incognito have already secured half on it. They got to get in the hill to stop the clock. They finally do. Precision now, who was on fire yesterday, is gonna need to relive some of those montage moments if Incognito are gonna come back. But if they can keep the clock at around 30 seconds, they have 9 seconds to work with. This is absolutely a doable comeback. They're gonna make it 2-3, Eli, with enough time to come back and send us to sudden death.
Tell you what, though, this is going to be the hardest way to make it happen. This bottom center hill is going to be utter chaos. Look for the mosh pit to be occurring, elbows swinging left and right at the bottom of the map. These players forced to go down here and step foot in the hill. Like you said, Precision has a shock rifle, but he wants to play close to the hill so he can potentially step into it if necessary. But a huge shutdown there from Cloud9. That might have just sealed it. I feel like if Cloud9 were to lose this game, it would have to be Incognito winning that last fight.
This would be a tough loss for Precision as an individual. He's got the most slays in the lobby. Double everyone on his team. So he is absolutely trying, but it might not be enough, and it is not. Cloud9 take the win, and we mentioned a Piggy was getting cooked like bacon. He was sizzling there and not the right way. He's in the pot as he did not have his best game. Not off to a good start, but we've seen that. That's fairly common, Eli, right? These players still got a little bit of time before they get warmed up. It didn't look like Piggy was.
I mean, the reality is Halo Infinite can be a fickle game. Sometimes you're spawning into situations that are frankly unwinnable time after time. So maybe just one of those rough games for him. At the same time, he's also been dealing with a lot of mental stress with all these team changes. He got called out pretty publicly on Twitter about the nonsense that's been going on with this team. So gotta wonder if some of that might be weighing on his mind and make it a little more difficult to lock in. Plus, when Sab is hitting perfect back-to-back slays, it's pretty difficult to play against that.
And Sab went on a tear. This might be a player that we're watching rise before our very eyes. 5th, 6th, I believe, on land.
Yep.
At Arlington. And the sky might be even higher. That might not be the limit for these guys. Cloud9 has been one of those squads, Eli, that could break through into the big four, or at least the top four. And when you got Sab playing the way he is, and Lethal fitting in the way he has with this Cloud9 roster, this is looking like a revamped squad that already had a great performance just weeks ago.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I still haven't seen Lethal make as big of an impact on this roster as I think he's capable of. But you're right. I think once we get to LAN, it could be a different story. I think that Manny's still one of those extremely underrated players, in my opinion. I think he was doing a lot for this Cloud9 team. Lethal now in a position where he's got to figure out how he can serve the team as good as Manny was before him. So, I mean, a player like Lethal, he's got all the talent and the experience in the world. He's just got to figure out his piece of the puzzle that is this team.
Yeah, I think Manny's like not necessarily to say like he's a hot cold player, but he's kind of feast or famine sometimes, right? Like he'll either make the game-winning play, or he sometimes might have the finger pointed at him as to why they lost. I think you bring in a guy like Lethal that's maybe doesn't have as high of a ceiling as Manny does, as we've seen plenty of triples and overkills. I mean, he has some of the most unbelievable game-winning and series-ending plays that we've ever seen. But I see Lethal fitting in as more like a rock, more like a glue player for this Cloud9 roster. How do you think the team composition changes from tournament to tournament with this new addition? Manny out, Lethal in.
I mean, honestly, it's pretty hard to say. I mean, Halo Infinite is such a fast-paced game. I think Lethal has been increasing the speed of his gameplay. By the way, shout out to these beautiful gentlemen wearing that LVT jersey. Lethal and Descendant both rocking it on the land.
I'm wearing mine. Are you wearing yours?
I almost wore it today, but decided to switch it up, to be honest. So
what you're saying, Eli, is that you need to buy another one so you don't forget to wear it on Sunday when we're live here on LVT. Guys, make sure you use command merch in the chat. I see AliX already on it. She's so on the ball. Great to work with. Great pillar of the community. And you know what? Ali's got the LVT Halo t-shirt, and you should too. So command merch in the chat. If you guys want to support us beyond just watching the stream, watching ads, or providing subscriptions or gifted subs, one of the best ways, probably even the best ways, is to support by buying that merch. Not only will you look good doing it, but you'll let others know at the venue who's holding grassroots Halo together. Let's be real.
I've seen multiple people say that just wearing the LVT shirt in public, they're getting stopped on the street, asking if they're a celebrity, getting asked for autographs. I mean, they said that it's increased their ranked performance by 500 CSR on average. So,
oh wow.
I mean, definitely go out of your way and purchase that. You're gonna look very good at the next LAN. You probably get a hug, and maybe Mac will even give you a kiss at the next LAN.
Bitches. All right, Street Slayer here. A fast-paced arena is our battlegrounds for game number 2. We're Incognito are bouncing back after a tough start in game number 1. Have an early lead here, 3-1. Descended though with the sidekick. Seemed like it reminded me of like Halo Reach Bloom back in back on launch day, where it looks like you're hitting your shots, but you're not.
Yeah, pistol online, I think not as performative as it was on LAN, but still an excellent weapon. I think more players should be picking it up. Piggy's got the camo and has lethal in his sights. Almost picked up. Wait, he also gets backsmacked? We have a little train of backsmacks occurring in the bottom of the subway. Someone call the police. But it looks like that stalker rifle gonna end up on the ground as a result. And I don't think anyone's in position. Maybe a member of Cloud9 spawned next to it. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I believe this might be located at New Mombasa, but that's looking like the NYPD might need to be called after a couple backsmacks in the trim, like Eli said. 10-8. So Incognito have still held onto their lead, heading into the double digits. Now hopping on board here with Descendant, looking to play quickly, sliding his way into the tram. Spots a player above his left shoulder, and he's going to go right to the fight. Sab has the repulsor and utilizes it. Descendant had the jump on him, but Sab had the equipment tech.
Yeah, repulse, so good. You guys have to make sure you're timing it. I know Cloud9's coach very likely gonna be helping them retrieve that in as many situations as possible. Jackson thought he had a good position on the arcade, but he just gets triangulated by the members of Cloud9. They shut him down, and now they've tied things up. 14-all, new camo's up, and the winner of this fight should be who earns the spoils here.
Yeah, it was a bait and switch setting up there for Cloud9 from the front side. 2 players there, but the L-shape bait and switch across the map was able to take down Jackson for Incognito, and now it's just a 1-kill game, and Sab has the camo, looking to get up high to gather some intel. He spots Descendant, pings him. Doesn't know Sab, excuse me, doesn't know another player. Jackson is around the corner until just now on the arcade, but Lethal takes him down handily, quite literally, with the fist. Now chasing out the damage onto Piggy. He gets it. And despite what looked like a really good play for Cloud9, not able to take the lead. Instead, we're tied 19-all.
Wow, I mean, love the play here from Sab. He actually sprints while camoed, knowing there's only one player left on the map and he's weak, so might as well just get into position to shoot him. Don't try to be extra sneaky in a situation that doesn't warrant it. That's part of the reason why Sab's able to get so many kills and have such a high impact on his squad. So aware of the situation in front of him. Now, kind of in an awkward position, knows that Incognito are kind of set up in like trap formation, trying to trap the players that enter the A side of the map. Precision, look at this timing. How does he know exactly when to walk the corner against Skeptify, reading that situation perfectly? And he's going to earn the stock rifle and a repulse for it.
Little momentary break in the action. We saw things slow down there momentarily, but after Precision pushes through, gets that opening break slay, and has the stalker in his hands. He wants to push through with it, but they do a great job. Does Cloud9. Backs against the wall in the PD. And they're coming out on top, at least in a trade scenario. 2-2, but it's a 2-kill lead still for Incognito.
Okay. This is kind of a weird game so far. It's been like slow, but then bursts of action. Both teams really making sure they're watching their corners and also setting traps. Love that trap that Descendant and Precision just set. You can tell that they just kind of lined that situation up perfectly. The player had no options to escape, and Descendant now running with Piggy. I actually really love the way I'm seeing Incognito play this. Their teamwork is looking very impressive right now.
We've seen the stalker change hands multiple times. Nobody's really been able to do much with it. And just as it looked like Descendant's about to go on a spree with it, he runs out of ammo. So he's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way with the Bandit. Secures the slay onto Skeptify. 30-26 now 27. So Incognito momentarily had their biggest lead of the game, and they do once again. What a time to have it at the 30 mark when Slayers officially begin. It's the action. Full of chase grenades going out on his left and right. Not able to take down Sab. Ammo's up right around the corner. This could be huge. You could extend your lead if you're Incognito, and you get right back in the game if you're Cloud9. But they're not going to have the numbers. It looks like they're going to be falling down. But Sab finds the slay. Does ultimately trade out. Iggy gets the slay with help from his teammates. Camo is still up.
Jackson in an awkward situation. I thought he was making a good enough distraction for his squad to pick up the camo, but still no one able to grab it until just now. It was a different member of Incognito able to pick it up. Precision's going to trade out on the laundry, and a 6-kill lead out of nowhere, it seems, for Incognito. Gives himself a good chance to close this game out.
I definitely think what you said about Piggy is right. Just because he's going negative doesn't mean he's not making an impact. He's got the most assists in the lobby. Everybody else on his team at double figures, 11, 10, 11. This is looking like a pretty strong performance as a group, as a whole, for Incognito, as Jackson picks up another one. 38-33. They're holding strong on that multi-team wipe, multi-possession lead of 5. but he can get down to 4 pretty quickly. This is a crucial moment in the match. The next 2 slays could make it a 2 team wipe game or a 1 team wipe game. Cloud9 gotta have it.
Okay, 39-33. Lethal
Here we go, that's
hopping
it.
around like a bunny rabbit in the police department. He gets shut down eventually, but why are we not moving our joysticks? That's
Wow,
hopefully there
I thought
wasn't
someone
a
lagged
crash
out.
here. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think anybody did.
Weird. Okay. Anyways, wait, no, Yaxon's still. Yeah. Okay. Somebody left, I think, because Yaxon's game froze. Perhaps. Yeah, I think. I'm assuming that they purposefully left because Yak's game broke somehow, and they're trying to make the game end in time to maintain the score position. Weird situation, but I will say, I think it's obvious just from watching the gameplay at a surface level that Incognito are utilizing small talk really efficiently right now. You can tell they're setting up little 2-man setups. They're watching each other's crosses during like trap plays when they were all on the A side and they were getting pushed. They set traps for Cloud9 to walk into. And to me, those things are only possible if you have really efficient communication. So I'm happy to see that from a very young roster like Incognito, to have that level of communication and just to trust each other in these situations.
Trying to get an idea of exactly where this game ended. It would have been right before that. So at what, 40-36, I think we'll have. Well, the players will probably want to restart it with the 4-kill differential, but we're gonna rewind it all the way back to see exactly where Yaxon supposedly reportedly crashed.
It looked like it started with Precision, was the one that stopped moving in the PD side originally. But then Yaxon was also not moving. Like right here after this kill, Precision just vibing, bro. He's just vibing in the, just walking into the corner. And
hey, he's still on the sticks there. You can see him.
Well, no, because if you disconnect as your stick is holding a direction, then that direction will just continue being input by the server. So yeah, I don't know. It looks like something happened to Precision, but then Yak maybe also like crashed. I don't know. It was a weird one.
It was an intriguing one, and it was an intriguing match up to that point. It felt like Incognito were barreling towards a 1-1 series tie, but they're still gonna have a little bit of work left to do, and we've seen moments like this, Eli, just completely thwart the momentum that we saw from Incognito. Cloud9 gets a chance to reset and re-rack, and then they come back, and Incognito, like I said, they still got a little bit of work left to do, despite what looks like a 4-kill advantage when this thing kicks back off. And this one's not done and dusted just yet, so a little bit of tension in the online server here, as we're gonna wait to see whose game crashed. Looks like it was Precision. So Eli, you're so on the ball, man. You're so on it. We thought Yaxon lagged out. It was Precision. Eli called it from the jump. Why he's one of the best analysts and most handsome in the Halo community. That's just it.
I mean, what can I say? My eyeballs work. I'm grateful for that.
That's why.
Yeah.
That's why you weren't wearing your LVT merch. You got cocky thinking you looked good enough already without it. But let me tell you, you still need the plus 15 aim assist and good look charm, right? With that LVT merch.
Maybe if I wore the LVT merch, I wouldn't have lost in the draft tournament yesterday. I'd have the check right now. So
maybe
that was a huge mistake on my part, to be honest.
Maybe if you wore the LVT merch, we wouldn't have had a game crash and we would have still been into the action. So I'm blaming all this now on Eli. I've just turned on him. As we get a look at some of the roster mania teams. Gen.G, however, talk about them a little bit, Eli. A surprising finish, top 8, where they seemingly ran through the lower bracket, taking down all their former teammates. I know they did have a great series against Complexity and others in the mix. Well, what do you think? What do you think we should expect from Gen.G the rest of the season? I think they have a really interesting roster.
I mean, to say it's surprising that Ryanoob places top 8 is faded, in my opinion. I mean, this guy, it doesn't matter what 3 people surround him. He finds a way to carry his squad, and he's not like carrying in like a stat department, but he just like, as a dad, literally with his children in a backpack, carrying them across the finish line. Like, I don't know, this guy, he's so, I'm actually so grateful. He's been streaming their scrims recently, and after every single game, they have a thorough discussion about what went wrong, what went right. And Ryan is always the one leading that conversation, and they all just say, yes, sir. Yes, sir. They just listen. I mean, there's a couple times they speak back to him and they try to, you know, explain why they made the error. But like the environment that Ryan Noob creates with his rosters just allows teams to grow so much faster, I think, than other teams do, because they're just getting more out of their practice.
Ryan Noob wears a lot of hats. He's the player. He's the captain. He's like a GM orchestrating these rosters. He's like a coach orchestrating the soldiers in the action during the game. I mean, what more can't Ryan Noob do? Because it looks like we are back in the lobby. All 8 players are ready to rock and roll here. It looks like, based on the conversation occurring in the top right of your screen, that we're going to have a 40-36 differential. Not sure, Eli, if they're going to start it at 40-36, because that's pretty late into the game. I'd almost expect them to start with a 4-kill differential instead, but let's see. 40-36. All right, the players say we don't want to waste any time. Let's get right back to it.
Could be a short one, as just 10 kills for Incognito, but this is a great opportunity for Cloud9 to turn this around with a fresh reset. They got the Stalker rifle and the Repulse. Boobo's got the full kit. Stalker, Repulse, plasma grenades, switches to the frag grenades here to chuck them into the tires, but you can guarantee, yes, switches back to the plasmas. He's getting ready to sticky Repulse someone if they turn this corner, but his timing's a little bit off, and Precision finds the timing to shut him down. That could be massive for their chance to close this out.
Jackson, like a hammer to a nail, tap, 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 taking down his shields, and then Precision cleans it up to maintain what could have been a flip in the lead. You saw the C-Tram spawns. Cloud9, that allowed them to get the Stalker off the start, but Booba not able to do anything with it. Now he's back to the well and back to that initial starting point of C. 43-38 here, as it looks like Incognito are content to hold the line and allow Cloud9 to push up, despite the fact that Descendant has camo. But now, here we go. They're pushing out that line of scrimmage, trying to prevent a push through along the Spiker stairs. Descendant setting up for the back smack.
To the reset, Incognito have only grown their lead, and I think this is the end of it, of this game, because now Cloud9 in such a deficit. They're now down in numbers. You know how fast the members of Incognito like to play Skeptify. He's not going to go down without a fight, though, with the sticky Repulse, but it's not going to be enough. This looks like the last few. Slay should go down. Wow, Piggy with a triple kill. We're talking about how he needs to wake up. Maybe that little reset. He was able to meditate for about 2 minutes before the game started.
That's why we said game one, not a reflection of what we might see throughout the rest of the series from Piggy. It really did look like one of those quintessential. I need another 10-15 minutes in game to warm up, guys. Then I'll be good. That's where it looks like Piggy's at right now, as Incognito on the precipice of tying up this series at 1. Just need one more. Precision eyeing it along the cafe. Wow, those are some checkmate grenades right there on a Booba. I imagine he took a lot of damage. That's why the help is coming through from Septify. He takes down Precision, chasing that damage out. And Booba, who did go down to 1 shot, gets his shield back. So too does everybody, it looks like, on the cafe side. Hold on. Cloud9, they're not dead yet.
Not dead yet, but it's got to be perfect Halo for 7 kills without a single death. On a map like this, it's very difficult to get kills without being traded out. And guess what? Jackson's just going to throw a Hail Mary sticky grenade. Where did he even throw that from? That player was like in the back of PD. I don't even know how that happened exactly, but hey, it's one way to do it, Yak.
Incognito tie up the series at 1, and this one looks destined to at least go 4, maybe even 5, as Slayer on Streets belong to Incognito. We saw, Eli, a way better slaying performance from them. I think when I did the quick math, which I wouldn't trust if I were you in the chat, but when I did the quick math, it looked like a -10 or a +10 advantage for Cloud9 in that Solitude King of the Hill. So I could start to actually point to some positives for Incognito here, where, hey, great objective efficiency to get outslayed by 10 and have it come down to the final seconds of game number 1, and then bounce back in game number 2 and outright outslay your opponent in Cloud9. I might just be giving the series edge right now, slightly, 51-49. Incognito after what we've seen through so far. What are your thoughts, Eli?
I mean, the reality is when a new roster forms, like, obviously both these rosters are different, but Cloud9 has 3 remaining members of their prior team. Incognito just has 2 in Piggy and Jackson. So the new rosters tend to rely more on small talk to have good teamwork. And I think a game type like Slayer leads to a team that has better small talk coming out ahead. Also just a little bit more coin flippy. I think that Cloud9 should be able to right their wrongs and maintain their objective efficiency, as they should have better game plans. They've been playing together longer. I think they're going to just ultimately be the ones that come out on top here, but I do like what I'm seeing from Incognito, and I do think that just some passion and good small talk could lead them to a potential victory here as well.
Definitely going to need some on-point small talk here in a live fire strongholds where it is mixy. Things move fast, and when you go down maybe 2 or 3 caps and the other team holds 3, you got to be able to come off spawn and have the small talk to say, let's go A, let's go B, let's go C, and stick with the decision. So to be a crucial component here to watch for in this Game 3 live fire stronghold. That's going to break the tie for now, 1-1. But after this, someone's going to take an advantage and be on match point.
This is one of the fastest game types here in the HCS game type rotation. We're going to see these players flying around the map. So many curb slides available in general. It requires some fast rotations. You've got to be omnipresent on all parts of this map if you're going to have a strong strongholds presence. Lethal going to rush straight into B. I do like this. This is kind of the boo-boo doo-boo thought process, is to just quickly capture B. I mean, it's the only neutral zone. The way that you start scoring in strongholds is to have 2. So that's why they do heavily favor just getting a quick cap. Now during this camo fight, Cloud9 should be able to score despite the outcome of it. So getting the first 5 points on the board doesn't seem like much, but could lead to more.
Watch out, because Sab has the snipe, and I'd go as far to say he's a top 5, if at the very least top 10 sniper in HCS. Great recognition there of the situation. Piggy grabs the camo, puts some shots into Sab. Looked like he might have gotten taken down in the tunnel system, but he escapes, but not for long. Yaxon off screen takes down Sab. So sniper going to change into the hands of Incognito. Camo already in their hands. BC is as well. That lead about to change, and it does, as Piggy hasn't really been able to spot anybody outside of Sab in the early goings. He's going to lose his camo.
I think they were trying to hunt Boo-Boo, who they knew had the sniper here. Boo-Boo, though, should have a little bit of an escape route. Gonna have to move forward to shut down Precision.
Oh!
Nice quick scope. Can he turn into more? Almost.
Oh my God.
How many resources does it take to shut down a Boo-Boo Doo?
Oh, potential montage clip just dropping through the ventilator. That could have been a nasty overkill. Really thought he was gonna pick up the triple after he landed the body shot on the 3rd, but goes down instead. Now hopping on board here with Lethal. It's been a highly contested match here off the start. B, Eli, seems to be the priority.
It always is. There's no such thing as an AC hold on this game mode. It's either A, B, or BC. What do those 2 configurations have in common? Well, it's B. This is the most important stronghold on this map. That's why we see these teams constantly dogpiling for it, but it is Sab ultimately the one that comes out on top in this moment. They're going to flip C and get into that BC hold. Sab going to rotate backwards and try to cut off the next set of players coming out of A.
Wow, and he was actually setting up the late jump there, and despite looking like he was off the map, probably would have been able to clamber back on. So Sab's thoughts are in the right process. It's just shots instead that are in favor of Incognito. So 2 is the lead as they flip it once again with control of A and B. Septify going to clear out the middle of the map, make his way into A, or even finger right, get to B, as Lethal will go down in the tunnels, but he trades out with Descendant. Piggy trying to support Yaxon, who's got the camo again. That's 2 for 2 on the camo for Incognito. They've been able to control that power up more often than not. You go down for Incognito, though. Cloud9 with the numbers advantage. Can they take over B? That's what they're pushing for.
Okay, Descendant hunting it down. Lethal.
Oh!
He somehow
Sab
can't close it. Sab with the Guardian Angel to keep his teammate alive. That was insane.
Man. Whew. Based on the eye test, I'd assume Sab was 6-0. He's 6-5 instead, but still having himself a hell of a start to this game number 3 as Booba Dooba now has the S7 lined up. Triple frag damage it looked like could have occurred, but they pushed through that nonetheless. Now it's Precision with the snipe in his hands. He'll take C for free. And again, it's an absolute war zone at B. Both teams routinely filling up the space, but not much longer as Precision clears it with the headshot. We should see Incognito reclaim control of B and the lead. There's still pressure. Cloud9, how are they doing this? They don't have anyone up. Sab's the only player up. Their numbers are dwindling, but they're still making it tough for Incognito to secure B.
I mean, they're just relentlessly pressuring the B side. I love these shots from Skeptify too. Knows Precision is going to be watching from the nest bridge, and look at the way they're just playing. They're shouldering. Boo-Boo's flying through. They're making Precision's life so difficult. kind of showing the respect, like, hey, we know this guy's insane with this snipe. Let's not give him anything for free. And that's why they've been able to fight so hard here.
Yeah, Precision got that one free fire snipe to the head, but I think after that they said, guys, let's make it a little bit more difficult for him. As Precision facing tons of pressure, loses the snipe ammo, loses his life, and now Sab has the QT planted back at B. This is an opportunity for Sab to push up off of this location and get right back to it. So a potential to play for the trip cap here if Sab can utilize this QT with the 100% optimal efficiency. But once again, Eli, the pressure way too strong onto B. That's why Incognito has had the lead, even when their numbers are dwindling. Even when Cloud9 have just one player alive, they're still finding a way to capture the most crucial point on this map, and that's why they're up double.
This has just been all-out war on this half of the map, and it's now a massive lead for Incognito, like you said. Skeptify finding one under Precision. It's an opening break slay that Cloud9 have needed. If they can turn this into a 3 or 4 dead, this could finally be their chance. Yes, 3 dead for Incognito should be their chance to get back into scoring position. But for how long? We've seen that Incognito waste no time at all off spawn to get back into these zones.
Yeah, Incognito's been doing a great job with their control of A throughout the match. Now, I'd usually say you want CB, but Incognito's making me think differently. A-B looks great because it allows you to just instantaneously off spawn, get right to B. And that's one of the ways that they've grown on this lead and maintained it for now. But 3 go down for Cloud9. They do recapture B, but this should be one of those instances where Incognito are able to capture a point without facing any shots. On the other side of the map, the remaining member of Cloud9 goes down. That's lethal, and now it's back to the well. Everybody back to A. Now, where will they push out? It looks like they're going to actually work out towards camo. It must be up soon. It is. 10 seconds.
Yeah, new sniper is actually what's coming up.
Oh, it's sniper. My apologies.
That's okay. You're fine. We make mistakes. It's all right. But they're going to rotate around the long way to capture C, and I think the game plan here is to get C and then B. That's the game plan for Cloud9. It looks like it's working. Instead of just headbutting out big door constantly, they decide, hey, this isn't working. Let's play the long route. And looks like it's paying off as they now pretty comfortably controlling B and C and have the new sniper in the hands of Boo Boo Doo. He's going to rotate all the way back to C. Probably trying to play in a way that's unpredictable, but now quickly taking lots of damage. Decides he needs to back up.
Yeah, Boo Boo Doo pushing up that line of scrimmage with the use of the QT. Didn't pop it back where it spawns. He works his way up to C, but Incognito handled that rather easily as they're still in the lead. But Cloud9 have cut it in half. It was once a 60+ second lead for Incognito, now down to just about 30-40. As Yaxon looking to stay alive. We haven't seen Incognito capture A all game, and it's a reason why they now have a trip cap. Cloud9 have got to get something going here. It's really been all Incognito. I'm impressed with the pressure and the frenetic pace of Cloud9, but they're not executing off of that. Incognito look to get back up by a minute plus.
I mean, look at the kill grouping for Incognito. 12, 11, 11, 11. A ton of assists as well, just based on how many total kills they have. These guys are working together. I swear this guy right here, Descendant, doesn't get a lot of credit for how smart he is at the game, but I think he understands this game mode better than most players. And I think he right now is probably IGLing, telling his squad when to push and when to back up. If you'll recall, Descendant and Precision were on that complexity roster together about a year ago, and they were one of the most dominant players, or one of the most dominant teams on this game mode. So I think we're seeing shades of that.
That's a nasty 1-2 punch. Oh man, that would have been sick. Still earns the body shot assist. All 4 go down for Cloud9. Incognito. What felt like it was 20-20 and then 40-35. I mean, it was close all the way through the first minute of scoring, but now look at the bottom of your screen. 10 seconds until Incognito take this game rather handily. Cloud9 still 10 seconds off of triple digits, but they do get 3 down. So hold on. Cloud9 are going to have a chance, but like we talked about last game where Cloud9 needed to play perfect Slayer, they're going to have to play perfect Strongholds here if they want to come back.
Yeah, only allowing 5 seconds is all that Cloud9 can do. Actually, 4 seconds. 5 would mean they lose. So now, Boo Boo Doo, I love this routing, actually. It's going to be unexpected by Incognito. They're playing very aggressive, though. Going to opt to just go ahead and also take A. They understand the situation. It's going to have to be a non-stop spawn blending trip cap in order for Cloud9 to come back, and they've already planted the seeds.
Don't write the eulogy just yet. Step back from the podium and watch. The remaining of this game number 3, which could end up being a thriller. Kind of feel it as Septify works his way through the backside of the mud. He has a flank working, but he's a little late on the timing. Lethal goes down. Can he clean up on the damage that Lethal did? Yes, he does. He takes down 1. The 3 go down for Cloud9. This could do it right here. If Septify doesn't make a hero play, it's all but over, but he takes down Descendant. Frag grenade chasing him over his left shoulder. Incognito will take C, and with control of A, they should regain the scoring, but Lethal's in position. Lethal's in position to stop it, and he's going to be the one to recapture A. No one from Incognito close enough. No, there is! Precision with the flank, the back smack, and the potential triple kill to secure it. He does! Wow. And it would have been a triple with the spike grenade. Precision with the clutch in the end wins it for Incognito.
I mean, it looked like Skeptify made the hero play when he gets that one-shot finish onto sandbags, because that's what opened the spawn for them to spawn next to the A stronghold. But ultimately, I think Precision just ended up spawning OS and just waltzes in, gets a free triple kill to close things out. So very well played by Incognito from start to finish. It felt like they just were a leg up over Cloud9 in a majority of the most important fights of the game, the ones that led to these long stretches of scoring. So despite not a massive kill disparity, actually it is pretty big.
It's plus 16.
Yeah, it's pretty big kill disparity there. So, I mean, they were outslaying, they were winning the fights with good timing as well. Boo Boo had a nice little double kill here with the quick scope, almost turned it into 3 on this next shot here as well. But I mean, that's like, how close can you get to the wall?
that was a wall bang, it looked like. I saw a little black hole where the
this observer
engulfed. Ah, yeah. Okay. Well, no wall bang. I guess, yeah, this is Halo, not Call of Duty.
We're not playing Counter-Strike, bro.
Anyways, I got to give props to Piggy, my man. Piggy still dominating in the assist, delivering double-digit assists throughout this series. Was fairly negative in game 1. I think even double negative. But boy, oh boy, oh boy, has Piggy bounced back. And the reason we're seeing what was a plus 10 plus kill death disparity for Cloud9 in that game 1 has completely swung in favor of Incognito, because Piggy's got back up online. He's warmed up. He's ready to rock and roll.
You know, I'll be honest, I had some question marks about this Incognito roster coming into today, because it's just weird and awkward when someone leaves your team like purposefully for another squad and then they come back, and it happened like 3 times in the course of 3 days. So I'm really impressed with their ability to just put all that stuff behind them, you know, forget about it. This is the team that they are now committed to, and they're making it work. They're doing very well so far.
Yeah, roster mania routinely referred to as a storm, but it's felt more like a roller coaster this week, especially from the eyes of Piggy, as he's looking to make it work with completely, just for the most part, a completely revamped roster. Obviously, he sticks around with Yaxon, but adding Descendant and Precision. But my God, again, Descendant and Precision, that's like peanut butter and jelly, man. Those 2 players are going to work really, really well together. Descendant, a player that absolutely dominates the front lines, causing a lot of chaos and a lot of distraction. And then Precision, he's kind of like a dual hybrid SMG AR, right? Like, he plays back, he'll hit all of his long-range shots, but then when he gets up close and personal, he brings out that Gears of War like wall bouncing, wall banging strafe. And these are 2 of the nastiest players to do it. So I really like this Incognito roster, and they're up 2-1 in the series for now. Origin CTF could decide if the series is all but wrapped up. We're heading to game 5.
Yeah, if you'll recall, I mean, the last time Precision and Descendant teamed together, the only reason they stopped was because of, what was it, SSD gate. Yeah, SSD gate. When Sparty gets denied access to the tournaments, they had to split up and find their own separate rosters. So I mean, this is cool. It's the reunion of Precision and Descendant, and man, back when they teamed on that roster, they were a dynamic duo of slaying prowess. It's going to be really cool to see what they can do.
Yeah, that was a roster last year that had top 6, maybe even top 4 potential, and it looks like they might be realizing here with this roster. Skeptify cross map with the snipe, lands the body shot and takes a rocket shot and a frag toss. 2 explosives, not enough. It's like he's got that gold shield that prevents less explosive damage, because I don't know how he stayed alive.
Skeptify gets a couple nice shots to slow the flag down at least a little bit. Lethal gonna see if he can get the slay and maybe even a touch on this flag. Yaxon is all he has to get through. Sab also trying to finish the job here. It looks like Skeptify will finally get it, but that opened enough time for Piggy to swoop in with the reset. And both teams kind of back to square one. Actually, it's 2 dead for Cloud9. Piggy gonna move quickly in to his own base to clean things up, and now they can finally move forward on the map, try to mount some offense.
Cloud9 using all of their resources to get that flag to the 50-yard line, so that's going to allow Descendant and the rest of Incognito to push up and get into the base of Cloud9, which is where they are. But Jackson takes down 3/4 of the squad with the triple kill, just as it looked like Cloud9 was mounting a pull of their own, or excuse me, Incognito was mounting a pull of their own. It resets. 3 go down on each side. Jackson does as well. So now things will entirely reset as Cloud9 does take the advantage. Incognito went 4 down. Cloud9 just 2. That gives them back control of the 50-yard line. It looks like they're the closest to running this next flag.
Ubudubu just trying to find an opening for his squad, but knows he's a little bit ahead of the pack, trying to create that opening. But he gets shut down, as do 2 of his teammates. Now Incognito in a 3v1 situation. Look to push forward. Precision looking for some spawns. Or actually looking for the last player. They knew Sab never died in the previous play, so they actually backtrack to make sure he dies. And now Precision moves forward. But I mean, this has really just been a battle of space so far from both teams. Neither team really getting a clear edge just yet.
Great shots cross mat from Lethal. The frag toss around the corner does enough to take Figgy down to 1 HP. And what that forces him to do is just start firing off errant rockets. Doesn't want to allow the resources to go into the hands of Cloud9. That is a huge takedown there from Lethal. Even just the pressure alone. I'm not sure if he did get the finishing slay, but pressure was enough to force Piggy to deplete the rocket resources, and now things are back reset at 0, with both teams vying for the 50-yard line and both teams vying for the next snipe.
Okay, Skeptify trying to stay alive, but he's getting hunted down. Descendant, he's gonna get caught out bottom center as well. New sniper finally picked up. This looks like it was by Jackson about 20 seconds after it has spawned. And that was disgusting.
Oh my god, back-to-back, nasty. A 5 perfect for Sab, a perfect headshot with a snipe for Jackson. The Incognito are starting to heat up, taking 3 down for Cloud9. Skeptify, the last player alive. Now Jackson will have the freedom and clearance on the map to push forward. As Skeptify goes down, Boobadubu spawning on the elbow. Remaining members inside the flag. They're gonna need one more round of slays.
How does Sab just isolate the sniper? He's got 3 other players in his base. Sab walks forward and shuts down the sniper. I cannot understate the value of the play that Sab just made and the difficulty of it as well. Will it be enough, though, to stop this cap from going through? It certainly slowed down Incognito in a situation that it looked like they should have been guaranteed to cap, but now have to fight their way to get this flag moving once again.
Incognito blocking spawns on the elbow, so the cave spawns will occur. You're going to see blue light up next to Lethal. Despite the fact that he goes down, that's tough. Squad spawns should initiate a spawn in an advantageous position, but because of the number and droves of slays occurring for Incognito, he'll maintain slight numbers advantage. 2-2 even split for now, but most importantly, Eli, they score first and draw first blood. 1-0.
Okay, Piggy gets another pullout as well. Are they going to turn this into a double cap? Descendant's here as well. He's going to pick it up, says, I'm weak. You go ahead and fight. They're able to cut off these players trying to rotate through the snipe side of the map. Sab gets shut down by Piggy. Great shots. Almost gets away.
Wow.
But the double cap is in. And Incognito looking to speed run this game.
And they're making Origin look like midship the way that they secured the double cap.
Wait.
A lot of resources usually get used to score twice like that. So Cloud9 will have an opportunity here to go for the counter cap, but there is still a lot of work left to do. Sab with the high side positioning doesn't want to just throw himself out towards the rockets. He wants to earn a couple more slays first, but with all eyes on anybody but him, he is able to pick up the rockets, trade it out. Now Jackson, the last player alive. Flag just momentarily about to reset due to time. If Cloud9 can grab onto it, they'd have a chance to make it 2-1, but despite 3-4 going down for Incognito, they get the read of time.
Oh my god. Okay. They actually got that reset and still maintain this 2-0 lead. This has been a masterclass for Incognito thus far. Piggy making lots of clutch plays. Even though he's only got 8 kills, it doesn't look like a lot when you look at the stats, but man, has he been a huge factor in their success so far.
Look at the grouping of deaths too. Everybody, until Piggy went down right there, was at 10 deaths. So they're playing together. They're looking at the same things. They seem to be synced up, which I would have thought Cloud9 would be a little bit more synced up. They only had to change 1 player off the roster. Incognito essentially coming in with an entirely new crew. Half the squad, even at Luminosity Org. Now they're looking to bounce back. A little bit of a grudge, a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, it looks like. as they're in the driver's seat to take this game and this series up 2-0 with less than half to go.
I think Incognito honestly just playing with a little bit more brain power right now. It feels like they're just trying a little bit. It's kind of like the honeymoon phase effect, right? Like you want to prove to each other that you made the right team decisions throughout all the turmoil they just experienced. Cloud9 looking like maybe they're a little bit lazy so far today, but man, Incognito's communication has to be on point from some of these plays we're seeing.
Massive slay for Boobadooboo. The front lines were getting pushed in. He takes down one, and that allows Sab to put it in, and that's massive. Felt like a runaway freight train for Incognito, but in the blink of an eye, it's just a one-pull game.
Precision 18 and 13, by the way. He's been having a massive game on the low. Sab might be able to turn things around, though. He lands a couple snipes here. Cloud9 are in position to potentially pull a flag. No, Lethal goes down. Skeptify the last player on that side. Sab has to use the thrust pack to stay alive. And now with these new rockets coming up, that's kind of what he's trying to set his teammates up to grab. Doesn't read Descendant's movement here. Descendant applying so much pressure, being so tricky with his movement options. And now trying to work his way up to the rockets. Can Sab shut this down?
And did Descendant know that Sab rotated and completely flipped the map on its head? Now he's playing aggressively with the snipe. This might catch Incognito off guard. I do not think they know he is pushing through the mid. Now they do. After a couple of frags reveal his location, he's still hitting shots. Takes down Precision with the body shot. Yaxon looking to push up through underneath. Descendant drops down on him. The pressure is on, but Sab will go down, but not before completely depleting the snipe. I mean, my goodness, you talk about making a good play out of a death. That was one right there from Sab, but 4 go down. 3 rockets for Precision, and the pull is coming in strong from Incognito. Could get a 2-for-1 here. He'll take 1. He gets it. 4 go down. Incognito should assuredly tie this one up. A huge trade secured for Precision, and that clears the lane with a flag to run through. Piggy should be able to score this one, and they might set up a double cap of their own here. Does Cloud9. Staggered. Blender spawns for Incognito. They got to come out and somehow survive.
They don't need a double cap. That's going to end the game. And wow, Incognito just rolling over Cloud9 in that game. What an impressive showing.
Unbelievable. Incognito take the series. The honeymoon continues on for them. Bring a round of drinks because they're celebrating their next win. Woof. Incognito, that secures their spot in pools.
That's right. Incognito now secure not just a spot in pools, but in the winners finals. Wow, what an incredible series from both of the squads. But it felt like, Mac, game 1, it was leaning towards Cloud9. They won the Slayers, they won the objectives in that game 1, but everything changed after that game 2 Slayer. What are your thoughts?
Well, I go back to what I said initially was it just looked like the guys for Incognito weren't really warmed up just yet. We saw a few more missed shots than what we're used to seeing from the boys for Incognito, and it didn't take long. And I called him out. I said Piggy's probably the main guy that really needs to heat up here and show that he is just warming up. And that's exactly what he showed with his performance. Now, he still had some games where he went negative, but you can't just look at the kill death sheet and assume they had a bad game. Piggy was entry fragging. Piggy was the one opening the door for Incognito to push in, grab the flag. He was dealing out tons of damage. The most assists in the lobby, I want to say, with 11. No, Descendant actually had 12, but my God, look at the 9, 11, 11, and 12 assists for Incognito. I think that was something Eli also brought up throughout the series, was just look how many of their slays are getting assisted. Unbelievable teamwork and bounce back from Incognito.
Yeah, let's talk about game 4, Eli. I mean, you called Incognito, you said they were giving a masterclass here on the CTF, and you called out Piggy's clutch plays.
Yeah, I mean, right here, just shutting down Sab in that play where he had the Sab actually had to jump on him in that moment. Yeah, he's able to shut that down. That guarantees the flag cap for his squad. I mean, what I'm noticing, I wish we had the capability to do listen-ins right now, because I could almost guarantee you the comms sound very different between these two teams. I would expect to hear maybe a little bit lazier comms on the side of Cloud9. I mean, yeah, they're still trying, but I think that you'll hear a side of Incognito, because these guys were playing so well together, keeping each other alive, shooting the same targets, setting traps, just had almost picture perfect spawn manipulation as well. It was very impressive to watch.
Well, congrats to Incognito for securing themselves a spot in the winners finals and in pools today. Now, Cloud9, what do we hope to see from them as they move on to the lower bracket?
I mean, I think
just to continue.
Go ahead, Mac. I didn't hear you talking at first.
I was just going to say, just to continue with the building blocks that we saw. Like we said, the start of that series was looking a little sketchy for Incognito, but they started to, again, put the pieces together, and that is what we expect, right? This is a new squad. So every single game, every single, even just micro sequence, a spawn cycle in the match is a chance for them to learn, grow, and improve, and really start to identify what the other two want to do, the other two new teammates, that how they want to move and play on the map. That's Precision and Descendant, and they were fitting in like a glove. So if this is a Incognito roster that continues to put it together and climb the ladder, you know, maybe they could re-earn that top 5-6 seeding that they had going into the previous event. Now, granted, top 16 on land. So again, that's why I said this feels like a grudge match. This feels like a team with a chip on their shoulder, and you got to keep it real. Precision and Descendant, you know, they had good tournaments in Arlington, but probably not too happy with it. So this is a team that has 4 players that have nothing but everything to prove.
I think after roster mania in the last 48 hours, 72 hours of team changes, I think there might be a few grudges, but that makes everything more exciting, at least for us watching, I think. Cloud9 moving on to lower bracket, and our next series is Gen.G versus TSM. Now it's my time to remind you guys that we have less than 40 shirts remaining.
Ooh.
Less than 40 shirts of this beautiful grassroots Fruit Loops grassroots
Get your
t-shirts.
grassroots, guys.
Yeah,
I mean,
think I
yeah,
need
that's
Fruit
what
Loops today.
it's great loot. And I got a question. Can I order the handsome gentleman that's in that picture too? Because my God,
Ooh.
absolutely
I think he's taken.
stunning.
You know, his wife was selling these shirts, bro. She's gonna come.
Yeah,
fight
that
you.
would probably prevent. Oh,
He
the
said,
perfect
"What?"
camera cut.
Your hotel room just got canceled, my guy. Get out of here.
Oh man.
Oh man, I have tears.
Yeah, if you guys were in Arlington, you probably had a chance to meet Mrs. LVT. Mom LVT was there helping out, and you know, just getting all these shirts and meeting everybody too, which was so much fun. So Dallas, we're going to be there, and it's all thanks to you guys. This is a community funded production, so all of your support helps us get to these events. So make sure you type in ! merch, click on that link, get yourself one of the last few remaining shirts. Go for it. Also, ! DreamHack. The team passes are available now, so go ahead and pick one of those up, get yourself a team, and head on over to Dallas. Don't wait till the last minute when the team passes are gone. It's going to be an incredible event. It's going to be so much fun, especially because we're going to be there, right, Mac? Right, Eli? We're going to be there hanging out.
That's a great reason to show up. But let me tell you, this might say HCS Open rather than HCS Major, but this might be the most electric and fun event of the year. This is going to be the one that brings back those MLG vibes, where you hear the Call of Duty kids roaring for a main stage moment on the other side of the venue, and then the Halo kids going nuts for Ogre 2 or Ola popping off like we used to see in the MLG of yesteryear. So get yourself out to DreamHack Dallas. It's going to be the closest thing we've had in the modern era of esports to those classic MLG days.
Yep, I'm so excited to be there and see everybody there, guys. We're going to get ready for the Gen.G versus TSM matchup after this.
So far away from it all, can't feel my face anymore. Want someone to numb all the pain, 'cause I can't take it away. So far away from it all, can't say I've been here before. So empty, I hate it. I'm sick and not feeling nothing. So where do we go when we feel so alone and we can't do a thing about it? I'm done faking it, I can't pretend. In my head I'm running circles again. Faking it, I can't pretend. And I've been spending too much time on the edge. Yeah. You can see it in my face though. You solved the mystery once again, oh no. I know we had this conversation a bit ago, so don't you know? I've been sitting at home watching the paint dry, kinda wishing you come over and say hi. Save my life, yeah. I'm just hoping that you try. So where do we go when we feel so alone and we can't do a thing about it? I'm done faking it, I can't pretend. And in my head I'm running circles again. I'm done faking it, I can't pretend. And I've been spending too much time on the edge. Tired of staying up past midnight, scrolling through your good times. If only I had mine. Lazy, watching too much TV, wishing someone missed me. Tired of staying up past midnight, scrolling through your good times. If only I had mine. Lazy, watching so much TV, wishing someone missed me. I'm done faking it, I can't pretend. And in my head I'm running circles again. I'm done faking it, I can't pretend. I've been spending too much time on the edge. I'm done faking it, I can't pretend. I'm just being honest, I got you here. You just ride the wave till you disappear. Unrequited love, I can't take it. Kill me more than once, leave a trail of tears. Do this often, I think we lost it. I need a break. You're the monster inside my closet, scare me away. Everybody goes through it, we don't ever come out the same. Cause you never change. You my little psycho, kiss me in the night glow. Easy to imagine when you always have your eyes closed. We'll be going crazy if you know what I know. Where did all the happy memories go?
This feels a little too perfect how we are now. You think I throw a little caution, but I don't want this to change. Been waiting too long for a moment like this. Said that you want me, better off with me. The kind of feeling I can't explain. Like how it feels drenched in the moonlight. Like how it feels under the stars. A step back. Each day I'm moving along with what fits best for taking me forward and back. Yet all I know still leads right through to the start of the end where the past can't chase us. You should stay for a while, disregard all the miles. If it's you and I will be okay. Like how it feels drenched in the moonlight, like how it feels under the stars. A step out of bounds with our own plight, a push towards the peace in the hearts. If it rains down all on us, drown out the noise, and I'll trust the mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall, broken up in pieces? Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Will it fix us?
You're watching the NAHCS DreamHack Qualifier. It's Championship Sunday, and now we're watching Gen.G versus TSM in the winners semi-finals. It's gonna be a great series here, Eli.
It will be, but can we get more Mila cam? I think I need to see that dog. She's being pretty needy today. Has to be in your lap right now. So love to see the dog. I keep having dreams that I'm getting a dog. I think that's a sign that my subconscious wants me to get a dog.
It's time. Well, here we go. It's actually time for the TSM versus Gen.G winners semifinals matchup.
All right, this is going to be an exciting one. We've got Manny reuniting with Druk, Soul Snipe, and Talik. This team, we say it every time they're on stream, they finished third place in the first Halo World Championship with this exact roster. Now, in my opinion, things have changed since then. The teams are a lot different. Everyone's gotten a bit better. Can they rekindle similar levels of success that they had in year one with this roster? We'll have to see. But on the other side, you got Gen.G, who has not made any team changes in quite some time, and they're on a bit of an uptrend. They've been making a lot of top teams sweat as of late, and let's see if they can continue that here. Looks like Gen.G first ones to get into the hill. We've also got the shock rifle in their hands. Common's going to get taken down, though. TSM trying to rotate through and see if they can get control of the map. King Nick's going to shut that down, though, and going to be a bit of a brawl here, bottom center. Let's see if either team can get control of the snipe side. Snipe side, typically the side that these teams want to control, at least during the beginning portions of this hill. Right now, the spawns do belong to Gen.G. King Nick gonna try to advance on the front line before the rest of the squad comes off spawn. Now that they have spawn, they're gonna work together at the bottom of the map, but nobody really taking high ground. I would have liked to see TSM maybe take some higher positions. At least one player maybe could have jumped to S4. Now they get shut down, and it is TSM going to be the ones in control of the hill.
You know what, Eli? I can greatly resonate with Ryanu because I just missed the start of that match because I was changing a diaper. And we're changing series now into the winter semis. I know Ryanu probably changed a diaper before this one got going. Winter semis between TSM and Gen.G. This is another qualification match for pool play at DreamHack Dallas. We hop on board here with Druk. You got TSM, the friendship squad. This is that native red roster. Now, they've always had 2 out of the 4 or 3 out of the 4, but now it's all 4 of those players that were on that wild Cinderella-like run at the Halo World Championship Season 1 where they got top 3. Can they do that again, Eli, as they're on the verge? They're going to want to lead.
Would you believe me if I told you I already said that while you were changing that diaper? Anyways, let's see. At least we're on the same page here. As we see TSM trying to rekindle some of that, but I feel like Gen.G is one of those teams that's kind of like, I don't know, they're making a rise through the ranks in a way that I don't think many people expected. There's something special about this roster where the sum of their parts what's the phrase when the whole is greater than the sum of their parts? Yeah, something like that. I'm sure it's said more eloquently, but basically when these four players come together, they're even better than they are individually added up. So their teamwork has been really impressive thus far, and that's why they're giving TSM such a hard time.
Yeah, we know from at least a chemistry standpoint that these guys might be tops in the HCS, and there is something to be said about chemistry and vibes, even outside of the game, and going to be in the game. That TSM take that 1-0 lead. Boy, is it a thrill for me as someone who's been actively watching and participating in Halo Infinite competition to see these boys back together again and having success. Up 1-0 here early against Gen.G.
Not only do they get that first hill, but they also get the rotation. This is one of the harder rotations to get most of the time from hills 1 to 2. Got the shock rifle to boot as well. Soul Snipe sitting comfortably in the hill. New camo's going to come up, though. That could be a way for Gen.G to break in. Soul Snipe's going to shut down Common, who maybe moved a little bit too fast, but looks like Common was able to open the door for King Nick to grab the camo. See if he can do anything with it. They do get TSM out of the hill, but for how long is the question.
And King Nick's been so impressive to me. This is a guy that just feel like he's been left for dead in many instances across Halo Infinite's timeline, and he just keeps finding ways to be on top and somehow elevate his game as he elevates to the top side of the yard, earns the double kill with the elbow. 3 go down in total for TSM, 3 go down in total for Gen.G. It's a 1v1 between Manny and King Nick. Who will occur, or who will receive, I should say, the squad spawns closer, and it looks like Gen.G. King Nick, with foot in the hill, is able to earn those cafe spawns, but they're not ready for the flank from Manny. Manny gets one, looking for a weak Ryan to finish him off. Pushing towards him, thinks he can get it with the melee, but he gets out of the repulsor sticky instead. Common goes down to 1 HP because of it, and the damage has been dealt. TSM, despite what looked like a stronghold potential for Gen.G, it's a triple up on the lead, and TSM are on the brink of making it 2-0. Numbers, bodies dropping for Gen.G, and the number in the bottom middle of your screen rising. 2-0 TSM. What a clutch on Hill 2.
Oh my god, no!
Oh, the bait switch! Diabolical! Soul Snipe with the jiggle peek around the pillar, and Druck comes in for the back smack.
Oh my god, we're starting to see why they picked up Manny, by the way. You saw that clutch repulsor sticky that kept their team alive in that engagement. And you can start to see their teamwork. These 4 players just naturally fit well together. The synergy I was talking about for Gen.G showing up on the side of TSM as well. So impressive rotation here. King Nick has been incredible so far as well. Let's see if he can hold down this section of the map. His team needs it for this next hill.
Down 2-0 with less than 2 to go. Gen.G have a high uphill climb. They want to get back in this one, but back in the hill momentarily. But how long can King Nick stay alive? It feels like anytime Gen.G get in the hill, they are absolutely torched and wiped off the map. TSM, the slaying prowess, it feels like it's much higher than it is. It's looks like a +6. So 1.5 team wipes earns you a 2-0 lead. The slays are on point, the objective efficiency, and this is exactly what we expected from the friendship squad. It almost feels like they're moving like a hive mind.
They really are, and this is kind of what we saw from them in year 1. It's just them working so well together, almost subconsciously it feels. It's so striking what one player swapping out can do for a roster, and that's no slight on Cherish. I think it's just the subconscious understanding of what each other want to do on the map that make this TSM roster so good. Gen.G, though, I think this isn't the last we're going to hear from them. They're going to wake up in this series and show off some of the teamwork that they have developed as well. I like the formation of this push, by the way. Look at their spread across the map. They're pushing both sides. Beautifully executed break here from Gen.G, pushing both sides of the map at the same time. Manny, last player alive for TSM. He's just trying to give his team better spawns, but it might be too late. Just 30 seconds on the clock.
30 seconds left, less than that now, 27, and TSM's strategy has been determined. They're not gonna step foot in another hill this game. They're gonna play for slays, but it's King Nick earning the double kill instead. He gets traded out shortly after. Now Manny wrapping around the LR stairs, trying to make his way through the shock side of the map. Cross map damage goes through. He earns an assist. Now he's just kind of playing that pillar position, that tip of the spear from, I guess, long range, if you will. Manny still playing Overwatch, still helping his teammates out. Soul Snipe gets a slay there. Manny about to get one himself on King Nick. These are long contested shots, and that's why King Nick is still alive, but not for long. The cleanup comes through. The cleanup crew wipes the floor with Gen.G, and with 10 seconds left, this one's over.
Yeah, you could tell that TSM, as soon as they get 3 dead, they just go sit in the corners of the map closest to the hill. They're like, as long as we don't let them spawn next to it, this game is over. Gen.G might have had a chance to capture this hill, but no matter what, it was not going to be enough. Well executed game. By the way, Druck, an absolute monster on the map, finishes 22-11, but in the early goings of that game, he was like 16-5, I want to say. Just really putting his team off to a hot start and able to close it out as well.
And he wasn't playing backline Halo. That's not Druck's game. He plays full frontal and in your face. And he was also a part of both scores. I saw a 2 in the OBJ for Druck. So a 2.0 efficiency, if you will, and a 2.0 score participating in both. And the only scores of this entire game, a skunk 2-0. I imagine Ryanoob, who's written the book on many strategies in King of the Hill, he's probably gotten down some new notes in his old, imagine like dusty, almost like wizard-like book of spells.
Okay, man. Anyways, some very interesting imagery appeared in my head as you said that. But yeah, Druck seemingly unlocked. I mean, at this point, 13-5. I feel like he just, something about this group of 4 unlocks Druck in ways that other groups can't. This, though, I think was the turning point right there. When Manny gets that repulse sticky, had he been meleeed in that situation, it completely changes the way this entire situation plays out. And then, of course, Soul Snipe just being annoying, letting the aim assist pull his opponent's target into the pillar over and over. Ryanoob unable to finish that, eventually gets back smacked as Soul Snipe just holds him in place that whole time. You kind of feel silly if you're the one in that position. You're like trying so hard to kill the one shot, and you just get back smacked. That's a deflating feeling.
Yeah, that's one of those you put the controller either on your lap or back on the desk for 10 seconds. Like, you don't even hold on to it at that point. You just lean back and you're just like, yeah, bro, what? Are you kidding me? Yeah, that was that type of play, man. And it just points to, again, the chemistry that TSM have loaded up in their chamber. I think we're going to see a lot more masterfully executed bait and switches throughout this. And again, it almost feels like they're taking the Ryanoob book and using it against them.
Here we have some stats from Soul Snipe. Now, this is at HCS Arlington, where TSM struggled, ultimately fell a bit flat, falling out in top 12. But I don't think these stats are going to really reflect the way the new roster feels so far with Manny. I mean, I know it's just been one game that we've seen so far today, but definitely looking pretty solid already. Talik, typically known as one of their better slayers, also didn't have a great series, great tournament there in Arlington.
Yeah, Talik. Well, this kind of reminds me, remember, he had a little bit of a rough patch online going into Season 3, and then started a little slow in Season 3 before really picking things up. I think we might just see a similar path taken for Talik, as you're right, those stats don't reflect what we know of his capabilities. Routinely above 1.0, at least in the KD department, and sometimes even in the top 5. So don't be surprised if we see Talik come back online as HCS Season 4 progresses down the line. What did you see?
I mean, talk about coming online. Talik most damage in the lobby and 72% accuracy. This kid is not missing right now. It's so interesting to me how just like that brotherhood and like friendship mentality can just activate somebody's neurons to just become the best version of themselves. I think that there's such an interesting dynamic between just happiness and performance, and I think that this squad is just happy when they play together. They have a good time. It's the same thing we talk about with Shopify. These guys are laughing and having a good time through their matches, and their gameplay shows it.
Friendly fun occurring for TSM so far in this series, but Gen.G, the veteran Latin squad of Gen.G, imagine have what it takes to decide and decipher what it was they were doing wrong, or what it was TSM was doing right in game 1, and flip it on its head. As we hop on board here to start things off with Soul Snipe, looking for a cleanup onto Ryanoob. Somehow gets the melee despite him not being on the screen. Looked like a little toe tickler occurred there as TSM take the lead off the start, 4-1.
Still waiting on the Jeff Steitzer toe tickler medal. One of these days they'll be watching the broadcast, make the phone call to Halo Studios and make it happen. But for now, we've got an insane start so far from TSM, 6-1. They also pick up the camo and throw it towards their teammate. don't know if did it get burnt? No, it's still on the ground there. Yeah, so they tried to throw it towards their teammate knowing they were going to die, but ultimately it's Gen.G that will pick it up and get away with it.
Now you saw that frag slay occur right here where King Nick is standing. And it wasn't a frag toss. It was the remote detonation across the map for King Nick. No aim assist on those grenades. So impressive marksmanship from King Nick. Brings them right back in it. What was once a 7-1 game is now just a 1-kill game. Now back to 2. Tolic pushes on through the spiker stairs, throws a spike out through the doorway, and then works his way underneath. Great positioning. Flawless teamwork. TSM regain control. Up 3.
Okay, Tolic getting some opening damage onto Common as well. The shield advantage right now in favor of TSM. They get a slay as well, so you imagine they're going to hold forward. They do. And look at this, the cavalry pushing together. Ryan has nowhere to go, no chances. He's got to think about what he has done while his teammates suffer without him as well. I mean, look at the way these guys just fly around the map together. This is exactly what we got used to seeing from this group of 4 back when they were KCP, back when they were Native Red. And looks like the boys are back.
Fantastic job by Druck there. He knew he was going down, but he wanted to take down the shields enough so that one got cleaned up for Gen.G, but King Nick somehow able to stay alive. Now he's beaming cross-map shots with that battle rifle, setting up for this next camo. He's the last player alive, so I don't know if he's going to have much luck winning this. Oh, he wins the 1v1, secures the camo despite being the only player alive for Gen.G, and there we go. That's what I was expecting to happen. He goes down shortly after, but not before burning the camo. But TSM, my God, I thought the lead would have been a little closer than that. It's a 7-kill advantage for TSM, and Druck is only has 1 slay so far, granted 5 assists, but you could argue Druck's not even online yet, and they're already building towards a double-digit lead, Eli.
This is kind of how this squad has always been, is where any one of the 4 can just pop off and have a game. Right now with Soul Snipe, as he eclipses the double-digit mark early on, 10-4, he's having himself a game, and guys just know how to enable each other on the map, know how to flow and support one another in each engagement. Soul Snipe finally gets cut down by a great push there from King Nick and Ryanu, who have some teamwork of their own as well. And King Nick, with some disgusting shots, finds the double kill with the Stalker, but is it going to be enough to come back in this game? They're still down by 6.
6-kill advantage for TSM, and isn't that the sign of a good squad, Eli, where one player has their pop-off game, the previous one, and then the next game maybe not having quite as similar of a performance, but then you've got others who are able to pick up the mantle. And it's not just Soul Snipe, who we previously mentioned tops in the lobby with 11, but Tolic is getting back online like we assumed he would with the slays. N6 and 3. Soul Snipe continues to stay alive, building on that impressive stat sheet. 13 slays. He's got more than half the slays that Gen.G have in total. Unbelievable performance. And Tolic isn't too far off.
See what Soul Snipe did? Mid-fight, turns around, throws a grenade.
Oh my God!
At the red room, I think just thinking of, in case an enemy spawn there, he's just thinking of so many different possibilities and like preparing for all. Then flies forward, finds the double kill. Soul Snipe's 15 now. I just love the way this team is playing right now.
Soul Snipe on at least 2 of his 5 slays during that spree. Should have probably traded out, but somehow kept his life and kept TSM up big, up 9 into the 40s, now 10. It's a double-digit lead. Gen.G are just running out of time and space to come back in this one. What an impressive coming out party this has been for the Friendship Squad. TSM are back.
I mean, you got to think about the people in the org that put these 2 rosters together. They've been kind of waiting to see, like, hey, TSM, we've invested some money into you guys to start popping off. Now with this team change, finally seeing the fruits of that. And Gen.G, also newcomers to the league, probably wondering what's going on here. They're not used to seeing a team like TSM beat them, but this is a very different looking TSM squad today. They have come back a little bit. Gen.G brought it down to 7, but it just feels like the pace is not going to slow down for TSM. They should be able to close this one out as well.
6-kill advantage. So Gen.G are within striking distance, but all it takes is 1 to make it feel he ain't getting it. 43 to 37, so they're still within that 6-7 kill range, but with only 6 kills needed now for TSM, the light is dwindling at the end of the tunnel. On life support, our Gen.G trying to come back. They're finding slays, but these are all occurring in trade fashion. They're too far down to accept trades at this point in the match. They're gonna have to get a little aggressive and risky if they want to come back.
Soulsnipe has 21, Hunter. The game's not over yet. Okay, he gets another one. He gets a trade
22.
sticky as he dies. And the rest of the squad will close this out. They just need 2 more. Spawning on the A side. Let's see how they create their formation here to prepare for the next push. Now going to rotate through. They find another. Now Druck. Look at this creative route just through the center of the map. Even if he doesn't get one, he's going to get the other. And what a closeout. I want to say real quick, because I just seen someone say this in chat, not to call you out, but they're pointing out that Manny had a 0.5 KD and Soulsnipe had a 2.0. I tell you what though, without Manny playing the way that he did, Soulsnipe can't get to 2.0 KD. He's making openings for these guys, and that's why they pick him back up on the squad. They look better with a player like Manny that's able to push in, be that front line, and make these openings. And I mean, it's a team game. There's going to be a player that goes negative sometimes, despite that player making the team better.
Yeah, you're on the exact same line of thought I am, Eli. -5, which is quote-unquote the worst kill-death discrepancy in the lobby for Game 2. But the 14 assists, how was Soulsnipe able to pop off? Nearly all of those, at least half, were assisted by Druck. So my God, is this friendship squad playing selflessly. They're sacrificing for each other. And that is a common characteristic, Eli, of the top teams. I'm talking the top 4 teams in Halo.
It's also a common characteristic of faded Twitch chatters to point out the stats. You gotta watch the video game to really get the full picture of what's happening, because it doesn't tell the whole story. I think that you gotta really pay attention to the plays they're specifically making and the results of those plays to understand what a player does for the team, especially at crucial moments when power items are coming up as well. He's often just playing in front, goes and dies so that he's a distraction while his team can get the power items. That leads to a victory.
Numbers don't lie, but stats don't always tell the whole story. As we kick off game number 3 here, back against the wall for Gen.G, but it's all for back to the respawn screen for TSM. Gen.G should be able to win the opening break unless Soulsnipe can pull off a miracle off of that mud spawn, but Ryan clears it up for the double kill, and you get his team rolling. Surely, no, it's actually TSM who have points on the board. Granted, it's not a lot, but there we go. There's the eventual lead switch and points on the board that we were expecting for Gen.G. But man, it just goes to show TSM can be all 4 down, Eli, and still make you work for it.
Yeah, King Nick, kind of the most important person on the map with camo snipe. He gets taken down. You had to imagine Gen.G were counting on that to maintain their lead. They still have scoring position now and great map positioning, but they lost a big piece of their equation here. Let's see if Soulsnipe can stay alive with it. Gonna hit the skill jump. No, misses the skill jump, decides to reroute. Doesn't want to spend too much time not in the play. Now finds the back of Ryan Noob's head and should be able to rotate and capture B. See if they can take advantage of the situation.
Gen.G, the first to cross the 30-second threshold, but it looks like TSM might just be the first to secure a trip cap here in game 3. Momentarily, though, as A is being controlled once again by Gen.G. They've got all but 99% of it as they do capture A, and now will work their way through what looks to be not the garage door. So they're going to actually work underneath and through the scoreboard side of the map and the sandbags as well. As you can see, at least 2 players there for Gen.G. TSM, despite going down 30 at the opening break, look to regain control of the lead here, but they've got to take down Common at B.
Common does a good job to stay alive as long as he did, but he's ultimately shut down. King Nick finds one with the grenade, make it 2 with the grenades, but Manny will shut him down. It's still breaking shot, last player alive for Gen.G. That's a good capture. Yes, his whole team's dead. Yes, he's very likely to die soon as well, but taking a player down with him and capping that zone makes Gen.G's next play a little bit easier. So I like what I just saw there from breaking shot.
Double kill.
Rhino, give her the triple, but Manny is making him earn it. Rhino will eventually go down. Nice frag toss there from Manny, as TSM once again have control of the map and this lead, doubling up on Gen.G. We haven't seen them score since earning that 37-2 start or so off the rip. As Druck will go down, so too will Manny and Soulsnipe. So this should allow Gen.G to push towards the next cap point they want, and it's going to be B.
Okay, breaking shot has a repulse. Taking a very fast route here to reconnect with his squad, but I think his idea is to also just create some chaos on the map as the sniper's coming up. Wants to see if he can capture or stop TSM from capturing A. Yes, they get 3 dead. Should be able to get the sniper. Manny gets taken down as well, and it's going to be common with this snipe. Gen.G in good position to get a lot of time here. How does TSM play off spawn? This is going to be a critical part of the game.
Common with 7 shots in that S7. He's going to have to start putting it to work, but the pressure is too strong. He's got to worry about his opponent over his right shoulder. You got Druk right in front of him. Now Druk with the double kill. Nice frag tosses there. Prevent Gen.G from pushing into A. Druk will take it instead, and now it's TSM looking at another trip cap. They are moments away from it. They get it. Druk does go down though, so King Nick, he'll take snipe and A, I would imagine. Now he's going to take A, leave the snipe on the ground. Rynoob slides past it, leaves it for King Nick, and now what can he do with it?
I asked, how does TSM play off spawn? They played it perfectly, got themselves back into scoring position. It's now Gen.G's chance to shine, though, as they have retaken the map. Haven't been able to complete B just yet, but King Nick with the sniper will do so. Now he needs to find a spot that he can comfortably snipe from. I don't know if that's anywhere on the map against a team like TSM that will be running into his face. No scopes are going to be necessary. But somehow Manny, he also caught the sniper to keep it from falling off the map. It doesn't get more clutch than that.
There have been so many instances in this series, Eli, where I'm thinking, how did they not trade? And along that line of thought that we brought up the previous game where Druk has his huge monster game in game 1. And Manny now in game 3. It was Soul Snipe and Talik in game 2. Someone's going to pick up the mantle. Right now it's Manny. Going to pick up another snipe, but he used the QT to stay alive. No more snipes left, but he's got his life.
Okay, he's just going to now try to do as much damage as he can. Tried to use the QT. You saw his body dissipate as he goes down, but he did enough damage and bought enough time, and this is the cavalry arriving to reset B once again. TSM continue to score. They're going to be able to picture cap A, and look at that. Soul Snipe stops the C cap. I thought for a second Gen.G at least get 1 cap out of it, but they're still working for it.
They're working off the respawn screen at this point, brother. King Nick does take down Soul Snipe, though. That's impressive, and it's going to earn B spawns. Probably split spawns, ultimately, for Gen.G. You might see some dummy spawns now occurring.
Wow.
On the other side of the map, we'll know when Talik turns left a little bit. Sees platform spawns instead. As Gen.G, man, split spawns and a split wig. As TSM have been all over them. Now, it's still within reach for Gen.G, but the eye test is kind of telling you more what I'm seeing here. 3 down for Gen.G. TSM running amok on live fire.
They're playing so fluid right now. I love that late jump we just saw from Druk as well. People know this guy has some of the best movement in the game. Can he get the stick here on Rynoob? He will. Yes, he trades it out. Top tower. Talik going to move in. New sniper up, so a lot of attention going to be put to top center. Manny's here for it. It's a headshot. It's just run. How does he not get stuck by breaking shot there? It looked like that sticky went right through him, but that was disrespect. Manny's on fire right now. I don't know what you guys are watching. If you guys don't think this guy's the truth.
Oh my God. Manny with the team wipe didn't need the headshot with the no scope, but he still delivered it through the skull of King Nick. And golly, Manny. The Z stands for Zoom because he's zooming here on live fire, man. 163 and rolling to 78. Gen.G got to be picking their hair off the ground. Manny continues running riot-like gameplay we're seeing from him. He might just earn a frenzy if he keeps it going. Common looking to end the spree. And if not for a reload from Manny, he probably would have gotten that Jeff Steitzer killing frenzy. 20-9, Manny, pop off.
What did I say? This man does not get credit. He's 20-9 right now. Are you guys watching the same gameplay? I mean, come on. This guy's insane right now. Powered up by his squad, believing in him. And there's something to be said when a group of 3 believe fully in you enough to make that kind of team change and just say, you know what? We messed up when we dropped you. Come on back to the squad. This is your home. And I think they're playing with that type of energy today, and it's really showing.
Boy, is it ever. Talik staying alive with the use of friendship and teamwork, but Rynoob says, I don't care about that. I'm an old man. Get off my lawn. But get back to the respawn screen, old man. 4 go down for Gen.G. This is all but over. Game, match, point. This would be the series if Gen.G can't show a hell of a lot more than they have in this one. And I wouldn't even say that it's so much that Gen.G's not showing us enough. It's that TSM is showing us a whole lot of what their potential and ceiling looks like.
Love this play as well. Manny sees that he's being captured. He's just wasting their time at this point. Okay, finally gets taken down. Let's see if that leads to anything. Druk unable to capitalize on it. So, okay, Gen.G with a chance to come back. The staggered spawns of TSM are going to be pretty influential on the next play if they continue to stagger. So this is Gen.G's chance to get back into this. This absolutely could fully turn around, but they need to get the most out of this advantage state.
He goes to TSM, but Ryanu providing the flank positioning to be able to get C right back. Also takes Manny down to 1 HP, but we've seen Manny come back like an undead zombie from the grave and turn it into a sleigh. Yes, he does. Ryanu had him dead to rights, had his back, had everything he wanted, and now Manny has C back. Unbelievable TSM, and really led by Manny, and I'm so impressed. Eli, in all 3 games, there's been at least one member in that game two, in Tolic and Soul Snipe that really had MVP-like performances. You're telling me all 4 could pop off like this? And I'm a little scared of what TSM might do the rest of the way. This is looking like a revamped roster.
They've had almost every sniper as well. Manny had the last 2. Druk finds this one. And this has been a big part of the reason why they've looked so impressive. But you're exactly right. All 4 members of the squad in the Slays department have popped off in at least one of these games. Now, looks like they get 3 dead. Druk, last player in the situation. They get 4 dead for Gen.G. That sniper is going to sit precariously in Big Door Tolic in an apocalyptic wasteland. Last player alive on the map. Breaking Shot's going to be the one that spawns closest to the snipe. Let's see what he can do with it. Knows that the rest of TSM are going to be looking for him, but with some body shot damage, make it 2 body shots. Can he do more? It's Breaking Shot's turn with the sniper.
Breaking Shot's nasty. This is why Gen.G brought him on. He's really the young gun on the crew, if you will, with Common, Rynoob, and King Nick, all staple veterans in the HCS. Breaking Shot still breaking out, and still with the snipe in his hand, still with possession of A as he rotates towards B, which Gen.G already have. So he knows Soul Snipe and the rest of TSM are going to try to capture that. Instead, after Soul Snipe goes down, they say, we'll split. We'll take AC. Breaking Shot with another headshot to the face. He's starting to look a little bit like Manny here. Here to bring Gen.G back.
Oh my God. Killing spree for Breaking Shot. It's going to drop the empty sniper rifle. Make sure he doesn't accidentally switch to that mid-fight. Takes control of C. This one's getting mixy, Hunter. Neither team has really captured or like scored many points because these zones keep flipping and they're being contested so often that neither team, they're kind of both been stuck at their scoring points. But finally, it looks like Gen.G will have a trip cap enacted, and TSM are spawning in the worst part of the map for them.
Gen.G are roaring back, and they're right within arm's reach, stealing this one, but TSM within arm's reach of capping off the series. Breaking Shot now working through the lower portion of the map, spots Manny with the high ground and the help from Druk, so he'll send Druk down to clean it up. But Druk, Breaking Shot earns a melee, which allows Druk to get cleaned up. King Nick sending Soul Snipe back to the respawn screen. Sticky goes out, Aaron toss to the right. 3 go down from total for TSM, only 1 down for Gen.G. They're doing it, Eli. They've crossed the 200-point threshold, and with a trip cap, they might just steal the lead.
5 Fire Stronghold is such a momentum-based mode. You can get so much off of a 3 or 4 dead. Both these teams knowing how to get max value, but they get 3 dead. Soul Sniper going to be able to get C and A, it looks like, if Tolic doesn't get stopped here. Yes, King Nick not looking the right direction. Common not fast enough to get in the zone. Tolic staying alive here. Great shots. Soul Snipe's on the way to help him as well. Soul Snipe might be able to close this out.
Another beat! No! It's a baby solo! Tolic doesn't need the help. He earns the crucial slay. Back and forth we go. We're in for an instant classic Qualifier strongholds. 237, 227 with Gen.G going 3 down, and TSM might just secure it. The frag from Soul Snipe does, and TSM earn the sweep.
What an insane game we just witnessed. I gotta catch my breath. Allie, help us out, man.
Yeah, I mean, there was a chance there for Gen.G to take a game off TSM, but it was TSM who came out the winner on the other side. TSM just came ready today to position themselves in the winners finals, and that's where they are. TSM are the winners of this series against Gen.G. Mac, so they keep calling this the friendship squad, but you can't only win with the power of friendship. So what makes this team so strong?
I'm telling you, the friendship squad might be creating a lot of new enemies here in the HCS, because TSM was not expected to be one of those teams outside the top 4 that could break in, right? We had Cloud9, Luminosity, even maybe Complexity after their strong showing towards the end of the online opens, going into that Arlington land. Like, who's going to be the most likely to break through? TSM is climbing to the top of those power rankings, right? The most likely team to spoil and upset those monstrous orgs that we have in the top 4. And the way they're doing it, Ali, to answer your question, is with pure chemistry. How many times did we see the bait and switch where a player's got a toenail's worth of health and they stay alive because the health is there? And now sometimes it's the player with that toenail of health that earns the slay, but they're earning it because a teammate of theirs is coming in to support. And here's that absolutely nasty team wipe that we saw there from Manny. Didn't need the headshot on breaking shot, but makes it a little worse for the wear. Earns the body shot onto King Nick, slides through, double no scope into headshot for the triple kill. That's a team wipe if I've ever seen one.
And it felt like Gen.G had, how do I say this? It felt like they were playing catch up most of the series, and it was only in this game 3, where they had a chance of taking that game off. But what was TSM doing to shut Gen.G down?
I mean, they're just playing a little bit faster than Gen.G in most of these situations. They're often barely keeping each other alive. I mean, Gen.G had this obviously run of brilliance of their own as well, but TSM weathered the storm and they were just on their back foot less overall over the course of this game. Both teams were on their back foot, and eventually it's TSM that are able to right the ship. But man, look at Manny's stat line at this point, 29 and 17. I mean, you guys are talking trash about this guy. I don't think you're watching the same video game.
All right, I got a question for the both of you. So TSM placed top 12 in Arlington. Now they reunite with Manny. What do you two, and we'll start with Mac, what do you two expect from these guys if they continue to play like this and continue to raise that ceiling?
Well, TSM was very, very disappointing in the lead up to HCS Arlington and even at HCS Arlington. So I wasn't surprised to see the team change made. Now, you let go of a guy like Cherished that I really like. I think Cherished is an ultimate glue player. But Manny's kind of like that too. But like I said earlier, feast or famine, Manny's skill ceiling is as high as anybody's in the HCS. So while he's usually holding the squad together, he might just pop off on his lonesome like we saw in that game 3 to secure it for TSM. So I have nothing but high hopes for TSM. I think they've definitely slotted themselves into that 5th, 6th area for DreamHack Dallas, and that might just be the seed they have as well.
Yeah, I'll say, leading up to, I mean, when this team was originally formed with Cherished, most of the talking heads, myself, Mikowski, Why Not, Why Not's always making his video, shout out to him. Like he said that TSM was like in 5th place in the power rankings for good reason. I mean, this team historically has finished extremely well on LAN. We're just like, yeah, they don't look good online, but they'll do better on LAN. You know what? They didn't. But now with Manny, it just feels like they're reinvigorated, and maybe they'll actually bring that to LAN that we're used to seeing from this group of players. I can't wait to see what they do, because I do agree with Mac. They could get as high as top 6 as well.
Now we are moving on to the winners finals, and now we have TSM and Incognito. What are your expectations for this series?
This is going to be a brawler. We've seen 4 and 3 game series in our winners semis. This one looks destined for a game 5. Both teams come in playing very well. Both teams come in with a little bit of that honeymoon buff. TSM's is a little bit more intriguing though, because their honeymoon is like a divorce that they rekindled their love for each other or something, right? Like, that's kind of where TSM is at in this one. So they're coming back with the fiery love effect. That and honestly, guys, you could argue that Cherish is a better player than Manny. You could absolutely make that case, but it doesn't matter in the sense that composition is what matters in Halo. 4 guys that click like wooden pieces that just like you get in like the Amazon you got to build it yourself desk or something, and it looks really hard, like all the pieces are laid out on the floor, but then you start putting it together and you're like, oh my god, everything just clicks in. That's TSM.
Well, we're looking at Incognito here, Eli, and wait, did I miss something?
Mikowski's brain works in very mysterious ways. Like, how do you imagine this team as the coffee table you put together from IKEA? Like, that's just crazy to me.
The easy one.
The analogy works, but it's like, where does that come from in your brain, man? Someone needs to study this, man. Seriously.
I don't know. I didn't sleep last night. I've been changing diapers and feeding babies. So now we're feeding the Halo community with some weird visuals.
Fair enough.
I mean, I feel like I got it. I feel like I got it. I was going to ask you about Incognito, Eli. So we were talking about team composition just a moment ago and TSM and then getting back together. But Incognito, we have 2 players from Luminosity, and then that's Yaxon and Piggy. And then joining them is Precision and Descendant. How do you feel like this team has been clicking from what we saw so far today?
Well, I'm gonna try to one-up Mac's analogy here and say that this Incognito roster is like pieces of 4 different Lego sets that you just like try to put together and then somehow create something magical that actually works really well. So it's like you don't really expect the 4 pieces of the different Lego sets to come together, but they do actually work really well, and they create something that you hadn't even imagined in the first place. I love to see Descendant and Precision back on the same squad. This dynamic duo was slaying out insanely on that Complexity roster before Spartygate 2023 or whenever that was. And now that they've reunited with another duo, Yaxon and Piggy, it feels like this squad really has something to show.
Well, I think we have another duo that we haven't talked about, and that's actually Twitch Chat and LVT Halo, because without them, without Twitch Chat, without you, the YouTube audience, without everybody who supports us, we wouldn't be able to cover all of the amazing Halo that we do, not just online, but on land too. So don't forget to pick up one of your LVT shirts. We only got 40-ish, less than 40, something like that left, and these are the last ones we have, so go ahead and pick those up and support your grassroots production. We are here because of you guys' support, so thank you so much, everybody. I think we were able to sell a few though, so I'm not sure how many we have remaining, so go ahead and don't miss your chance for that, or your chance to pick up your team passes for DreamHack, which are now available on the website. So !DreamHack, click on that link and get your team passes before they are gone. We're gonna set up for the winners finals now. TSM versus Incognito up next.
Can't keep my head on my shoulders. Feels like I'm losing myself. I still see your shadow on the wall, like I'm living in hell. Touchdown in a new place, trying to escape your poison, and I hate that I miss a mistake. I'm tired of your ghosts, but I don't wanna run away. I can't believe I fell for all of it and it was a show. I know it's toxic, but it's just unfair. I letting you go. But you play a game, you can't escape. I'm caught up in the middle. You're running through my head, and all the things we said. I wish I could forget you. the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. And my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes. I don't wanna burn these bridges anymore. It's easy to say things you don't mean when you're at war. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life. I need your love, I need your love with me for life. I place some mirrors in my mind. Thought that I could theorize, but I could only see in black and white. And I got so terrified, I looked for all the silver lines to determine what is what. They left me open, undefined. I found myself deconstruct. Operating from my ego, but I'm trying to disconnect. I wonder where do we go? The unknown is not as fast. I've tried to fix by overthinking. Why do I overanalyze? For the time being, I'll keep these mirrors in.
You're watching the NAHCS DreamHack Qualifier, and we find ourselves in the winners finals. It's Incognito versus TSM. And bringing all the action, to help me bring all the action, is Mikowski and Eli. Look how happy Mikowski is. Look how happy Eli is. Look at that smile. You guys are having a
There's
good
a
time?
reason. There's a reason I'm so happy. My Dallas Stars in Game 7, down 2-0. Mikko Rantanen scores a hat trick against his former team that said, we're better off without you. Traded him just months ago. It's almost, I almost feel like we could bring this back to Halo, Eli. It almost sounds like a Halo story, the way a former player gets revenge on his former team. Might be a little bit of that throughout the day as we are rolling right into things.
Yeah, it's TSM versus Incognito in this winners finals.
All right, here we go. This one should be brutal and death-defying as we launch our winners final with an oddball here on streets. First couple of seconds going to TSM as they rotate the oddball back to A. Camo up shortly, but it's precision with the stalker rifle. That could spoil all their plans. 3 go down.
Wow.
Make it 4. Incognito. Full control.
But look at this. Precision has perfect timing to grab the camo with the stalker. See what he does with it. He's actually wrapping back. I think he recognized his timing was a little bit weird and expects TSM to be rotating through the B side. He is correct. Probably has some good intel from the squad's communication as well. Look at this. He opts to just flip the map. He's going to chuck the ball back towards C, understanding the map has flipped and his team will likely spawn over here. And he ends up just using the camo to safely move the oddball. So even though he's got the stalker, finding value in a different way, but Talik finds a way to win the fight anyways.
I thought for sure Precision would stay alive. Now, Piggy does pick up the Stalker, but how long is that going to last? He's the last player standing for Incognito. Does have the advantage in the form of that weaponry, but as I assume, Druck takes him down, and TSM regain control of the oddball.
Druck gets taken down, though. The Stalker rifle looking like it's cursed so far. Nobody really able to get any value out of it just yet. Looks like Soul Snipe trying to multitask here. Wants to get some oddball time, but also wants to help his buddy on the B side. Forced to back up, though, as Talik gets taken down. Reinforcements have arrived. Druck in a fight against Piggy, but great shots from Piggy. That's a difficult fight to win. Now one shot. Yeah, unfortunately stays out in the open a little bit too long, and the spawning players of TSM able to shut him out of the equation, but Precision's still here.
Precision still here, and now rocking that automatic commando. See a lot of damage go out here in the backside of Tram, but the damage from that frag grenade that sends him out toward the front side of Trash. He'll regain his shields, reposition, and pick up an easy slay onto Druck. Another cleanup occurs in favor of Incognito. Now TSM, it's been all back and forth. 0-2 is the score, 20 to a rolling 15. Incognito might be the new team in the lead.
Clutch play there from Descendant. Because he stays alive was a big deal, but not until Talik gets a cluster luck double kill. Wow. And shuts that play down in an instant. Piggy's still alive in the back of C, and I don't think TSM are aware of it. Not until he throws these grenades. Okay, they are definitely aware of it. Manny turning to shut him down, and that means that Incognito have limited time to activate here. Can Jackson find one? He does find the trade. Descendant's in a precarious position. Looks like Descendant just waiting for someone to rotate through purple. Ultimately, with the jab strafe, does get taken down, but does a lot of damage for his squad to capitalize off of.
30 to 15. TSM have doubled up on the lead, but the pressure is coming in strong for Incognito. That oddball might just get reset out towards the palm trees. For now, going to lie on the top side of C. Precariously at that. As Piggy, some good shots into his opponent, but it's the bait and switch again for TSM. They're carrying what we saw was their best characteristic, Eli, in that previous series into the winter final.
Yeah, they're looking good so far. They've scrapped enough to have a doubled up lead, but we all know how fickle that can be an oddball at times. Soul Snipe pushing aggressively forward. He's not playing close to the oddball player. Instead, wants to make life difficult for the next set of spawners. Descendant with a great chase grenade, but it doesn't matter. Soul Snipe carries on through. Hits the shots confidently and is still alive for now. Piggy tries to shoot him out of the sky. New camos coming up. Both teams focus on that. But it looks like TSM might just earn the oddball and the camo here.
I haven't really seen anybody find optimal value out of that Stalker rifle throughout the entire day so far. Still early. Soul Snipe gets a couple of kills. Not the optimal variety we're speaking of. He will go down, and that Stalker should change hands back into Incognito's as Descendant with the pizza jump. He's looking to eat, pushing into C. Has some shots down onto Druck. Druck gets chased out towards the spiker stairs towards Descendant's teammate Piggy. They'll trade out. Numbers advantage, though, for TSM. Incognito have the positioning advantage, you could argue, with oversight on the oddball. The numbers advantage is there for their opponent, who's going to come out with this oddball. There, it's going to be a fight for it.
Oh, love this push out by Incognito through the B side. They really easily shut down Manny out of the play. Now TSM have less space to fight from. They still play fine out of the situation, though. Somehow take down one. Precision trying to pick up the pieces here. They will get 3 dead momentarily. Now members of TSM spawning on the B side. Incognito recognize that, rotate the ball away. Should be able to get some ball time here. But for how long? Incognito now trying to bait this jump up. Looks like Piggy's expecting a player to either push through purple or jump up from ATM. Forced to drop the ball for now.
Solid bounce pass frags off the stairs. Take Incognito down to low HP, and they're going to be able to clean up on it. Is TSM, Manny in particular, with the double kill. Now he's already doubling up on the time. 55 to 26 here is we got one more up on the map than Incognito does. That should allow them to continue with control of the oddball, and they're starting to rotate it towards PD, it looks like, anticipating a push through either the middle of the map or the red room, and it looks like that's exactly where Descendant's coming from. And now he's got the Stalker. He needs to stay alive with it. Did he trade out? No, did not. Descendant holds onto the Stalker. Now he's got a double kill, looking for a triple, but there's nobody to look for. All 4 down. All 4 going to be spawning on C, and Descendant's already pushing up the line of scrimmage.
Look at this. He pushes, I would argue, maybe a little bit too far up. Does get intel quickly off the engagement. Now forced to backtrack.
Whoa, what?
Perfectly placed grenades somehow takes them both down. And TSM just instantly shut down what looked like a great play from Incognito. They've now completely flipped the situation on its head. They've got camo, they've got the oddball, and they know which way Incognito want to push. This is well executed by TSM.
Druck tossed that frag like he was on a line, like he pulled in a bass fish, 10 pounds at least. As that stopped what looked like was going to be a comeback attempt from Incognito. Now TSM have regained that double up control on the lead and then some, just 10 seconds away from securing the round as the push is coming through. An overextension is needed as Incognito are spawning inside a C. The slay on the shotgun might not be enough. Manny and the rest of TSM rotate it towards PD, get far enough away to keep it to the 99-second mark. And can Incognito hold on for their life? They're going to be playing 3v4 optimally, best case scenario the rest of the way, because they can't really afford to drop the oddball. There's two things working against them. The 99 on the board for TSM and the 52 seconds left on the clock in round one.
I love the way they just play that though. They push out B so they have a place to rotate the oddball towards, then they quickly turn around and manage the push on the opposite side as well. So far, very well executed. They've got to do that like 2 more times though if they're going to win this round.
Artie in the chat just grabbed some LVT merch. Love to see that. And Incognito grabbed this incredible comeback. My God, 99 just sitting there staring at TSM menacingly. Not able to secure that 1 second they need. Talik might go for the sneak. No, with 2 players there on the caution tape, he's going to need at least 1 slay. Gets 1, but 2 of his teammates go down. Now they're looking to clean up on the damage that Talik had taken. Frag toss goes out, takes Talik down to half HP. Ball still in the hands of Incognito. 89 to 99. It's just a 10-second game with 30 seconds left.
I love the way Tolik's been playing this though. He knows that they're not in a hurry. They've got time to work with. They need to push now though. Now they should be in a hurry because it's only 7 seconds to close it out. But Jackson somehow runs away with it. He chucks the ball towards Subway, but it's not going to be enough. Almost was the play, but the patience out of Talik there was ultimately what made the end of this game a lot easier. He played even before this play, before he gets this kill onto Precision, was able to stay alive and just wait for reinforcements to make sure they got that 3 dead so they could end the round.
The play of the game so far goes to Druck with that cluster luck on the jukebox. It was a 5-second differential. That's all it came down to, was 5 seconds, and Druck assuredly earned TSM more than 5 seconds with that. Man, they call it cluster luck, but hey man, good things happen to those who go for it. As Jackson crowded in obscurity, but Soul Snipe still finds his back.
Soul Snipe with the dreaded stalker rifle that so far has been kind of cursed this game. Okay, maybe not cursed anymore. Soul Snipe finds 2. Also pre-nading the PD, where I guess he expected the player to spawn. Jackson somehow has the timing to shut him down. And now Incognito trying to play fast off spawn, but after Jackson goes down, this isn't going to be a hard push, especially when Druck is throwing grenades like he's Tom Brady. How accurate is this man? It's been so many times this game already.
Gunplay, melee, and grenades. Those are the 3 pillars of Halo combat, and Druck has lifted the frags maybe to the top of the leaderboard, at least as it relates to his gameplay, because my God, like you said, Eli, have the throwables. They're doing work for Druck and TSM. It's why they have a 23-4 lead here. Been tough to find points in the early goings of round number 2, but TSM looked to cross that 30-second threshold, if not for a push coming through from Incognito. Precision gets the first strike, looking to make it a double kill onto Manny. Has help from Descendant, and that should earn Incognito the next round of time. Soul Snipe's make it a little bit more difficult, and he trades out. So we're not going to see as much time go to Incognito. They might even have to drop the oddball to play for this next push from TSM. What a great job trading out there.
I mean, honestly, Precision got away with a murder there, going in and out of the shroud screen. It should have been a clean kill in favor of TSM, but he's the one that gets the good trade, in my opinion. Now, Incognito trying to hold off the next wave of forces of TSM. They go 3 dead. Druck is able to, nope, never mind, not able to get away with the camo. But that's 1 less item that Incognito could use to rack up ball time. They will be able to hold this as they've now staggered out the spawns of TSM.
Ooh, Jackson could find a lucky cluster luck of his own, but he elects to just continue shooting shots downrange as he takes down Soul Snipe. Incognito have now been the one to double up on the lead. This is a nice bounce back round from them in round number 2, a round they need And Precision is delivering double kill, killing spree on top. The man's on fire.
I mean, Piggy just played that beautifully. Stays alive, calls out that player. Precision responds to the callouts perfectly to not only get both kills, but also keep Piggy alive. That's why they have such a strong lead in this game. They're working together much better this round. TSM look to shut that down, though, as they get 3 dead. Now, wow, huge win from Manny. Descendant, definitely one of the harder 1v1s to win. Movement's always so clean, but Manny doesn't care. He picks up another with the help of Talik.
Interesting to note that Incognito weren't content with their hold on the backside of A. They actually tried to rotate it, maybe all the way through to C. They got stopped at the halfway mark inside of the 2 stickies in B. And now it's TSM who steal their fit, take it into C, and now they're the ones set up with it.
Descendant being tricky here. Finds a sleigh that's going to open the door for the squad to hold forward. Manny finds 1, make it 2. He's 28 and 20 now with the triple kill. And he just single-handedly kept TSM in this round. I mean, had he not gotten that triple, we could be looking at a very different round right now.
Druck was the hero in round number 1. It might just be Manny in round number 2. Eli, he's got the most slays, just about the least deaths, just about the most assists, and the most oddball time in the lobby with 68 seconds. You want to talk about doing it all? That's what Manny's doing right now for TSM. But still close, 54 to 59. The oddball continues to sit at the bottom side of C. Another battle will ensue for it as Descendant gets help, gets soul snipe. Jackson feels comfortable enough to grab the oddball for now, but the pressure's still on. He's already facing shots.
Facing shots indeed. Precision setting up on Oscar's house here. Finds 1. Almost finds a second, but Manny's going to shut him down, puts him back in the trash can on which he stood. Now, TSM 1v1 situation between Piggy and Soul Snipe here. Oh, never mind, not 1v1. We've got help here as well. Piggy doesn't have anywhere to go, but somehow stays alive long enough for Precision to get the sleigh, make it 2. And now TSM are the ones that have to play catch up.
54 to 75. 1, potentially, at most, 2 chances down the map into C from PD. TSM are staring at around 3. Now they make their move. Druck, some entry frags, not able to gather any damage. Long range shots, needs that opening break, but Descendant gets it. Piggy gets one of his own, and it looks like Incognito should be able to shore up round number 1, and they will. All 4 go down with just 4 seconds needed. Incognito high up this oddball.
What a different team we just saw between rounds 1 and 2. I feel like Incognito, this play right here really exemplified the teamwork. They're not only getting the slays, but they're keeping each other alive, and that's so crucial on a map as small as Streets. You know, just having 1 extra gun in the next fight is going to make your odds of winning it that much greater. Let's see if Incognito can keep up the momentum into this tie-breaking at round 3.
TSM do exactly what they wanted to do off the start, and that's take down Precision. He seemed to be the one that was entering flow state out at active. He gets taken down off the rip. Instead, it's TSM mounting numbers already across the 10th second threshold. The push is coming through. There comes Descendant. He helps earn a slay. 2 down for TSM. Fall time should go back to Incognito. Just waiting for him to pick it up. There we go.
Okay, Descendant trying to play. He was about to bait that corner, but sees Piggy, says, hey, let's make a play on this player at the arcade. Maybe Piggy was the one to initiate that, but it works out brilliantly. Now, Talik in an awkward position. It looks like his location likely known. Will they be ready for this? Yes, Descendant's waiting for him to jump up, finds the trade. Precision's going to drop the ball. See if he can land a couple of slays as his teammates come off spawn, but now sees his teammates spawn at Subway and throws the ball towards them. Drops it so they can fight once again.
Oh, that nade might do a bit of damage to Soul Snipe. Not enough to take him down or prevent him from grabbing control of the oddball. 21 all here. That's just for a little. As TSM get a little lead. 26 and rolling to 21 for Incognito. As Druck has the positioning here on the top side of C. He's going to be like shooting fish or Spartans in a barrel as 2 push through the bottom mid side of the map, but they're able to break through with their numbers. Hey, it's a 1v2 despite the high ground advantage for Druck. Still something to play for Incognito. Does he get the double? Oh my God, Druck. Patience pays off for him there. He waited for those 2 to push through into C. They took the bait. They got taken down, making all 3 that he could have taken down. Druck 3 for 3 on this as he get another team wipe. Spike grenade goes out towards the backside of Commando. And TSM have the oddball once again. What a play here from Druck.
Drug all over the map. Previously on the purple side, rotates to the east stairs, but his location gets found. It's 2 dead now. Or TSM should be camo in the suit of Incognito. Yes, it was Yaxon that picked it up. Yaxon probably calling for help here, but Precision and Piggy have gone down. So Descendant, last player, they could potentially help him, and he does. Descendant finds 2, and despite being across the map from one another, Yaxon and Descendant find some teamwork. Yaxon's still alive here with the camo, but TSM knows his location.
Jackson also knows the location of Druk. He spotted his visor sliding through the spiker stairs. And with the collective teamwork, Precision earns a double kill. Manny pushing through, but he's got to worry about a cloaked Yaxon, taking him down with shots now. Gathering some more oddball time, 38-28. It's been a close one here in round 3.
Precision with the John Wick pistol in hand. Doesn't matter. Druk's got a red gun. Certainly a stronger piece of the sandbox. As long as you hit your shots, kid. Now, rotating through center of the map. Every single fight between these squads is so mixy. It feels like they could evolve in any number of different ways. Druk decides to rotate through the back as he can't land the headshot onto Talik, though. Doesn't matter, as that teammate will get cleaned up. And now we're still trading once again. Very close round so far, but Incognito take a narrow lead.
2 split. Piggy, surprised he didn't face any shots down the middle of the map, is able to safely get that oddball back into C. And it's Incognito on top now, a rolling 13-second lead. As Descendant finds another one, staying alive. We're seeing a little bit of what makes him famous, that just in-your-face aggressiveness. And he's going to get right back in the face of Soul Snipe, take him down. Descendant is reaching peak status here. He might just find another one. No, he does not. Talik slides through. The snapshot shuts down what could have been a spree from Descendant.
Oh, Manny playing so fast here. New camos coming up. Curious to see how these teams prioritize it. TSM content, get oddball time. Manny, unfortunately, thought he had a frag grenade equipped, but the plasma blows up on his own toenails. And that's going to lead to his untimely death, and as does the rest of TSM. And that one error could be the difference here. I mean, these two teams have been that close that a single self-inflicted point of damage could be the difference maker.
Self-inflicted wound, an unforced error in a tight, highly contested. It was a 3-second game when that sticky grenade left Manny's hand. Now it is getting busted wide open. 21-second lead here for Incognito, but they go 3 down. Jackson, all he's left to do is probably earn some C spawns here, wait for the rest of his teammates to push up. That's going to allow TSM to get right back in the match. They haven't yet grabbed the oddball. Now they do, but the push is already coming through for Incognito. TSM don't have the numbers to stop it. They're going to have to drop the oddball. They're already playing 2 versus 4 with 1 down and 1 with the oddball, and that was a little too late to drop the oddball and play for the reset. Incognito pushed through. Great patience there from Jackson. He was the last Spartan standing, but not the great shots you needed to stay alive. Talik with a great double kill. No, he does not get it, and that allows Precision to get more time for Incognito.
This has been so back and forth. It's been difficult to keep up with the action. Piggy now trying to play gatekeeper at the police department. The bodyguard successfully defends his turf. Been also delivered a Christmas present here. It's a stalker rifle, full ammo, by the way. Let's see if he can put some work to it. Now, looks like can't finish off Manny. Manny forced to wait for his shields while the rest of TSM arrives. Oddball's been in PD, just racking up time, and just like that, they held off for just long enough for Incognito to get the round, and they're on the board.
Oof. That would have been all 4 down for Incognito and a chance for TSM, but you're right, Eli. I think once that self-inflicted sticky doom landed at the feet of Manny, that was about it, man. It was a 3-second game when that occurred, and didn't see much more time after that from TSM. Instead, Incognito roll to a 1-0 lead in this series. Live Fire Slayer next.
Impressive stuff. I think they got outslayed. Yeah, Piggy. Look at Piggy's assist, by the way. 28. That's kind of astronomical amount there. So Manny pops off with 38. Talik with 42. It's ultimately not enough. Actually, the slays might have been somewhat even at the end of the day, but very crazy game 1 of the series.
I'm really curious to see what Piggy's OBJ total was in the early goings here of this round number 1. It was Piggy with the most for his team Incognito, and I saw a tweet from him. He was kind of having to defend himself after some of the drama with roster mania V2, and he said, "I don't know what you guys want from me. I was the number 1 objective efficiency player. at Arlington. And you need a guy like that. You need a legend. You need a snakebite that's willing to play the dirty work and get the job done. And it looks like that's what Piggy was doing here about halfway through now. And he's got 30 seconds. So he's a little bit lower at least at this rate. So Piggy at the very least is assisting on enough kills to play his role near perfection.
So what's really interesting, I feel like Piggy and Manny actually have similar story arcs in the community and their competitive careers. Like, both underrated, both not really appreciated for what they bring to these teams, but there's a reason they're constantly on these teams that are fighting for top spots. I think that as time goes on, people will start to understand how much value both of these guys bring to their squads, despite maybe not showing up in the stat sheet the way their teammates often do.
There you have it. Wow, and about 90 more seconds in total. So despite a round one that looked really strong for TSM, definitely make the case that Incognito were much better throughout the 3 rounds. And I guess that's why they make it a best of 3, to really determine who's the better objective team there. And it was Incognito so far, but we move to a Slayer game 2 where the only objective, well, is you.
That's right. It was a long one for game 1, over 20 minutes. Yeah, or sorry, exactly 20 minutes according to this. Now move to Team Slayer, which will likely end in less than 10. This is going to be a fast one. The TSM like to play fast. This is their chance to bring this back. But I tell you what, I've been impressed by the speed of Incognito. We got a lot of really fast players on both of these teams, and that's why these fights are kind of hard to keep up with, man. This is like hard mode for casting. I can't keep up with these fights.
Agreed. But if there's anything that Incognito can take from game 1 into game 2, it was their camo control. We saw more often than not the camo going into the suit specifically of a guy like Yaxon. So I think if they're able to maintain power-up control here in live fire, I think that's going to be one of their keys to victory. To get ready, kick things off with precision. He's been the MVP, you could argue, so far for Incognito. He's been finding the most slays, some ridiculous double kills where he should have gone down. Having a little tough time, though, finishing off his opponents. Manny, he does do the initial damage to allow his teammates to clean him up off the start, as Descendant makes it away with the snipe. Likely going to set up here on the snipe tower, set his sights towards the left to allow Incognito to grab another camo.
Yeah, look at this. Descendant, unfortunately, loses timing. No, doesn't lose timing. You could tell that he was manipulating his positioning on the map to manipulate his opponent's spawns so that he could have a better time sniping them. Takes advantage of it. Now a 5-2 lead. They've got camo, they got snipe, they got everything. They know TSM are spawning on the B side of the map. Precision following the QT portal. Will Truck be able to use it again? No, it looks like the portal maybe had expired with just enough time for Precision to close that out. But this is a great start for Incognito.
3-8 as the score shifts towards 4-9 after those two players, Colic and Precision, trade out. Descendant still with the sniper rifle over towards the snipe tower. Drux down to 1 HP. Really well calculated frag toss there. Could take him down, and it does. Yaxon earning the slay. And Descendant earning more time with the snipe.
Descendants rotating through. They are in the blender. TSM down by 9 early on here. And the spawn kill is good. As I said, Descendant understanding how to use his positioning to manipulate exactly the spawns that he wants so he can capitalize off of it. Incognito now roll forwards. Precision, though, with some discipline. Recognize he needs to back up. I just love what I'm seeing from Incognito.
This is a bolsterous 6-17 lead for Incognito as they are in full control in the early goings of this one. A little repulsor there made it tricky for Colic. Will go down. Seen a lot of that here today. Jackson now live in the backside of A. This is where, Eli, talk to me about the game state. 8-20. This is where you play from the lead and the other team has to chase. Now, I know it's not an objective where you have to overextend into a base to grab a flag or something like that, but there's still something to be said for playing from ahead in a Slayer. What is it?
But you just got to keep your foot on the gas. You cannot just slow down and get too comfortable on the map. A team like TSM will completely change the game state on you if allowed. So you have to continually put them in the blender, continue to focus on these power-ups. Don't give them an inch, especially a team like TSM will take a mile if you get lazy for even a second, as TSM have closed the gap a little bit here, but still don't really have any tools to make their journey any easier. Incognito have switched to the back foot though. How does TSM play from here?
Yeah, and there's another example of what this lead affords you for Yaxon. You could actually make the argument it was a net positive for him going down with the camo. It's not something you'd usually hear, but with a 10 kill lead, just keeping that power up out of the hands of TSM, I'd argue is a net win for them. As Talik now on the C platform. Remote detonation, tricky. Very heads up play, chest like with the shot as Talik earns a slay, but he's gonna need a killionaire's worth of remote detonations to get back in this one. Still down 9.
Yeah, 9 has been the lead pretty consistently so far for Incognito. That can change though. When Talik has the sniper, just needs to land a couple slays. I like that Incognito's not giving them anything though. They're not just holding forward. I did say you got to keep your foot on the gas, but you've also got to recognize a situation where you can set a trap, but Talik with the body shot into headshot combination tries to do it again. That damage might get followed up on by a teammate. Yeah, Soul Snipe swinging in, trying to close it up. Druk going in on the opposite side. Now they've cut the lead down to 8. Still a lot of work to be done.
We talked about how efficient the bait and switch was for TSM in that winter semifinals, and then in game 1, Incognito seemed to be better at it, and then there on the garage door, Incognito seemed to have better execution, almost baiting TSM into 1v2s that they have no hope or chance of winning. Soul Snipe tries to chase out the damage from the QT user, tosses a frag out that doesn't connect or get through the door. As Talik now down by 9, Eli, with 6 shots in the sniper. This is what could bring TSM back, and he's been good with it. He's been able to land body shots and or headshots, but he goes down. That's a massive takedown for Incognito. Just simply burning the snipe and keeping it off the map is going to be another win condition for them.
It's a great point. You got to imagine when you're down this much, a tool like the sniper rifle, sometimes the only way you're going to get back into it, a few uncontested, just clean headshots without taking damage can lead to a lot more value. But when that snipe is in the hands of the team that has the lead, it's not going to be an option. It has now gone back to an 11 kill lead for Incognito. Sniper still in the hands of Precision as well.
Now look at Piggy, man, still doing his thing with the assists. Second highest for Incognito, but he's doubly positive. 12, 6, and 6 in total. Piggy's been stepping up his game here in game number 2. It's a big reason why.
Oh my god.
Incognito have a big lead, and now his survivability looks just as impressive. He forces Druk to chase that out. He's not going to be worse for the wear. But look at this. It's the first camo of the game for TSM, and we talked about the snipe. We talked about the camo. There's going to be 2 keys to coming back. They've got 1 in their back pocket, and they're only down 5.
This is all of a sudden extremely doable, as TSM just got 6 kills uncontested, I believe. Jackson finding 1 though to try to right the ship a little bit. That's massive. Druk gets 1 of his own, but he gets traded out. All of these trades good for Incognito. All they really need to do is continue to trade. But Manny gets a little bit tricky with the movement, with the double melee. Gets that one, has to run away though, as the rest of Incognito are certainly here to chase him down. And I just keep seeing Yaxon in the kill feed with these clutch kills, man. Yaxon has been that guy that in situations where TSM start to get momentum, he's been the one that gets the opening break slay to keep Incognito in firm control of this game.
Oh man, this one feels close, but we're nearing the end of game number 2. So the rope shortening for TSM to climb out of the hole they've created, and it's going to get even deeper. Going 6 feet deep times 4. That's 24 feet of death as TSM go 4 down and Incognito regain their stronghold on this Slayer.
So impressed by their resilience. It's easy to just kind of back down to a team like TSM. By the way, TSM just get 3 dead, have not traded any of these out, so all of a sudden
4-kill game.
Yeah, it's a 4-kill game. It's gonna be a 3-kill game.
Oh my god,
the sniper just trades hands. I don't know, did Soul Snipe not see that, or he just doesn't want to grab it yet? Okay, wanted to get his shields back before he rotates back, runs past it again, just favoring the bandit with his squad. They could tie this up. No, once again, some clutch kills come through for Incognito. Precision being such a difficult kill. Finally gets taken down, but I think he wasted enough time. Piggy can clean this up. That was so impressive from Precision.
Call it, clean it up. No, the bait and switch is too strong. Yaxon comes in and cleans it up instead. Good shots on the Manny. Another bait and switch secured. And what we are seeing, what was the best characteristic of TSM, it's like it's been Bono snapped out of them and given to Incognito as they will take game number 2. And Eli, that's one of those traditional, you can't win a Slayer early, but you can lose it. And try as they might, despite the incredible pace of comeback from TSM, it just went down too big, too early.
You're exactly right, but I am so impressed by the resilience of Incognito in those moments. Yes, the tide started to turn for TSM, but I mean, watch this play from Precision. This little corner, I'm calling that the precision corner now. He just earned himself a call out. Look at the way he's just twerking on that pole, man. That was crazy. I know his girlfriend's watching in Twitch chat too. I mean, putting on a show for somebody. But look at this movement.
This was Ola-esque. This was very Ola-esque.
Oh my, okay. So he sits there, the crouch to the side. He's being so difficult. Soul Snipe doesn't know where to put the crosshair. Like,
look at that.
And then throws the nade angle off of the staircase as well.
Can we go back? Can we go back just a second, Louis? I know oh, okay. Wow. Asking you shall receive. This is one of the most interesting skill sets of precision. Here's that Gears of War wallbang strafe where it looks like it's like beyond a jiggle peak and it's like something completely different. My God, precision. That is a Gears of War champion showing his stuff in a Halo series here against TSM. That was nuts.
Man, that's a feels bad moment for Soul Snipe as well. I mean, he's just like, yeah, you got it, bro. I mean, what else can you say to that? Like, he's just wasted his time so effectively in a way that he just could not recover. And I mean, there was, I wanted to shout out Yaxon as well, because like I said, there are so many situations where TSM are starting to roll, and then all of a sudden it's Yaxon gets a kill in the kill feed. Okay, that completely stifles their momentum. Incognito get a couple more trades in the process. TSM get control again, and then guess what? It's Yaxon getting the first kill once again. So we didn't get to see his POV that much, but I know for sure he was getting some clutch slays in moments that were highly consequential for Incognito.
Yeah, and that's Precision's fiance watching from the chat. So congrats
my bad.
on the nuptials. Hope you guys have a wonderful life together and a great marriage, but a celebration might be in store a little early here as Incognito might just stamp their way to the grand final. They've already stamped their ticket to pool play at DreamHack Dallas. Now looking to just add a little bit of icing onto that wedding cake.
Okay, this is TSM's chance to bounce back. They need to get good snipe control. Descendant, though, has been a monster ever since this map came out. I've seen some crazy clips from Descendant on this map. I mean, really any map with a sniper or double snipers, you can count on Descendant to pop off. But TSM needs to right the ship here. They had a great series against Gen.G, but so far this roster Incognito has been a little bit too much for them to handle.
Oh, if not for Talik answering with a snipe of his own, it looked like one of those flip starters from Descendant, but instead he'll be stopped and sent back to the respawn screen. So too are 3 of 4 members of Incognito, so that's going to give the bomb to TSM and more space on the map to do things like this. Talik with another nasty headshot. Descendant just came off of spawn and he's going right back to the respawn screen. This is looking like a potential score for TSM.
They got more work to do, though. Need to get a couple rounds of slays before they can plant it. That's why the bomb will just sit there for now. Druck has a sniper that he found. Finds a body shot after the headshot as well. Can't turn it into 2, though. Descendant and Precision keeping each other alive. But Slay's still leaning in favor of TSM. But no, Incognito shut it down. Wow. It's a 4 dead. And they're going to reset this bomb off the side of the map. No, he doesn't even need to do that. He's just going to move it forward.
Unbelievable. It really looked like TSM were on the verge of at least getting a chance to cap it. They hardly even got that. So Incognito off of spawn do a great job with their defensive effort. Reset that oddball, and you're right. Maybe they do wish they had reset it because it hasn't gotten quite to the middle of the map, and now the OS is up there too. That's a big change that Halo Studios made, and it's made this a much more palatable game type.
Yeah, great job from Halo Studios. This game mode much easier to play now as a competitor and a viewer. Still no points on the board though, and that's what the changes were designed to increase, but that just goes to show how closely these two teams are matched. Send it with some clutch kills.
Oh my God!
Double kill.
Descendant somehow just upped the shots per minute or the RPM of that bandit rifle. It's almost like he was finding double shots, Eli. I know you can appreciate that.
I mean, I just got some double shots yesterday at the Halo 2 lane. I'm witnessing them still here in Infinite, but that was just a rescope masterclass. The confidence on this man to even reach out in that spot is off the charts. I mean, when you're more than half down in that fight and still taking it, just having the belief that you're going to be the one that comes out on top, I mean, that says a lot.
Despite the big play, the big triple from Precision, it's TSM that now have the bomb in the base of Incognito, or at least on their side of the map. But after getting wiped, to be like a seesaw of death. Back and forth we go. No team able to find points easily. It's going to come down to a hard-fought effort. And Precision, he just found the new snipe. Precision just found another snipe. Headshot, body shot for the double kill. Doesn't need to look for a triple because they're all dead. Incognito, 1-0.
This could turn into more as well. I mean, they've got full map control. If he lands a couple spawn kills, TSM could be reeling. Piggy tries to grab the new sniper. Should have maybe just thrown it off the map, but no, it looks like the rest of the team is here. Maybe Jackson picks this up as well. Precision, though, with the sniper, and he sees Druck advancing the bomb onto his side of the map. And look at this. Incognito need to walk backwards as TSM somehow snuck through, and doesn't matter. 3 dead. Manny, last player alive. Descendant, it's going to get shot in the side of the head here by him. Can he get the quick scope? No, doesn't pull the trigger. Has to reroute and stay alive.
You mentioned how all of Incognito was going to have to come back to their base, but I actually like the positioning of Descendant and Precision to stay on the 50-yard line and inside the base of Incognito. Precision does 2 things there. He pulls TSM back with that, and he also has a great line of sight through the middle of the map. And because of that, it's Jackson inside of the cap point looking to score again. That is nuts. It was just on TSM's hands to tie things up at 1, but my God, it's Incognito on the offensive instead. How did they form that play?
I mean, like you said, just holding the center of the map does a few things. You still have a clear line of sight to the arm zone when you look backwards at your own base. But also, if you win the fight, you can quickly advance the bomb across the other side. You're still in position to manipulate the spawns as you wish to see. And that's exactly what we saw from Incognito. It doesn't ultimately lead to a full bomb plant, but TSM's still stuck in their base right now.
Unbelievable. Full snipe with help from the repulsor. Finds 1. He looks to stay alive in the snipe tower. Colic now. The defensive effort just needs to clear the bomb out of the base, and it's going to be in Manny's hands. Do just that. Needs to win that on Precision, but no, Druck has his back instead. So the teamwork, that bait and switch that we saw that was on point. Guys for TSM on the line of death, but not going down because of that teamwork. They're starting to find it back again. Will it be enough, though, to tie things up? 50 seconds away from the halfway mark.
6-minute mark. Going to be crucial here. 30 seconds till both snipers and overshield spawn. Keep in mind the timer can be a little bit weird on this game mode because the timer does pause as the bomb's being armed. So got to be paying attention to those respawn timers, especially if you're the coach here. So 12 seconds for these items to spawn. I think both teams going to try to stay alive as that juncture comes into play, but it's Incognito with 3 dead for TSM, and they're all 4 alive. They should get everything. They're gonna get the items. They're gonna get the overshield. They might even get a bomb arm out of this.
They might even get the snipe as well. They could steal not only the utilities, but the hearts and souls of TSM as Descendant does just that. He's got a little sliver of OS left to work with. So 1 shot he could afford to take and still feel like he's in it as he takes that shot, but still has full shields. It's the fight and into the back of Soul Snipe with the no-scope melee. Descendant making things rather difficult for TSM on the defensive effort. And up 1-0, Incognito using offense, Eli, as the best form of D.
Ooh, Descendants had no
this tricky window jump!
No. Can you imagine if he hits that? He almost stayed on the map as well.
I did. I saw it. I thought it was going to go down, man. Anytime Descendant starts pulling some fluky, tricky stuff, he's one of the kids that can land it.
Whew, that was exciting. Okay, back to square one, though. We still got time for TSM to come back, but this has been the Incognito show so far in this winner's finals. They've just had the stuff, man. They've had TSM scratching their heads in some of these situations. Jackson gonna see if he can rotate through and get to this tower positioning. Piggy finds a sniper. He's got 6 bullets in it. Let's see what Piggy can do with it. We haven't seen him with the sniper too much, but we know he can pop off with it as well.
Few weak opponents scattered across the battlefield for TSM, and they will get cleaned up. 2v2, even fight for now, but Piggy has the advantage in the form of that snipe. Taking his sights to the top side of the ring. Now gets shot down. Gonna have to retreat, regroup. The rest of his teammates. Overshield is up as well. And when you're up 1-0, Eli, you don't feel stressed and pressed to just try to get that bomb into the base. You can play your process a little bit more smoothly, play for this overshield, secure it, and then make move on your way. And it looks like that's exactly what Incognito has done. Piggy has not gone down yet with that snipe. And it looks like the OS might just go to TSM instead. This would be a reversal of fortune.
Yeah, I like the way Piggy played that situation. Lands a lot of body shots. Would have liked to find a headshot somewhere along the way, but also burns a little bit extra ammo on his way down. But you're right, it doesn't lead to as much as he would have liked. Talik finds the sniper on the ground. He's going to pick that up fine. He's got 1 bullet left. But the overshield has been depleted. It's 3 dead for TSM, and what looked like a bad situation for Incognito has been turned around. That has been the story of this entire series. When it looks like TSM are about to be in a great position, Incognito find the answer every single time. It's got to feel suffocating for TSM. They just can't get much off of their advantage state, and this is a momentum-based team, so that's got to hurt.
Yeah, TSM kind of looking like a birthday balloon 3 weeks after the party. It's a little deflated. As Precision hit the fists, starting the bomb, staying alive. Repulsor frag toss actually gives him a shield advantage, I would believe, in this situation, and it does. Descended cleans up on it. Precision still staying alive, and this has gone from bad to worse for TSM. A 2-0 advantage for Incognito would all but end this game. And again, Eli, I'm going to say it again. Oh, no. Offense has been their form of defense. Incognito have not let off the gas.
Yeah, TSM is just trying to get out of their base for the vast majority of this game. They're arming the bomb again, by the way. They get 3 dead. Druck, last player. Okay, Druck gets a clutch kill onto Precision. Is it going to be enough, though? Descendant finds a headshot.
Oh, my God. Incognito. Gross. Moving Druck on the map like is a chess piece. It's like they wanted him to go there. He got drawn in by the invisible hand into the hard scope. Free fire of Descendant. But despite that, 4 go down. But despite that 4 down, it was the cap and the bomb score that was the reason they went 4 down. They utilized all their resources to double up on the advantage. And Manny goes down. It's another self-inflicted wound. He got the freaking insta-splode that went back at him. I've never seen that.
Reverse insta-splode, that I've never seen that either. I mean, that
man,
I feel like it would be hard to recreate that on purpose.
I agree. That's why I think we've never seen that before. I didn't even know that. I've never seen an insta-splode go backwards. It always skips forward like a rock on the lake. Man, this has been really, really tough for TSM. I'm trying to visualize a path to a comeback. Maybe it starts here.
Yeah, this looks like a free arm. I'm not gonna lie. 4 dead with perfect timing. Bomb's already on the plant zone. Can they make it 2 though? That's the question.
2 minutes left. In a 1-score game, as TSM have shown us some life here. And Incognito go 3 down. So too does TSM. Soul Snipe versus Precision in a 1v1 for the bomb control. Descendant spawns up, takes his sights, the top tower. Looking out across the base towards the expected spawns of TSM, but they're behind him. Druck has his back, and Druck should have him down. If not for Talik, Talik might get the slay instead. Druck goes down. So the teamwork has again been much better. How does Descendant stay alive right here? And he's gonna get the slay off of spawn on Soul Snipe. Descendant should have been dead seconds ago.
Descendant had actually got a double kill to clear his side before he went to the tower. That was a huge play. And all from that, Incognito are once again in the base of TSM. TSM in a position where they just have to try to force this bomb off the map, but Incognito won't let it happen. Descendant is the guardian that says you shall not pass. 28 and 14, doubled up in the KD department with 12 assists to boot and a bomb arm. Minute remaining. This is still technically doable, but they've got a lot to work on here if they're going to come back for TSM.
From Guardian, the guards defending the fortress, Incognito do not advance on the map. They're going to hold the line and really shift their strategy into the defensive form. Descendant letting out for the snipe. A few headshots here could end any hope of a comeback from TSM. Just getting a double body shot might just be enough. Descendant's the last player alive, though. He goes 4 down, and TSM can advance this bomb. They have time. 30 seconds left in an OS. Talik needs to G-slide his way into the cap zone. They might just tie it.
With the OS, this makes it more doable. They've got to drop and slay, though. This is smart from Talik. They know the timing's not quite there. Might want to pick it back up and arm it a little bit more. No, instead decides to rotate through. Wants to find a slay. Piggy, though, with the remote detonation. And he's going to chuck the bomb out of the zone. I think that's
4 down again. 5, 4, 3, and Talik picks up the bomb. He's going to stop the regulation clock at 2, and Druck stops the push with the headshot. The bomb gets armed. The bomb gets armed. We're tied and heading to sudden death.
Oh my God, it looked like Piggy had saved the game, but with seconds to spare, TSM tie it up. 3 minutes added to the regulation clock. This is insane.
No shot. There is no way, man. The ESPN Index had a 99.9% chance for Incognito winning this, but they're 99.9% on the death screen. All 4 go down just about, and they're back attacking. TSM, attack.
No way.
They're scoring. They're securing the comeback. They might just do it at the 50% mark. They're going to need 50% more of the slays. Piggy goes down. So too does Soul Snipe and Talik. Jackson just trying to stay alive, but he goes down as well. TSM might just secure it. The bomb gets reset out towards the pillar, and my God. Finally, 4 go down for TSM, but boy, have they had us believing in the last 60 seconds.
What am I watching? If you guys are not watching Halo Esports, what are you doing? This is insane right now. Okay, Incognito changing the situation. They've got 3 dead now. Have a chance to move the bomb in. They're trying to shut down Druk. They do so. Soul Snipe comes off spawn. They might just close it right here. Manny's off spawn. They know it should be on the other side. They flip the spawn. I think that's going to be it. Manny has the repulse.
The Kembe Mutombo finger whack for the win as Incognito take the series sweep in an unbelievable fashion.
Wow, that was absolutely incredible from both squads, but TSM almost getting a game off out of... Wow. That was absolutely incredible, guys. Incognito move on to the grand finals. We have to break down that game 4. What happened here?
I mean, so much happened here. This is the point in the game where Druk hits the clutch snipe right here, shuts down Precision for the double quick scope. As the bomb's being armed, the clock had been paused. Here they almost do it again, but Piggy gets a remote detonation, I want to say. No, that might have been the previous play. They finally switch the entire map around, and yeah, Precision's repulse, this is what won them the game. Had he not repulsed this singular grenade, we might still be watching this game transpire, but perfectly executed use of utility there from Precision is gonna finally close that one out. Descendant 35 and 20. Gross. This guy was popping off.
Wow, we saw an incredible, we saw Incognito being dominant most of the series with a little bit of life here from TSM at the end, but they've taken them down now. They've secured themselves a spot in the DreamHack, not just the DreamHack pool play, but in the qualifier grand finals. What does this win against TSM say about this Incognito squad, Mac?
Well, I'm usually the one that's like a little too hyped and getting told by Eli, hey, reel it in, brother, reel it in. I'm going to reel it in for Incognito here because of their performance on land. They had the 5th, 6th seed going into Arlington and then placed top 16 on land. So because of not revisionist history, but actual history, I'm going to pull the Jets a little bit. Incognito, they do look phenomenal. They look fantastic. I mean, this is a TSM roster that after 3-0ing Gen.G, I thought was going to put up a lot more of a fight, at least get us to a game 5. But we have to remind ourselves we are on air and on sea. We are online right now, so that's my big question, Eli and Ali. Can Incognito duplicate this result on land? If so, they look like a team that could hold on to that seed of 5th, 6th.
Eli, what's your answer?
I mean, I think that all members of this team have a bad taste in their mouth about what happened in Arlington, and they're going to come back to Texas with a chip on their shoulder and try to change their own storylines, because it hurts, man. Coming into a tournament with 5th seed and then falling out that early, unable to make anything happen in pool play, that's gotta hurt. So now in a position where they can right those wrongs, and they got that experience. They had some time on land. They've had time to reflect on it. They know what went wrong, and it looks like they're making some progress to correct those mistakes.
Well, what did Incognito do right this series to put a stop to a TSM that had just won an incredible series just before?
Well, I mean, Halo's a team game, and it's very hard to have your hero moments, but man, I'm putting Descendant on the pedestal. 19.0 KDA at the wrap-up of that game number 3. He was the guy with the snipe in the tower that was stealing the hearts and souls of TSM, and granted, while everybody for Incognito played great, it was really Descendant for me who stuck out as a rising superstar here in Halo.
Well, Eli, you called out Precision and Descendant as a duo that's getting back together. So what do they bring to this Incognito squad for you?
I mean, insane slaying power. These two kids are on the come up. I mean, Precision's been proving himself for years in another game on Gears of War. He's always been near the top of the individual skill for Halo Infinite as well, in my opinion. Descendant, another one of those guys. I think he's grown so much over the past couple of years. Their sling power is insane. Their individual skill, their movement, their way that they just understand how to navigate tactical situations is really impressive. And I think that any team that runs into these two is going to have a hard time knowing how to shut them down. I feel like they find very creative ways to turn the tide in fights. We saw that multiple times from both these players throughout the series, and you just got to find a way to play against it.
Well, using that, they have positioned themselves into the grand finals here today in the qualifier. TSM dropping down to the lower bracket side. We're going to hop on over to watch the lower semifinals now. It's going to be Cloud9. 1 second, guys. Let me get Cloud9 versus Gen.G confirmed as our next series in the semi-final. So that's what's up next. Mac and Eli, it was awesome having you guys back here today. And we're going to see you guys on the next one. We're going to bring in Tools and... Is it Tony? Tools and Tony? Yeah, Tools and Tony. So. After this. So thank you so much for joining us. Once again, we brought the morning squad back together. We're going to take a quick break as we get ready for that next series. See you guys after this.
Something I've been chasing, dreaming.
You're watching the NAHCS DreamHack Qualifier, and it's Championship Sunday. We're hopping on over to the lower bracket side. It's elimination semifinals time. Cloud9 versus Gen.G, and to guide us through it, we have Tony and Tools coming right in.
Yo, what is up? What is up? Just sat down. I'm ready to go. With the action has been absolutely crazy, and you both are looking mighty fine today. What's up, y'all? I gotta redo my hair or something. What's going on?
Well, I'm feeling fresh because I got the gold LVT on. You know what I'm saying? You can't be coming out without the LVT shirt. You know what's up, chat? Get yours today.
So much my merch in the chat, everybody. This Cloud9 versus Gen.G series, there's a lot on the line for these squads. They're fighting their way through elimination semifinals right now. What are you guys' thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, so far the winners bracket has been absolutely fantastic, and we kind of talk about it. This lower bracket is set up to be amazing, and the match already started. Oh my gosh, match is already going.
We have indeed started. Elimination semifinals are underway. Gen.G versus Cloud9.
All right, Gen.G going against Cloud9. It's game number 1, and I see a little bit of a lead. I see a 1-0 lead in favor of Gen.G. Wait, the game just started. It's less than a minute has gone by, and Gen.G already have a flag cap in? Or bomb cap, excuse me.
Yeah, like what, 30 seconds into the game? I mean, how efficient can you be? I mean, this is like patented Riot Noob stuff. Yeah, he's always fast to get into the action, and a little unfortunate didn't get to see the first 30 seconds because, I mean, that might have been the most efficient thing I've seen in a bomb yet. That's crazy, Tony.
Wow, Gen.G firing on all cylinders. I mean, they were pretty damn good at Arlington, and somehow just getting better and better. In 2025, we still got a lot left in the year here as Breaking Shot looking to push up over toward the ringside. Ryan, who already applying pressure, takes 2 of Cloud9 to take him down.
King Nick, wow, what pressure from him. He just threw that insta-explode in. He wants to get underneath into that elbow to try to force out some favorable spawns for his team, but a little ahead of the action. Sab was able to get back there, get those kills, and the rest of Cloud9 getting to their spots at the right time. Overshield now really in Cloud9's favor, and you see Septify able to grab it with no pressure at all.
Overshield in the hands of Septify right now. Doesn't want to overextend just yet. He wants to make sure that Sab finishes off that kill, and now finish off Breaking Shot. Could mean that bomb's moving forward. Trust his teammate in order to do it. He got some bombs to be planting here. Gen.G started off on the right foot, and looks like Cloud9 are looking to match that energy.
I like this movement from Septify, getting to this back base, try to be a nuisance, but it's Gen.G going 3 wide into the corner. I mean, they are all stacked up, and they know where Septify is at. He's on a timer. He knows pressure is going to be coming, and there's King Nick on the hunt, and Septify, he's dodged him. King Nick has no idea.
King Nick has Septify in front of him right now. Dodges that grenade, still puts down the damage, but Septify refuses to go down. Beautiful kill coming out of him, but you still have more in front of you. There's more of that pressure coming in from the flag side, and with snipers coming up, you know Septify, he needs to take down 2 and grab a hold of it. Oh, it's stolen. Breaking Shot is just way too quick.
I don't think it matters if he gets that sniper away. If Septify keeps doing the damage he's keeping both these players occupied. Common had to go to the window, and Lethal comes down for 1 second. He gets demolished. Breaking Shot able to use that sniper to eventually get them out of what was a very sticky situation, but you're feeling that pressure that Septify is providing right now. The confidence this man must feel. He had a top 5 KD at Arlington coming into today's tournament. He's been playing the best Halo I've ever seen.
And he's not done. We got to see it from ultimately Cloud9's point of view. Breaking Shot, taking down both Lethal and Septify. Quickscope connects. Now he's in the base of Cloud9. Gen.G have successfully infiltrated the base, and with Breaking Shot shooting like this, it's about to be real bad for C9.
Being hidden underneath, gonna try to catch Sap off guard, will do just that, but remember, Overshield's coming up soon, and Gen.G have lost crucial numbers at the wrong time. I believe it's Septify once again that just grabs Overshield. There was no one there to stop him.
1-0 lead still in favor of Gen.G right now, and Breaking Shot is still breaking backs with the sniper. Septify puts an amazing triple kill on board, and Breaking Shot was almost the overkill. So despite the crazy snipes we're seeing, Septify and Cloud9 still have the advantage.
Tony, I just want to point out, We saw Septify, he got a triple, but on the other side, his opponent also was like on a triple. It was like overkill versus overkill action there for a second. Multi-kills everywhere, but one thing's remaining the same. That bomb is not moving on this map. It's been perpetually stuck at the middle of the map. Neither side really being able to get that movement necessary.
As of right now, it seems like a stalemate just for a bit, but as the slays keep coming down, one team gets a bit of an advantage. We could see some movement going on here. Bomb sits over on the base, and you know they're not comfortable with that. A huge stick by King Nick sends him right back, but Boo Boo Doo on the cleanup. Boo Boo Doo has a couple members of Gen.G in front of him, but so does Lethal. Lethal navigates it well.
Lethal's teaching Break a Shot a couple lessons right there. Gonna get that bomb right into arming position, and I love this. Drop it, try to find a couple more slays. Your team's not here yet. You gotta wait for them, and most importantly, try to stay alive. King Nick, though, able to get that trade and that bomb halfway, but still a lot of work ahead of Cloud9.
Breaking Shot moving that bomb away from the base here. It looks like Septify wanted it, but it's gonna off the map, and apparently so is Breaking Shot. A huge repulse out of Zabinator.
And now Sab's in a great spot, right? Sniper's coming up in 10 seconds. They're gonna force those armory stair spawns. If they can move this bomb, they have a great shot. Especially, look at Ryanum's on its very long flank at the moment, trying to get behind the opposing sniper. But if Cloud9 recognizes that, they can just move this bomb while he's out of the play. They're 3 down. Just go. Lethal recognizes it. Just move.
Overshield's grabbed. Lethal's moving that bomb. Common takes a whole lot of damage courtesy of the Overshield player. Boo Boo Doo wants to play more forward with it. Luckily, Sab has the sniper. He's going to clear a beautiful path. Then Boo Boo Doo starts to arm Common, tries to stop him, but it's not going to happen. Lines him up. Sab gets not only the quick scope, but the bomb arm as well. Yes, there it was. Oh my, that scared me.
I mean, Cloud9 played that just about perfect, though, right? They got their sniper in the spot they want him. Easy snipe shots to try to finish that one off. Maybe losing a little bit more numbers than they would have liked, but that's about as clean as you can get on a Fortress bomb.
On board now with Lethal here. See, Common and Ryan working together. King Nick perfectly placed over toward the tower side. All this information being gathered here by Lethal, and King Nick wins a huge piv. Very important kill as Cloud9 look to stabilize.
And Cloud9's been doing an excellent job at that, stabilizing. We've seen Gen.G throw a lot of pressure towards the opposing side, a lot of early overextensions, and Cloud9, I think, have started to figure out what that can lead to, the opportunities that come, and Septify has been brilliant in the middle of the map. He is consistently finding the most important slay for his team to start to move forward, but with that, we see it once again. Look at that. Ryan in the back base. It has been constant from Gen.G. Ryan getting to this spot, this overextension to try to facilitate action early for his team, but it can be counterintuitive for your team. I mean, counterproductive if you're here too early and that bomb doesn't move, right? That's my concern right now for Gen.G.
As of right now, Cloud9 the one to go 3 down. Ryan and Common going to try to work together here. Meanwhile, Common over on the mid side takes a lot of damage, but there's Ryan for the cleanup. A wingman medal earned by Common, getting involved in every single gunfight. Going to get rewarded with an overshield. Now as he moves this bomb, maybe a little bit of a fumble there, and now Cloud9 have a bit of a timing gap. They're able to put down some max damage, and Ryan looking to do the same.
Ryan wants to get him out of this elbow spot, and wow, what a shot from him. That's going to be the first. Now, just has to worry about Septify as Breaking Shot comes in for the help. If they find both these kills and start moving up this bomb, this could be an easy plant, but that's oftentimes been the struggle for teams, is they get into their spots to get to that, you know, theoretical best arming spot, but then the bomb isn't there to help them finish that play.
Breaking Shot having to whip out the BR to finish off that headshot there. Meanwhile, King Nick, he's awfully aggressive here and probably the most important player on the map at the moment. Has some good shots onto Boo Boo Doo, but doesn't account for Septify taking the much closer angle. Multiple go down here for Gen.G. Cloud9 should be able to get that bomb out of their base.
Yeah, that's great stabilizing efforts once again, right? They had basically unrelenting pressure for the last minute and a half of gameplay. Not only do they get the clear out of their base, they're going to be able to stabilize at the right time when snipers come up. Now they have a potential power weapon to help them facilitate some sort of offensive action.
King Nick with the huge pick on Septify. Over on the low side right now, gets his shields back, so he's ready for another fight. And once again, like you mentioned before, always trying to send at least one, if not two players extended into the base of Cloud9. Cloud9 may be 3 down, but Septify has awfully a lot of fight in him.
Bombs into this elbow once again. Septify, knowing how dangerous this can be, they're trying to clear everything out, but no real worry about getting that bomb off the map. In fact, oh, there it is. So I was like gonna think maybe they're gonna try to opt to walk that forward, but off the map, reset once again, and overshield coming up in just 5 seconds. Cloud9's been very consistent on their power-up control, and that looks likely again as Gen.G just went 3 down. Common will join them, and that's another basically free overshield.
Missed no scope is an opportunity for Cloud9 to not only get the numbers, not only attack ring, but overshield and bomb. Now in the base of Gen.G, all of that pressure that Gen.G was putting on Cloud9 has now just been shifted back over to him. Boo Boo Doobu with some huge damage, trying to get a bit of information. Ryan was gonna try to make a play to get this bomb away, but Boo Boo Doobu done got everyone one shot. Will they be knocked down?
I don't think Lethal was expecting a King Nick one-shot to over-challenge the way he did, but comes back, reestablishes his control, and it's a couple down for Gen.G, and that bomb's still a relatively dangerous spot. You can see Ryan trying to generate some space for his team to maybe get that further away, but it's not going to work. Septify's back in, and this bomb back in a dangerous position for Gen.G.
Cloud9 doing a great job of keeping this bomb in the base of Gen.G. An uncomfortable position right now. And Septify is just hitting shots. Perfect kill after perfect kill, knocking them down. Ryan and breaking shot, gonna overextend, but Septify says, well, I have the bomb right here.
Septify gonna have to dodge these nades for a second. You know there's at least 4 of them gonna come your way. Dodges them and right back in, but oh, did they get a split spawn? Yeah, look at breaking shot. He spawned over on that elbow. That split spawn is bomb plant saving. They're gonna be able to clear it, and wow, tough position for Cloud9. It looked promising, but once you lost both the perimeters, that bomb arm becomes near impossible, right? It's just too easy for them to get complementary angles to take down the armor.
And we saw earlier what Gen.G were able to do with their offense, and they got awfully close to planting this bomb at the base of Cloud9. Well, now this bomb is right back in their base, and as I say that, multiple members of Gen.G are now starting to fall right now. Ryan taking a whole lot of damage, forced to get his shield back to the low ground, but comes out swinging, takes down Boo Boo Doobu, does a bit of extra damage onto Sab, and now is rewarded with a sniper.
He gets sniper, but once again, I don't think I've seen Gen.G get one overshield. Maybe the very first to start the game when they got their first arm, but this is perfect. I mean, this is great positioning. They just need to get a couple slays. This looks likely, Tony.
And it does. Sab Septify stuck over on the snipe side. A huge takedown coming out of Ryan Noob, and both snipers in the hands of Gen.G at the moment. Over on the tower side and the elbow, it's Ryan Noob and King Nick working together. Meanwhile, King Nick trying to line him up, just barely missing out on that shot. The Bandit does an awful lot of damage, but nobody falling for Cloud9. Ryan Noob gonna have to take things into his own hands. He gets aggressive. He's flying in, but nobody home.
I don't know. What did Sab do? Like, he disappeared straight up, right? Am I crazy?
Did he go outside the map? What
was he drop back jumping on like the window? Like, where did this man go?
Yo, I need an instant replay tools. I have no
instant replay won't show it. It wasn't even on our screen.
He's not done. He gets a no scope. Now moving the bomb. Hold on, we got the replay right now. Hold on, Sab. Did he go?
He must be in the window, drop back, like jumping, right? Like that's the only thing. That's the only way. How? Or maybe he jumped up the window, went around. I'm discombobulated, and so is Gen.G from that play. Like, look at the offensive action that's coming from Cloud9. They have all the control. They are wiping Gen.G. They have the elbow spawns. King Nick, there's nothing he can do. You just need to make sure no overextension spawn comes in. But Ryan Noob in the right spot, right time. He's getting 2, maybe 3. No, Septify shuts it down, but that also shuts Cloud9's opportunity out. Septify gonna have to wait for those respawns to make. Wait, Tony, are they just straight OEing? You have to come back. What are we doing, Gen.G? Septify, that's free. How did you lose track of the man?
Oh my gosh. For it to end like that is absolutely crazy. But I mean, we got the replay right now. Ryan Noob was pushed up. So was Common. We're playing bomb.
This is
tools, please.
We saw this throughout the game, right? There was a general theme with how Gen.G wanted to play that map, and it was early overextensions, right? They like to get into the base of Cloud9, but you got to remember, this is more of a positional battle throughout bomb. And when you have that bomb in a premium spot on the plant zone, suddenly your timing windows become much larger, right? You have way more freedom to skip steps. And that's what Septify does at the end of this game. He skips steps. He doesn't have to worry about those slays because of the information that his teammates are giving to him. They're on death screen watching all the players from Gen.G overextending, and they're telling Septify, no one's there. Go plant it. Even when Ryan Noob comes off spawn, he pushes forward at the end, I believe. It almost a complete breakdown and understanding what's going on the map. There had to be some sort of miscommunication from Gen.G to lose track of Septify that way. But that's what's head scratching to me, Tony, was that Septify got that kill when the map was really quiet. It was just him and Ryan Noob fighting. There wasn't a lot to get lost in communication there.
Absolutely crazy what we just saw, and I guess we see it a lot in, like, you know, in sports like chess or poker, where sometimes like sometimes a novice level play can even stump a bunch of pros and whatnot if done in the right situation. So, and sometimes, you know, you just overthink things, and they were overthinking that space, overthinking those routes, and nobody said, hey, somebody needs to go and just grab this ball, either throw it out or push it up. We saw the crazy movement by Sab. I'm assuming Sab went into Forge mode, went outside of the map, and then came back. That's my guess.
I'm trying to figure this out. Like,
is there a window?
He jumps up. He jumps up. He clambered. He clambers up. Ryan Noob thinks he went down.
He never went down here.
Wow.
He never went down. Okay, never mind. Wow, he never even went down.
No, I mean, just I read him like a book, and Ryan Noob made the 50-50. Just, whew. But I mean, look at the end here, right? So Ryan Noob gets this kill. This is the last player for Cloud9 that's really in the fight, right? And then Septify gets that. Gen.G's 3 up, right? And look, they're overextending. They want to get this overshield control. Something they missed all game, so they're starting to play forward. You see King Nick fighting Sab. Sab even gets that kill on King Nick, so that's tough. Ryan Noob spawns under base. He's playing forward to try to get to that overshield. Everyone's just distracted on the wrong thing. And you see Common was so far forward. Common's sitting basically underneath the elbow at that point, like playing that so far overextended. And you just got to realize, like, game state is the first thing that matters, right? In any game, it's game state first. The game state is bombs in your base, and you have a player that's alive in your base. Like, you must clear. If you all overextend, or if you don't communicate who's going back to finish that kill, then you're in trouble. And it's not like Septify is off, right? Like, Ryan Noob's on death screen here, right? Like, Ryan Noob should definitely be seeing this and calling it out to the team. Maybe it was a quick offshoot, like he saw him go back into the tower, swapped offset, like gave a comm that he was heading back towards his side. Either way, I mean, that's, you don't get you don't see that every day in professional play, like that level of miscommunication.
Going into game number 2, it's going to be a Slayer on the streets, and I can promise you they're definitely going to be buttoning up that small talk, buttoning up the coordination there, because it really feels like an unfortunate loss. It really feels a little bit like you have so much more in the tank right there. Loving seeing what Gen.G are doing. Want to see some more out of them. Cloud9, meanwhile, they're up 1-0 in the series, and they've always been a damn good Slayer squad.
Well, Gen.G had a very fast start when we went into game 1, scored in the first 30 seconds. This time looks like Cloud9 finding the antidote early on. A lot of pressure through the middle of the map. They're going to be able to find all 4, and that might just mean more woes for Gen.G when it comes up to this power-up control. Cloud9 will have the first bat at it, well set up for this camouflage.
Camouflage is snatched up by Sab. He's going to try to take a bit of a safer route towards where his teammates are spawning up, and now right back into action he goes, although just a split second too late, because it looks like Septify's already gone down, and that means Gen.G are going to surround him here on the ATM side. Surprised able to stay alive as long as he did. Eventually finds the one shot and breaking shot. Sab somehow lives.
He's still alive. Septify came in at the perfect time, cleans up too, and wow, Sab getting lost in Gen.G. But more, that is putting Gen.G on notice. I think they're gonna start calling out Sab by name and making sure he goes down these times. He is putting Gen.G in a blender when it comes to just getting lost.
I will say, one thing I did notice is that although he stayed alive, his teammates around him were dying. A little bit of a bait. That's what I do to my teammates in matchmaking all the time, and I don't even need camo. I'm still baiting you out. 10-5 lead in favor of Cloud9 right now. Boo-Boo Doo-Boo with a clutch double kill, and the repulse to send Breaking Shot back. Breaking Shot wants to hunt him down while weak, but Boo-Boo Doo-Boo so creative with not only his movement, but the equipment. Nobody on Cloud9 is dying.
And we're seeing that a few times now. Gen.G just leaving too much meat on the bone, right? You got to pick them clean. Do not let these players stay alive. And so far, it's Cloud9, right? Doing a great job of not over-challenging. And oh my, Septify. That nice, pretty shot there. But they're doing an even better job of getting to each other's help at the right time. Like, how many times have we seen a player survive because the help just comes in and look, Lethal he went down to absolute. There's 2 players in the same lane from Gen.G, no cleanup. And this is just gonna be backbreaking for Gen.G if they keep allowing players from Cloud9 to live.
Gen.G do get a bit of an advantage here as we see Boo-Boo Doo-Boo get awfully aggressive towards PED. Gen.G setting that trap perfectly. And I'm not sure if Sad was able to get the camouflage again, but I think he was just taken down as Gen.G prioritizing that, only down by 6.
I think that camo did get burned. No one from Gen.G visible on the map. And it's 3 players that are all just really clumped up for Gen.G. They really want to take down Lethal. I thought Lethal was going to dodge that nade, Tony. Actually, that might have been a teammate that took him down. Oh, no, Breaking Shot in the right position. And yeah, wow, Gen.G finally, they get that clean 3 down, and Boo-Boo's position's known. This is a great opportunity for Gen.G.
Doo-Boo is forced back from the arcade towards the red side. Teammates are coming off a spawn, so you know he wants to make something happen with that. And bringing the red gun over towards Subway seems to be the priority right now for Cloud9. Sab gets an assist on the purple side player. 1 player down the perimeter means Sab is going to take a bit of a center route and get right behind enemy lines.
Sab up into the tires. 2 players to his left. And it's that quick info. He's turning that corner. He's like, man, maybe I can like get some info, and hiding right in the corner. Ryan Noob there, and we're starting to see this lead at least being chipped away. Gen.G just down 1 wipe now as they know where Cloud9 spawns are.
20-16 lead here for Cloud9. Ryan Noob able to get his shields back while on the Subway side. Meanwhile, looks like King Nick and Breaking Shot trying to work together, but with Breaking Shot going down and Ryan Noob having no idea Sab is there, that's 3 down now for Gen.G.
And look at where all those players from Gen.G are dying, right? You have Ryan dying at Trash. You have another player dying at PD, and action happening over on the other side of the map as well. It's too separated, right? Especially in that moment. They just spread themselves too thin, and Cloud9 won some crucial fights.
Septify finding the weekend player, real easy with the BR, making 2. My man's playing SWAT right now, and I'm here for it. Common taking a lot of damage, multiple players going down, and Septify says, bring me back to Season 1, Season 2. He going off with the BR.
He might send him back to Halo 2, bro. He's just stood, planted those feet in the ground, said, I'm just not going to miss. Pulled that reticle and hit 4 crispy shots. It's a great way to get that 3rd kill in sequence, and so far we're seeing that lead just sprout out once again. It was down to 4 at one point, now double digits as Septify earns another triple, and Septify continues on the trend of being one of the best Slayer games in Slayer players in Halo Infinite. He's 12-4 right now, and this isn't an outlier for Septify. We saw last year his stats, a significant difference between his objective and Slayer game. Like, he statistically is one of the best Slayer players in Halo Infinite, period.
Now you have Boo-Boo Doo-Boo and Lethal working together with them, up by 10 kills at the moment right now. We're Cloud9 already up 1-0 in the series, and with the Stalker in the hands of Boo-Boo Doo-Boo, you know max damage is getting put down. K-Nick trying to stop the push, or at least delay it just moments here, but Septifying Cloud9, they're continuously on the attack, forcing them back, playing the trades, and right now you're up by double digits. Trades, it ain't bad if you're Cloud9.
Nah, I mean, you're playing for them, right? You're trying to be a little bit more aggressive. You're trying to force Gen.G into open positions so that your teammates can clean it up. And boo-boo. Okay, that's a way to get a kill. Just went from taking a one-on-one to being into a back smack into a pancake. It's just very, very fast play from Cloud9, and it's just working. They're keeping the deficit at 10.
I'm more of a French toast kind of guy, but Boo Boo showing that he's serving up pancakes all day here on these streets. Meanwhile, Ryan Duke finds the weakened player, but there's 2 more that are ahead of him, and Boo Boo taking height. What goes up must come down, and so do 3 members of Gen.G. Cloud9 grabs a hold of a camo, and that might have been maybe the last saving grace for Gen.G, and it just got stolen by Septify.
And we haven't seen Gen.G pick up a camo on screen all series long. The power-up control has just been brutal for Gen.G to deal with. It was the overshield that was getting them in the first game series, and now it's the camo that's going to be a back-breaking performance for Cloud9 now. This is just... It's just clean, right? And I'm not seeing like any mistakes from Cloud9. They're running at Gen.G. They're getting them into their spots. It's simple Slayer game.
Can I point out, and mind you, I'm not good at math or anything and whatnot, but it looks like to me that Boo Boo Doo and Septify have, what, 36 kills by themselves?
Don't say the 2v4. Don't tell them it's a 2v4 out here.
I mean, like, legitimately, they are keeping up with the slays of the entirety of Gen.G by themselves. Like, if that isn't crazy Halo being played, I don't know what is. Dude, whatever they ate this morning for breakfast, I'll take 2. Give me 3 of them, please.
Cloud9 was one of the most potent Slayer teams this season so far, and they seem to be continuing on that trend. So take a look. Hey, Sav and Lethal were involved. You know, look at those assists, Tony. 21 assists between the 2 of them. They're helping the boys out over there, but definitely a bit of a hero situation for Boo Boo and Septify. I mean, look at that, 19-18. We got ourselves a hell of a performance all across the board from Cloud9.
And what I did notice was, I mean, decent all around. 21 assists so we got a little bit of the assist game, you know, a little bit of the John Stockton to the Malone type of play that's going on. But I mean, just to see the numbers of between 2 players, 36. What do they have? Maybe like 37 or 38 of the team's kills. Like, that is crazy to even think about.
You know what's crazy, though? I'm gonna go look at the stats right now, and it will confirm it. They you know, Septify and Sap had more kills than Gen.G as a team, right? And then Boo Boo and Lethal had more assists than Gen.G as a team. So, you know, they're just getting it done on all levels.
Wow, Cloud9 doing their damn thing in the Slayer on streets, but now we get to find out if they can do it again in objective. And I still feel like Gen.G, I mean, think about that game number 1. Gen.G came out so hot and capped the bomb in what, less than 35 seconds or just like 40 seconds worth of gameplay? That's kind of crazy to think about. And that last bomb felt like, I definitely don't want to say luck, but it felt like a missed opportunity there for Gen.G. So I feel like in the objective, I still like Gen.G a lot. Going into this game 3, I definitely don't want to count them out, although Cloud9 were obviously fantastic in Arlington and showing even afterwards, even after a team change, they still are a force to be reckoned with.
Look at the story that the damage dealt and damage taken is telling from that Slayer game, right? Because we saw Boo Boo and Septify had very similar stats, kill and death wise, but look at the difference between the playstyle of these 2, right? Boo Boo Doo Boo's almost hitting 5k damage, which is insane in a Slayer, right? That man is battling, getting into those front lines, taking a lot of damage, and when we go look at his deaths, he's also staying alive at that same time. So he's taking 3,800 damage there, but he only had 7 deaths. That's insane to think about, right? Like, taking that much damage, being able to stay alive, regenerate those shields and get into the fight. On the other side, Septify is Grim Reaper. He's got 18 kills to his name, but his damage dealt is really just those finishing blows. He's coming around, he's getting those finishes, but he's keeping himself shrouded from Gen.G, right? He minimizes his damage taken and he's popping in at those right spots. And that 1-2 punch, right? The completely different play styles was really throwing Gen.G into a blender.
I swear, Boo Boo Dubu and Septify are who I think I play like whenever I'm playing matchmaking, but really I'm just baiting my teammates and just trying to stay alive as long as possible and not getting any kills whatsoever. But in my mind, I swear, I'm playing just like Boo Boo Dubu and Septify.
Yeah, right. It's like I need personalized lessons from those two. Like what is going on? What's going through the mind of a Septify, a Boo Boo Dubu, and a Slayer? Because they clearly show up and show out when it matters in these games. It's been really fun to watch.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, King of the Hills coming up next. Could be the final game of the series, but something tells me it's not. I'm a believer in his Gen.G roster, and the last thing I want to see is a sweep. I want to see me some Game 5. Cloud9 coming out hot, coming out with that heat. Can Gen.G match it here on Live Fire?
Quick into this right lane, and Breaking Shot not going to feel any of that resistance, just information for his team. And honestly, I think Gen.G a bit surprised that they got Sniper as free as they did. They just picked it up, ran away, and no one from Cloud9 was really occupying that middle lane.
Snipe. Why starting things off hot. Breaking Shot awfully aggressive there, but runs into two members of Cloud9. Ryan, who says, you know what, you're gonna make him weak, don't worry, I'll knock him down for you. Still has that Sniper, now gonna combine it with a camouflage. This is where Gen.G could go off.
Ryan still in a spot where he needs to be careful about getting spotted. I think Lethal, but yeah, I think Lethal did spot him for a second there, but looks like Ryan going to be able to reposition. He's going to have premium angles with this camo snipe option.
I wasn't going to connect on that stick, but Septify just barely avoids a spike grenade and does take him down. So Camo and Sniper, his Camo's down, Sniper shifts hands, still has a couple bullets to work with, goes sky high to Septify, awfully confident when you're doing moves like that, while one shot here, but Gen.G continue to score. Meanwhile, Septify continues to line him up.
Yeah, Septify is terrorizing Gen.G right now. And notice how he's consistently moving his location. He's just keeping himself hidden. And look, every time it's just a different player. He's constantly looking for that different gunfight, and it's not going to come in any kills. But he got chip damage on two different players. That's going to allow Boo Boo Dubu to get through that back rank. They get into that hill, and that's hill one. Going to go into the possession of Cloud9, and they just learned where that first spawn is going to come in as well. That's just about brilliant play from Cloud9. And think about what happened at the start of that hill, right? They lost Camo, they lost Sniper, they were so efficient at getting their time in hill despite all that.
Perfect. Unselfish play by Septify, some great execution by Boo Boo Dubu with that triple kill, and ultimately Cloud9 were able to take down that hill, and now kind of pushing up for this next one too. That was a momentary 3 down for Gen.G. Boo Boo Dubu now gets to clean up on Ryan Noob and wants to convert this into a bit of tower side control. Gen.G continue to push up. Meanwhile, Lethal finds a huge angle, gets some more damage on Breaking Shot, who goes down courtesy of Boo Boo Dubu, and Chris Common, he does make a play for tower.
Trying his best to stay alive. So many players in blue just surrounding him, but he did manage to get away with his life. So it's going to be about even numbers coming into this fight, but Septify might have the power up that tips the favors into tips the odds into their favor, and you see that start to come through. He is just lighting up Gen.G, and it's only Breaking Shot that's alive, and yeah, it's going to be simple enough to at least get the damage and then the finish. And this looks very likely for Cloud9 at this point, Tony.
Yeah, we were about even as far as that hill progression, but that round of slays definitely sways things in the way of Cloud9 here. Septify does have that snipe in the back pocket, now in the front. Ryan gonna get aggressive and runs right into Septify. Snipe. Lethal gets his off a screen, and with this tower side positioning for Sniper, this should be hill for C9, right?
I think Gen.G's not even gonna try to show their head here, and Breaking Shot might have just given away his bandit poked out, and that's Septify just misses the head, and at least he's patient enough to keep looking. But Gen.G, they know we're going next, and they're gonna try to work on these slays.
Even Septify was like surprised by that shot that Breaking Shot gave him. He's like, I can't hit the easy ones like that. I wasn't ready for it. Common. He does end up coming off a spawn, push through the green and over towards A. It looks like Gen.G have a slight advantage, but Septify has an even bigger sniper right now. He wants to push up here onto Comet and the rest of Gen.G. Put down as much damage as possible, but Cloud9 are staggered.
I think maybe a bit too aggressive there from Septify. He got that first kill, but you got to remember his teammates were also down. He was basically last alive forward on the map, and he tried to overstep what he could do there and eventually turns himself into a situation where he's trying to get that trade out. Gen.G, they'll take that space, right? Once he dies there, they've lost all that spacing towards B. Now Gen.G can basically finish that hill. Ooh, I say basically finish that hill. It is basically finished, but Tony, it's you still need that last second. Common will be able to get it for his team.
They do say almost and basic doesn't count. you gotta finish it off, and Gen.G eventually do that, but still down by 1 cap at the moment. Luckily for Gen.G, there's plenty of time on the board, as you do see Ryan Noob and Breaking Shot already set up early over toward the seaside. Sab wants to make a play for the camouflage and luckily is able to get away. This is about to be huge for C9.
I love that he doesn't pop it right away. He's waiting until he gets all the way to this door, because now he's given himself an extra 8 to 10 seconds with this camouflage to play with, right? And no reason to pop it right away when 3 players are looking at you. Wait till it's safe, and then maybe you can maximize the value. Oh, how is he alive?
I mean, that was pretty damn close to a ninja, if you ask me. The first domino does fall for Gen.G, and Cloud9 want to get activated through that. Sab knows the weakened King Nick is hiding on the Bud side. He ends up dealing with them quickly. Gonna go for the skill jump over towards Tower, now replacing the player here over towards C, and a beautiful setup for Cloud9.
Someone do me a favor, edit that kill that Sab just got with a Wilhelm screen. Yeah, just King Nick got bodied and threw into the wall on the other side of the map, bro. That was the strongest elbow I think I've ever seen.
Breaking Shot does win the battle for the sniper. Meanwhile, C9 and in the battle for the hill at the moment. King Nick, though, a huge pick for him means tower side control. Common with some damage down low. Boo Boo Doo, he has that height over both members of Gen.G. This must feel uncomfortable. Sniper in his hands and everything, but King Nick is chasing him away.
Yeah, Boo Boo knows that hill is gone as well. He's just trying to keep the sniper alive so that they have some sort of power weapon to give them favors into this next hill.
Ryan, who tries to slide in his DMs, he gets blocked real quick. 6 bullets to work with. Boo Boo Doo. He wants more. Common off the screen was able to go after Sab, and with half the members of Gen.G down, Cloud9 looked to take advantage. They hop right in the hill.
Yeah, he did get an eye on Ryan Noob for a second there, so he knows there's a player in that back tower, and he's going to give that information. You see Lethal just doing his best to keep Ryan Noob back, and now the spawns have flipped for Gen.G. Ryan Noob has been out of this play, but he could come back at a great time if he gets the timing here. And, oh, here comes Ryan Noob, and there goes Ryan Noob. Quickly dealt with, and so will be his teammates. King Nick will fall, and we're going to see Breaking Shot join. Common, he must just go hide for a little bit. You know, wait for those spotters to come up. Cloud9 have cleared the path for this hill.
Boo Boo does a fantastic job disrupting the setup of Gen.G, and now Gen.G spawning into a very unfavorable position right now. Snipe still in his hands, and oh my gosh, Ryan loses his head. King Nick takes the people's elbow, and now Boo Boo has the camouflage, and Gen.G gets squad wiped.
Boo Boo, he just took the most dangerous course of action, but because it was unexpected, he was able to get away with it, right? It throws himself into that player, knowing that one punch would take care of the job. Now that camo, just being that first line of defense, will earn themselves that 1 hill lead, and now they are on game and match point. Next hill for Cloud9 will win the series.
Still, one good thing for Gen.G is plenty of time on the board right now, but like you said, 1 hill will take it all. This is must-win situation, must-win territory for Gen.G, and you are dropping like flies right now. Somebody has to win a piv or at least take down Boo Boo Doo. Able to do it, but look at the nades well placed by Septify onto the green side, and nobody's able to account for him. We need a call out here. Cloud9 are about to take it.
And you see the themes that were happening in the first game are coming back to haunt Gen.G in the third. It's them staying alive. How many times are we seeing one-shot players get away with their life, being able to just manipulate how Gen.G can challenge? When you don't get those easy trades, the game becomes so much harder.
Green gun is out, but Common somehow wins that battle despite it. And now we do see a numbers favor go towards Gen.G, who will do annoying over toward the back green side. And a missed melee is going to haunt Common right there, because you allow one of the greatest players in Halo to grab a hold of that sniper and break your setup. Breaking shot, the final player alive from Gen.G. Can he buy enough time for his teammates to come off the spawn? He needs them bad, and Common's here to answer the call.
Common, right place, right time. That's just about perfect for his team. Breaking shot, really, like the second Common gets there, that pressure just completely falls off, and he knows that he can get that kill, but Sniper never quite went into Gen.G's hands, and Boo Boo Doo, he's causing chaos. Was able to get at least the damage necessary to kill a player in Hill, and Common, he's last alive. And yeah, they're not letting him get away. That's dangerous, Tony, because he went down as his teammates spawned, staggered spawns on a crucial hill. They don't have any time to waste. They're gonna have to sprint forward.
Sad doesn't need to do it with the band. He gets the finishing kill with the snipe, but breaking shot, a huge kill as he tries to catch up to Ryan, who just finished taking down Lethal, and breaking shot does a fantastic job of covering his back. Septify goes down to the low ground to take down Common, but right now it's Gen.G that are still scoring. Sab has to be the one to make a play if they want to win it right here, right now. It's up to Sab and Cloud9 to finally clear out breaking shot. Here comes the cavalry.
Look at the players of Cloud9. It's triangle formation. You run towards Hill, you best be cut down. That's game match point.
Cloud9 looked comfortable throughout the entire series. I think Tony, game one, I think was one of the times, not just this game, but game one was one of the best moments where Gen.G looked great. Was at the start, which by the way, I think that's the second time we see Gen.G do an instant bomb score within seconds of the game. I know we didn't get to see it, but I'm pretty sure last time we didn't get to see it either. So I have some questions about that. I don't know, Gen.G keeping secrets there, but that quickly turned around there in favor of Cloud9. What do you think is separating these two teams?
Yeah, I think one of the things that separate Gen.G from a lot of different teams is the intensity they actually put into play when playing scrims. Like, they take scrims extremely serious. I remember, like, a year or two, I want to say they probably had the most scrim games out of anybody did a squad with Ryan do bonded, and they take it seriously. And obviously their opening strats, they've prepared for it time over time, and they're coming out hot. Now it's time to find a way to, you master the opening strat. You've done what you need to do there. Now it's time to find a way to convert that into a full game. And I mean, they're getting better every time we see them on screen, and something tells me that there's a bright future here for Gen.G. I actually like this roster. It's really grown on me.
Cool. So we saw incredible moments from all players on Cloud9's side. I'm curious to know who you think were Cloud9's key players this series.
Oh, I mean, like you said, there was key moments for everyone. I think Septify stepped up big for his team. Boo Boo Doo Boo in game 3 was really crucial with some of those snipe shots, but it really did feel like everyone had their chance. What was really striking to me at the end of that game was the assist column from every player on Cloud9. They're all helping each other, right? And it's the survivability that we're seeing from these players that I think made a big difference. So, I think Septify had that incredible Slayer performance. He was getting on top of those camouflages as well. I've been a big fan of how he's been changing his game. We saw it in last year where he was far and away one of the best Slayer players in the game, but that didn't quite translate to the objective. I think that's what's changed for him this year. When you look at his objective numbers at Arlington, they're starting to match his Slayer numbers. He's becoming that main Slayer for the team that I think is desperately needed. And this Cloud9 team, like on paper, when you look at the roles that they have, very complimentary. I think this is a dangerous team, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see them on a Sunday at a LAN in a tournament this year.
Excited to hear that from you, Tony. Cloud9, they placed top 6 in Arlington with Manny, but now they're locked in with Lethal. What are your thoughts on the squad composition here?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm a huge fan of Manny, and what Cloud9 were able to accomplish back at Arlington was amazing. Like, think back to that championship. I'm sorry, that Saturday night game that was supposed to lead to Championship Sunday, Cloud9 pushed SSG to a Game 5 and at times looked like they were going to beat SSG and take their spot in Champ Sunday and in the guaranteed top 4, and then who knows what happens then. So to me, I was really surprised they decided to make a change, but once Manny ended up leaving and going to TSM, no-brainer. Bring on Lethal. He fits so well on this roster and what they're trying to accomplish. And Cloud9, another team that's obviously destined for greatness, obviously going to do some great things here in 2025. I am not mad at the Lethal pick whatsoever. And if you are, again, you don't know ball.
Well, great efforts here from Gen.G, but it's ultimately Cloud9 who moves on to the elimination finals to go up against TSM, who have also been looking incredible, and that's who's waiting in front of them. Tools, let's talk about this series.
Oh, I'm very, very excited about Cloud9 versus TSM, right? We're going to see Manny going up against his old team, and Cloud9, I think they're very eager to stay together after the last tournament, right? They got top 6. They played really well. They took SSG to that Game 5. They were, just a few kills away from making it to Sunday. All indications would be, hey, let's run it back. Instead, Manny left to go join a team that got top 12, right? And that's a bit surprising. You don't see that every day. And I think it's a testament to how Manny feels when he's playing with this core 4. And for anyone that we like to make the joke about TSM just recycling the same players. Like they all like to play with each other, but we haven't seen this team, right? The 4 stack, the original KCP, the original Fung 4 of Soul Snipe, Druck, Manny, and Talik since year 1. And the last time they played a tournament together, they got top 3 on the biggest stage at the World Championship. I think it's about time that this 4 ran it back.
Well, we're about to see this incredible series, but first, while we get ready, go ahead and type in !merch and !DreamHack in the chat. Pick up one of these incredible looking grassroots t-shirt tees. There's less than 40 left. We've sold a few already today, so those are the last few remaining ones. And also don't forget to pick up your team passes. They're live now. You guys can pick those up before they are gone. We're gonna go on a quick break as we get ready for this next series. The elimination finals are almost underway.
Yo, I'm a lazy motherfucker, that's what everyone sees. Ain't it funny how you wanna be the best, but you can't even get up and get dressed? Wasted, face it, you're never gonna make it. Rockstar, you won't get far. I know you're confused. People tell you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Damn, what a lie. What a time to be alive. How have I survived? Life's a battlefield. 1974. I think I'm going insane. I'm feeling crazy. Can't get it out of my head. Oh no, if the devil inside takes hold, then I just might wind up dead. Wasted, face it. You're never gonna be the one. Rockstar, you won't get far. At least you had fun. People tell you can be anything you wanna be, a king or a queen, as long as you got a dream. Oh no, it's a lie. They just wanna take your life, try to tell you it's a battlefield. People tell you you can be anything you wanna be. Wanna go to outer space, superhero in the streets. Damn, what a lie. What a time to be alive. How have I survived? Life's a battlefield. 1974.
You are watching the NAHCS DreamHack Qualifier Championship Sunday, and we find ourselves in our elimination finals. It is TSM versus Cloud9, whose lives are on the line here today on the first game, Forbidden versus Forbidden CTF.
Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1, it is TSM going up against Cloud9. Manny was formerly on this Cloud9 roster, joins his brothers on TSM. Meanwhile, Lethal replaces him, and who made the right move? I guess is the question. Well, right now, Cloud9 starts off by putting TSM 3 down, making squad wipe. Cloud9 picking up exactly where they left off.
And this is a situation where bad can turn to worse. They have both snipers, they have TSM completely contained, and an overshield running flag. You've already given up 1. The question is, can you stem the bleed? Can you not give up 2? Can you not give up 3? This game could be over in quick work if the snipe shots start to ring true.
1-0 lead here for Cloud9. That's about 48 seconds worth of gameplay we just saw. Don't get more perfect than that. But Manny and TSM on the respawn. They're able to go right after Sab. And now Septify is feeling the pressure, forcing him back with the sniper. But you're back an animal against the wall. You know, you go get them claws. And Septify puts his claws in TSM.
So far, he's been doing a great job of just keeping that distance, right? He's not trying to close down any space while he has his sniper rifle, and because of it, he's catching one-shot players trying to get to him. He's been able to stay alive and maximize the value of his life. Still not able to take down Septify. His presence has been too much for TSM to handle.
Right now, Septify and Lethal working together. TSM do have a man advantage, but as Cloud9 start to spawn up, they're able to get shots in the back of Soul Snipe, who is forced to give up on that flagpole, at least for now. Off screen, Manny does get a kill onto Septify, and some great damage going down for Soul Snipe, but eventually, Boo Boo Doo comes in out of nowhere, turns that into a double.
With that, overshield's coming up as well. Let's make it 3 for Boo Boo Doo Boo. Clears the way for the easiest grab. Septify going to be able to put that extra shield on his body, and suddenly that run for TSM seems more and more dead in the water. Though I believe there still is one player from TSM that was alive. It was Talik, but with him going down, Manny just has to wait. And look at this, the newest hiding spot on Fortress. Sit on the branches, find a player that's not looking, and an easy kill.
And he's making it look easy. 6th kill onto his former team in Cloud9, but Boo Boo Doo coming in with the dynamo grenades. You don't see that much often here in the HCS.
Oh, look at that, Cloud9, another 3 down. They've been so effective at taking down TSM in waves. It allows them to move up the map, right, so freely. When you get that 3 down, that's 8 seconds, just about 10 seconds, where you can just fly forward. And because of it, they've gotten control of TSM's base. Now it's just going to come down to execution on the slays.
Both snipers about to come up right now, and Cloud9 having eyes on TSM sniper and the flag, but it's a bit of a stalemate as both teams pulling the flag the opposite rat tunnels here. Lethal's gonna stay over toward the base of TSM. Some long range shots on the Talik, and at least gets the melee on drop, but with Lethal going down, TSM push forward.
What Lethal was doing to TSM, Manny is doing right back to Cloud9 in that back base, trying to cause some chaos, but looks like that's not going to be enough for now. Sab going to be that last player for Cloud9, trying to stop this flag run, but he doesn't really have the help, and he's not going to see that player jump up. Talik was very smart about how he took that challenge and caught a player completely unsuspecting.
Talik not able to escape that one. Overshield about to come up, so it really feels like this top mid position is going to be so strong. It could be the deciding factor on who caps this flag here in the stalemate that we're staring at. Right now, it's Septify with the sniper able to not only bait out that overshield, but also the sniper hut of the opposition. Takes down Druckum. Prediction Nate ends up going down. Doesn't have the overshield just yet, but neither do TSM.
TSM has certainly been feeling Septify with that snipe all game. He has been causing some turmoil, and with that, another 3 down, and once again, it's overshield. That's going to go to Cloud9. Sab's going to have extra shields in his way forward, and they just spawned in time, but Sab's going to be putting on so much damage while he waits for his team.
Sab patient on his push on the tall lane. Maybe a bit too patient, but also maybe just a trap being laid for Bubu to lay TSM out. 4 down means a return and another flag cap coming in for Cloud9. They've started off game number 1 hot, and Lethal's not done. Oh, no, he's done. Yeah, he's done.
Yeah, they both fell off. Okay. So they were just like, yeah, if I go down, you go down. We'll take this fight to the trenches, and I mean, neither of them were able to finish it with their bandit. They let the map do the work for them.
You know, we've seen trades in Halo for a very long time. That had to be the most interesting trade I think I've ever seen. I don't know about you, Garrett.
Well, I felt bad for Lethal because he recognized that Soul Snipe just like curb slid out into death, and he was like, oh, I don't have to take the shot. He like tried to whip his reticle away. Unfortunately, there was just no ground for him to land on. He was like, man, I was ready to challenge you to the death, but I didn't know you were gonna like kill yourself before that even could happen. It was insane.
2-0 lead here for Cloud9. Lethal with another huge pick, but it looks like TSM are able to neutralize the situation just a bit. Bubu wants to pull this flag, but understands that Manny is so close behind them, and eventually Druk comes in for the bait and switch. But I think we see both snipers and Overshield coming up right now. This is a pivotal point in the game. It could be what TSM need. It also could be what Cloud9 need in order to end it, and Druk coming in with the sidekick.
And that's enough damage to at least let Manny get away with that overshield. That's the first one for TSM in this game, and with Soul Snipe coming into that back with the sniper, this could be a great opportunity for TSM. But Lethal, huge fight down in the swamp, and he's gonna stay alive as well. No one cleans him up. Wow, big live, and he just got another. This is Lethal getting kills on borrowed time.
2-0 lead here still for Cloud9. Gonna switch over towards Septify. He knows that Druk has that eyes on the sniper, so he wants to make it at least tough for him. A well-placed grenade somehow. Septify survives, and now Bubu wants to get in and take advantage of the weakened players that are pushing their snipe button.
See, Bubu's gonna be able to at least clear one player from that hut, but still a lot more to deal with. TSM just has been applying some consistent pressure here, and it's slowing Cloud9 down quite a bit, but TSM has to be concerned about what happens when that push eventually dissipates. When you lose too many numbers, you're gonna give Cloud9 a really big opportunity to push up if you keep hitting this overextension too hard. But so far, that strategy seems to be working for TSM. They've really slowed Cloud9 down.
Solid staying alive, still has one thrust to work with. Love those grenades coming out of him. Manny was the one awarded the cleanup kill there. TSM with a slight advantage and gonna turn it into more. This could be a flagpole coming from TSM, and if they cap this one and grab that overshoot that's about to come up, maybe, just maybe, Cloud9, their win condition, at least their tie condition, is here.
I love that. And so we're seeing lots of damage go down. Oh, Septify just got the kill at the right time. Druk, the only player alive for TSM, and well, they have control of all the perimeters now. Sab's just gonna hop in, and that tie condition no longer there.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I got a little bit ahead of myself right there, but I saw the timing. I saw that flag cap going in, but Cloud9 just a bit too clutch. And now that overshoot I was talking about TSM grabbing, well, Cloud9 got that too. They're just being greedy right now. In less than 4 minutes of gameplay left on the map, Cloud9 is still just pushing up and making TSM uncomfortable.
And this is back to the drawing board, right? And you're gonna see, look at Manny. He's playing very fast into that back ramp, and Druk's gonna cause a massive distraction for Manny to potentially feast.
A little cleanup coming up from Manny, but he's replaced by 2 more members of Cloud9. They're gonna be able to grab that kill there and successfully defend their base. I say that, but Team Solo mid getting a couple crucial kills, and now this snipe hut control they want so bad, it's about to be theirs. Tolan with the thrust back and the magnum. What? Is he playing Halo 5?
He's certainly making a case for it. That pistol, man, it is brutal. And there we go. Cloud9 are starting to feel hurt, stuck into that back base as they have all the escapes accounted for. Manny was expecting some straight overextend, but because TSM didn't pull flag right away, Cloud9 didn't have to worry about that overextension. Instead, are fighting back through the base, forcing Manny to come back into play. But TSM, their bite is starting to lose strength.
little 360 snipe coming there. He connects on the body, but not quite the head. Meanwhile, Boo Boo hits him with the 2-piece, and 4 down go TSM. Now you're seeing Cloud9 immediately attack the snipe hut of the opposition. TSM, they need to come off a spawn and get some kills. They need to win a piv right now.
And Boo Boo's just hurting TSM. Great damage down to at least slow him, but with that, Talk was able to get through and at least, I mean, potentially stabilize the team, but stabilize might be too generous of a term. They've also given up Overshield. They don't have that map control yet, and most importantly, the clock is starting to play a factor, Tony. There's only a minute and 40 seconds to do this. TSM hit a double OE throughout those trenches. I don't know if Cloud9's expecting it.
And the worst part about that clock you were talking about is you're doing this against a team like Cloud9. They don't make a lot of mistakes. They definitely thrive when the game slows down to this pace. This is exactly what Cloud9 want right now. Soulsnipe and TSM, they're gonna have to really take things in their own hands. And with both teams 3 down, this is a 1v1 for flag or a return. And Septify, who has been absolutely dominant all throughout the deep run through this lower bracket, he makes his presence known. He gets the return.
Yeah, I mean, in my mind right now, Septify might be the most underrated player in the HCS. You know, definitely not going to be talked about like those players that we see in the top 4, those that have really established themselves as the best in the game. But Septify had a clear level up, and I think it really comes from the composition of this Cloud9 roster, man. Even when Manny was on the roster, like Manny and Lethal play very similar roles, and I think the combination of having Lethal and Boo Boo Doo really activates Septify on the map, and you are seeing him really feast and starting to play some of his best Halo.
2-0 lead here for Cloud9, and with just 26 seconds on the clock, TSM making a last-ditch effort. They need not only this flag cap, but they even need to have a trailer behind, ready for another one. But this flag has made it towards the base of TSM. 11 seconds on the clock right now, and they do cap it. Is there... Oh, Soulsnipe was the player that was over on the back base, but he ends up going down, and Manny's going to be the final player alive. It looked doable for a second, but the Cloud9 controlled literally 93.6% of that game, and that was good enough for the win.
Really resilient play from Cloud9 throughout that game. I mean, TSM had multiple flags that had legs to them, right? That looked like they were going to be captured, but looks can be deceiving. It really is about execution, and that's where Septify and Cloud9 were so good, right? Think about the flag stops that they got. Septify was in a 1v1 that was going to determine that flag. He loses that gunfight. That's a capture for TSM, and at best, we're looking at a tied game from that point. He wins that crucial one-on-one. We saw the last second flag stand in that same situation where TSM had to run that flag all the way to that point, and they were able to get the stop at that goal line. Multiple times throughout that game, Cloud9 stayed resilient, and look at Septify's damage, Tony. 7,300 for the team. Talik almost hit an 8K at 79.93 as well, man. We got some shooters out here today. This is the 1v1 I'm talking about, and brilliant use of that thruster there, man. Just look at the situation, right? That's 6 players down on the map, Tony. 1v1, what does Septify do? He has to guarantee this gunfight. He does just that. 1, 2, 3, close the distance with the thrust. Boom. Not only gets the kill, doesn't even trade, which prevents TSM from having any sort of follow-up from those spawners.
Definitely felt like a textbook play coming out of Septify, but I mean, one that, you know, in the heat of the moment, you know the situation, you know that it was a 1v1, and one that could have decided whether you got the return or not. So that's where palms sweaty, you know, they get sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy, as they say, and you really have to just clutch it out. And it was a clutch kill by him, a great return, and ultimately one that led to a 2-1 victory for Cloud9. But we're going into Slayer Origin, and when I think of these players on TSM, and I think about the hours that they have on Coliseum back in Halo 5, this is going to be really fun to watch them.
Yeah, I'd be ready for some fast-paced gameplay here. These players are going to know the spawns. They're going to play fast. They're going to try to take advantage of any window that's opened up for them, and just buckle in. I think this is going to be a banger of a game.
Soul Snipe and TSM favoring that snipe side right now, and some huge kills coming out of them. Prioritizing, making sure he gets that kill over the sniper. With Septified going down, Soul Snipe grabs a hold of the snipe, and the dynamic spawns on display there. You see them spawn right behind them.
Yeah, Soul Snipe just recognized in time that he needed to get out of that snipe side. The team was basically spawning right behind him and was able to get away, and that leads to both power weapons being in the possession of TSM, and they're on the exact opposite ends of the map. Quadrant 1 and Quadrant 4 located for TSM with those power weapons, and so far they're getting the trades. 8-5 TSM have found themselves a little bit of a cushion to work with early in this game because of those power weapons and the early control.
He's doing a great job of taking height over toward the catwalk side. Doesn't have a kill just yet, but this height advantage and the damage that he's putting down is so valuable here for Cloud9. There's the first Drug, still taking damage left and right. Turns that into a double, drops down, make it a triple. Lethal, absolutely lethal on the map.
That means TSM will have to work together immediately off the spawn, because those last two players are going to feel a lot of pressure from Cloud9. You see how fast they went down. This is when things can get dangerous. TSM, they're starting to get really staggered on the map. They're struggling on having players alive at the same time.
Sam gets his shields back and wants to work with Lethal here over towards the red cave side of the map. You see the pings going down, but they know it's more than just one or two players. They have to deal with the entire team of TSM. Lethal snapping on multiple members. Some good damage goes down, but looks like Cloud9 are going to have to tactfully retreat just for a bit, get their shields back, get their reinforcements, and try to get a flanking Boo-Boo Doo-Boo in there, but he's caught out. Septified takes down one before going down himself, and as the dust settles, it's a tied game.
TSM did a great job of catching Cloud9 before their rotation was ready, right? Those two forward players were up and into that fight, but the support wasn't quite there yet. That small window of opportunity for them to get that kill, and Boo-Boo Doo-Boo. That pyramid not as sticky as it was in Halo 5. Much slippier, and you can see players falling off that all the time these days.
I used to fall off in Halo 5, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't even try it in this game, Tony. It's like Halo 5, I could do a little here, a little there. Halo Infinite, I leave it to the professionals. You know, that's their domain.
Out of a 20 apiece right now. Talik was able to get away with the rockets, and that's going to be huge. Easy kill for him. We got one more in the chamber as he's climbing up the map. Love this route that he's taking towards the high side and now behind enemy lines. That's going to connect right onto Lethal. Boo-Boo Doo-Boo from across the map tries to take down the weakened Talik. It takes 3 players from Cloud9 to take down Talik, who's 9-5.
With that, this game has been very tight between these two. We seem just the team taking turns at getting those 3 downs and starting to work on those spawn traps, but no one's been able to quite hit the follow-up play, right? To get that established spawn trap, get the clean wipes. Both teams have done a great job of recognizing when they're in danger and slowing that game down, getting the trades and equalizing numbers once again.
Finds his former teammate Boo-Boo Doo-Boo over towards the BR side. Catches him out, puts down some damage, and takes an entirely new route. There's no way that Cloud9 are going to be ready for this flank here, and as he finds the weakened players, this is TSM taking map control.
Yeah, and it's crazy how radically different your position is from Maze to Silver, right? They're right next to each other underneath that catwalk, but they do completely different things. Manny was able to hit the fastest flank possible because he goes through that Silvers while his team has that rock side control, gets behind him and finishes off an easy kill, and now Drug trying to do the same, but Septify, he's done it again. One shot stays alive, gets the kill, and that'll really help Cloud9 in a tough spot there. They keep the score even, and they suddenly have a chance to work on some crucial kills.
Septify going down there. TSM, I thought they were going to be able to attack that catwalk and snipe side, but Lethal and Cloud9 have something to say about that. A 2-kill advantage seemingly coming out of nowhere for Cloud9, and with Boo-Boo Doo-Boo taking over the pyramid side, Manny and Talik clear him.
Every time it feels like a team's about to get that little bit of separation. We're seeing that trade come out. We're seeing that kill slow down the other side, and it's been even Steven throughout this entire game. It is trade for trade Halo, and no setup has been found quite yet. And as we approach the end game, as TSM found their win condition, all the players at Cloud9 going to be spawning in this back blue base. This could determine it all if they're able to cleanly execute.
40-38 in favor of TSM right now here. Meanwhile, some interesting movement coming out of Septify that ultimately leads to him going down, and 43 kills now for TSM, who are looking to tie things up. And look at the space they're immediately able to create. Druck grabs a hold of those rockets on the other side of the map. Tala gets the first kill onto Sab, and with that advantage, TSM are absolutely activated. They're going to fly in, and you give them an inch, they take a mile.
It's been a 1-10 run for TSM in those last 45 seconds. It's incredible what that spawn trap can do for a team, and it was close until we hit the end game, and TSM, they snapped away Cloud9. There is nothing left for them to work with. Just one kill for TSM, and this one's over. Looks like Manny will get it in the form of the back smack, and you see how fast things can get away for you in Origin Slayer. It was neck to neck until that 40th kill.
Loving this battle between Team Solo Mid and Cloud9. It really, when you think of the players on the map, you think of the TSMs, you think of that fast, aggressive play style. They want to take advantage of every bit of damage that goes down. And then Cloud9, you think of being able to slow the game down, change the pace, but perfect timing at times. It really is a fun series to watch. Want to give a huge shout out to Soul Snipe. 18 kills, only died 12 times, 3 assists to go along with it. That means it's good for a 7.0 KD out of him. Manny, on the other hand, 13 kills, 10 assists. Love that combination of kills and assists combined. They had quite the game for TSM.
Yeah, it was like, wow, 72%. Hey, what is Stalik doing today, man? It feels like the man can't miss a shot. His damage output has been so high, but his accuracy has been next level today.
Incredible. And the damage difference looking real nice. Talik is the one that puts down 4,000 damage. Also, but Manny only taking 2,893 damage. Again, I gotta point out that's my type of gameplay right there, but I'm running so much away from the enemy team, they can't touch me. But unlike Manny, I'm usually not helping the team. Manny at least is putting down damage and getting assists. Meanwhile, I'm usually hiding in some corner.
And now we go into game 3, and this is where TSM, they like to play fast, right? We know what their Strongholds gameplay looks like. Fast rotational play. It'll be interesting to see how Cloud9 tries to counteract it, and if they're going to try to meet that energy and play that quick rotational play, or if they start to play a little bit more slow and start to try to set those traps. Either can be effective. It's going to come down to execution at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I talked about this back in Arlington. Same Cloud9 squad, except obviously you swap out Bandy for Lethal. And I love Cloud9 in almost every game type other than Strongholds. I think sometimes Strongholds, they're waiting for that perfect timing. Sometimes maybe a bit too slow, but I can imagine if they're able to get those early kills, get an early double cap, and hold it, that's going to be where they thrive. But it seems like TSM, man, like, they're just known for constantly having you in a trip cap. It's tough.
So far, the TSM, they're going to start early on the score. Lethal. Whoa! The one-on-one fight goes his way. That prevents the outlet towards C going towards TSM, and Cloud9 answer right back, scoring position, and TSM is going to have to decide where their push is going to come from. Looks like Dummies is going to be the option. First kill in, but it's going to be very scrappy as Soul Snipe is hiding at the back of B.
Bravo and Charlie currently belong to Cloud9, but you see Bravo quickly changing hands, and that's TSM now scoring once again. But notice how Cloud9, they out-rotated them playing for Alpha, and TSM, they're going to out-rotate the out-rotators, and they're going to play for Charlie.
They might have committed too many players towards C. They were expecting a little bit more pushback. They completely vacated B, but they're going to depend on their slays on the way back. Soul Snipe been doing a great job of just staying alive, waiting for those shields, coming back to try to take down Lethal, racing forward, but Lethal, veteran experience, was waiting. Perfectly placed reticle will win them back to B Hill.
Rook by himself right now would love to try to put down some great damage, and a kill on Boo Dubu buys enough time for TSM to spawn over on the camo side, and Lethal tried to get involved, but by that time, Soul Snipe's already here. Talik is already here, just like that. TSM pushing for the trip cap.
And that, once the trip cap is in, that's when things are going to get very dangerous for Cloud9. That's when TSM's at their best. One sniper shot can be the difference. Talik, can he hit the spotter? Septify, oh! The ledge said get down! Block the shot from Talik, and Septify is going to be able to survive, and that missed sniper shot's going to be the difference between C staying locked for TSM and the potential trip cap that could have came in. Instead, Cloud9 really start to stabilize.
43-33 lead in favor of TSM, but notice Cloud9's are the one that are still scoring at the moment, and they already have Bravo and Charlie attacking the Alpha for the trip cap, and Sad does the damage, but then portals right back to safety. The play's not done just yet. Talik tries to make one over towards Alpha, but he's blocked. Druck uses the distraction to grab a hold of Camouflage, and now it's C9, the ones that are 3 down, and Septify just made his presence known.
Made his presence known and eventually gets taken down because of it. Druck now able to move forward onto that map, and I like this play. He's heading back to block dummies just for a bit longer. They're going to secure this sniper, but then they'll have open sight onto A, which is where all those spawns from Cloud9 should be coming in. And with how fast they're pushing, they're going to potentially split Cloud9 as well. TSM must finish off these kills, or else you're going to see quick action from Cloud9 on that C side.
It's a divide and conquer right there, and TSM are able to get a slight advantage. See Manny going right after Alpha, and just active listening leads to the weakened Sab getting taken out. Talik, 6 bullets and a sniper for him. You talked about him shooting, what, 70% accuracy average on this series? Well, there's one body shot the man barely misses. Doesn't miss a skill jump either.
Yeah, I love the skill jump to get back up to a higher position. He's got 3 players that he could potentially take down. Unfortunately, the sniper not going to hit its shot. Cloud9 going to be able to get back to scoring position, but patented TSM play. Already players at C trying to win rotation.
Snipe still in his hands right now here for Talik. It looks like as they take Charlie, it looks like Cloud9 want to reposition over toward the Alpha side. Manny and Talik, they want no part of that. Manny's gonna be the first one to put down that damage, and the trade there isn't gonna be bad if Talik's able to get the reset, but now he's in another 1v1 battle. Portals, but in the same spot. You can't confuse Talik with that. And oh my gosh, he's like, Seb just got on the map and just got his head peeled off, and the movement is absolutely crazy. Talik is going off. TSM are thriving because of it. They're about to double the scoreline of Cloud9 if they keep playing like this.
And that double kill gonna have knock-on effects. You're starting to see Cloud9 split across the map. Lethal, crucial fight. Druck, no, not gonna be able to get that kill. With that, TSM, ooh, it might actually been enough. TSM, they lost A. They weren't able to stop that rotation. And Cloud9, although they were split and spread and splintered, they found themselves in a pretty stabilizing position fast. I'm surprised, Tony. That was quick efforts from Cloud9 to get out of a sticky situation.
Yeah, Cloud9 able to recover off of that max damage that Talik was putting down. TSM activating off of that, and somehow Cloud9 were able to slay out and, like you said, get into a more stabilized position. And Boo Dubu with this camo is going to make a play for Alpha. You sacrifice a bit of time, but turning it into a camouflage, it's a pretty good trade if you ask me.
Camouflage for Boo Dubu in particular is always a fun exchange for your team. A lot of confidence in him to maximize value off of camo, and I think he's a bit surprised that TSM just completely left him. They didn't want to have any business with him with camo at A. Instead, they focused their efforts at B, and Boo Dubu will opt to reinforce at C.
Making sure nobody's pushing the weak side flank. It is Druck that's over on Nest that decided not to push them out. Looks like TSM maybe want to go after Alpha instead of defending Bravo, or excuse me, Charlie there, excuse me. Boo Dubu over on the sandbags, finds a weakened Soul Snipe. That leads to a 3 down for TSM, and more importantly, maybe that hill being converted.
And with that, Boo Dubu could really lock down this lane by himself, right? You have Sniper I would like to see a 3-1 split for Cloud9, have everyone kind of reinforce one lane and let Boo Boo Doo just try to find the easy kills on the weak side of the map.
Looks like Soul Snipe might have been able to sneak through. Oh, quick scope onto Manny, looking real good. Soul Snipe, he's still over towards green. Sab is aware of it, but now both players are gonna know that it's actually a double push, but two quickly go down. Those who push together sometimes die together.
Oh, and it's about to get worse as well. Look at the spawns over at Camo. Boo Boo Doo Boo trying to reposition himself for that sniper shot, but with him going down, that will give TSM a control, and I believe it also gave Druck a sniper to work with. Now this could be Cloud9 feeling the pressure on the other side. That was a brilliant break. Getting that kill on Boo Boo Doo Boo at A really alleviated so much pressure that TSM was feeling.
Almost a 50-point lead here for Cloud9, although Druck was able to get a hold of that sniper. He's had to really put it to work, and a body shot onto Lethal does end up leading to Manny getting taken down. Septify also catching a body shot there as well. Druck aggressive over towards Ness. He gets the finishing kill. Alpha may be changing hands, but they have Bravo, and they're attacking Charlie right now as TSM.
No one's going to be able to get there in time. BC control. Now, TSM never really satisfied with 2. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some sort of quick rotation here, but surprisingly staying still. They're ready for the rotation. Cloud9 working on that flank. Sab could cause some chaos from the pillar door.
154 to 120 lead in favor of Cloud9 right now, and Sab, bit of a skill jump over towards Charlie, and that because of that, he gets right behind Manny. The backspec doesn't exactly connect the way he wants to, but still gets the finishing kill regardless. Soul Snipe is over towards Nest, and Sab, aware of it, he avoids that angle, still gets caught in the toe on his way toward Charlie's side, but Charlie ends up flipping. TSM, they're known very much for their rotations. They're going to rotate all the way around on Alpha. Druck gets a kill while doing so, and Septify forced to trade out his life there. Meanwhile, members of Cloud9 going down left and right. This is going to favor TSM once again.
Druck just won a critical fight. That's going to keep control for them. Decisive action as now BA held and C going to be the home of Cloud9, but once again, Druck and TSM, they're always looking for an opportunity to expand. If they get a clean 3-4 down, they can spring right into a trip cap action.
Druck and his sidekick, my gosh. There's a lot of players that are really good with the sidekick. Let me tell you, Druck was incredible with it against Cloud9 just there. And look at how the 3-man push from TSM clears the green side completely. Half the members of Cloud9 hit the black screen. The other half are forced to back all the way down on the A side.
You see TSM clearly just hit the rotation. They say, you go A, we go C. We're going to try to keep the perimeter opposite, right? They're going to keep one player that pivots over at B, try to hold them off, while the other players will play on that opposite perimeter. But Cloud9 maybe a step too fast this time. They're able to catch that player playing that pivot position at B, and because of it, you start to see TSM setup really splinter. There's no help on either of those perimeters now, and C goes away. BC control for Cloud9. Quick break.
Just under a 20-second lead here for TSM. Cloud9 holding on to this double cap right now, which is going to be so important. Beautiful 2-piece coming out of Septify. Talik, better watch out. Septify ain't missing either, but it is Talik that gets away with the camo, and the one time he misses that skill jump, luckily he's able to stay alive.
And with that, Cloud9 right back into this game. It's even between these two teams, with Talik is searching for the weak point. Where is Cloud9 their weakest? He's going to try to pop in with that camo and take advantage. There's the one shot, and Lethal goes down as well. This could be TSM's opportunity.
Still has a bit of camo to work with right now, does Talik and TSM. Charlie hasn't exactly been converted just yet. And in fact, the reset ends up going down there. Boo Boo Doo Boo making an absolute play. Septify gets himself a cleanup here. In Cloud9, they're still scoring. Alpha belongs to them. Now they're converting Bravo as TSM are forced to control that perimeter side. And this is the exact setup that Cloud9 wanted. They want tower, they want green, and they were willing to fight for it.
Yeah, it seems like TSM just started missing where those players of Cloud9 went, but Manny I don't think he had any business getting out of there alive. And you see he lets his teammate capture B. He's going to try to block the spawns at A, and Druck's putting down pressure at C. If Druck can win a gunfight here by himself, this could turn dangerous for Cloud9. This is looking like a trip cap opportunity, but Septify, big win to at least slow TSM down, but slowed down. I don't think finished right now. They're still looking for these kills and trying to make more happen. They're going to win that rotation at C, and Cloud9 will have to settle for A being their new home.
Momentary trip cap, but these Cloud9 are able to slow things down just a bit by taking Alpha. But as I say, that TSM speeded right back up. We do see them attacking A. We not only see that, but we see multiple members of Cloud9 hitting black screens here. Lethal is going right after Manny, though, turns that into a double. He wants Alpha back.
Seeks TSM take that lead, but it's just for a second. Cloud9 able to regain it. And Lethal tried his best, and oh my word, how did TJ just do that? He's alive, he's keeping the A spawn, and TSM, they go all down. The trip cap's coming in, back breaking slay from Lethal.
TSM needed those wins, and now coming off a spawn, I don't even know there's enough time in order for them to hop into two bases at the same time. Cloud9 clutching it out against TSM on one of their best game types.
Whew. Hey, I think Louis knows what I want. I want to see that Lethal play on replay. Are you kidding me? What did he do to just hit such a nasty shot, right? We saw a very exaggerated strafe. He was able to really win a crucial fight. Look at what the situation is, right? He's basically by himself, isolated A. The rest of his team's at C. If he doesn't get this, then TSM, they're going to spawn in his position, and they're going to have that AB fill. Him versus Talik. He's down to half shields. He's down to one shot. Looks one way. Boom. Oh, just catches him nade throw. Man, that Talik has to be disgusted by that. Wow, Lethal, great timing to catch Talik. I mean, if I'm Talik there, Tony, I'm thinking about just closing that space, right? This is such a crucial kill. The only way you lose that gunfight is probably by throwing a nade there. And you see how devastating it was. Now they don't have that expansion at A. That's so tough.
Yeah, I think he thought Lethal's only chance of surviving was to sit behind that pole for a second, and he thought maybe he had that timer to throw that grenade there and force Lethal out into his reticle. But I think Lethal made an even better play of that reach out, like just hesitating for a quick second and then coming back out like that. I think if anything, Talik just wasn't prepared for that timing. And sometimes not even a play that Lethal makes. Like maybe he expected Lethal to sit behind that pole and get his shield back at least for like a split second sooner. But very good play by Lethal.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, sometimes it's more about making the play awkward. Like that's an awkward challenge for Lethal as well, but the timing is even more awkward for Talik, right? And you see that it clearly made a difference in that game. And now Cloud9, they take the swing, right? They're up 2-1 in this series and are just one game away from going to grand finals.
Loving this. See some more replay on here, but I'm also loving the fact that Cloud9 are coming out swinging. Like, there's questions on what was going to happen after Manny left his roster, but I mean, Lethal comes in, and I think he's just been excellent. He's been exactly what Cloud9 were looking for. Like I said it before, he complements this team so well with what they're trying to accomplish. You know, the timing, the space, the pace that they're looking to play. Lethal couldn't be a better pickup for Cloud9. And going into that, I mean, think about what already they've done in Texas so far and how good they looked at Arlington. They're gonna look even better in Dallas. Like, I'm actually legitimately afraid of what Cloud9 are looking to do, man. I really believe in this roster. Meanwhile, TSM, I think they've impressed me so far today, and there's a very good chance we can see TSM force us into a Game 5.
Yeah, really. I'm so excited for Land to be back because these teams are very close to each other, and I am. We're not even talking about what the Europeans could be doing to make the situation mixy. Like Cloud9, they got to get past the two teams ahead of them, and then they might have sights on how to get to Sunday and formulating those plans. Lethal have been making a big change for his team, made a critical play to win that last game. He's working on the opposite side, but TSM got the camo, and that's a ninja into a ninja. That he like trap card, I guess, Tony. Sap just revealed mirror force and sent the attack right back at him.
Ninja inception that we're seeing right now. Meanwhile, Zab not able to stay alive over on the P side. Gives up that control to Soul Snipe, who takes a low ground position just momentarily to get his shields back. Might have taken a bit of team damage there, but I mean, I call that a love tap, you know?
Yeah, a little love tap for sure. So we see TSM, they go 3 down just for a second, and that is dangerous. You're starting to see the spawns really split out for TSM. They're gonna have a second to wait for all 4 players to be up, and that bomb's gonna be ready to be pushed in right after these slays. TSM, they're struggling on just being 4 alive.
Dubu, gotta be careful. He might be staring down 2 players, not the 1v1 that he did. Boo-boo, freaking Dubu going off on the damage right there, and TSM end up going 3 down because of it. Lethal and Cloud9 hop right on the bomb, and that's the first plant coming in for C9.
That's Tony, he said it wasn't the 1v1 he's expecting, but he certainly turned it into a 1v none. That was crazy. He was really fortunate in that spot to be executing that well. I mean, he's not missing shots, man, and you're starting to see TSM struggle with that sort of level of execution from Cloud9. It's an early plant, and TSM, their back's against the wall. There's no second chances here. They must finish this game to force a game 5 and to keep their tournament hopes alive.
Camo and bomb in the hands of Talik right now. This is a dangerous combination if you are a C9 fan. Multiple going down. C9 have been able to come up off a spawn here, but Talik drops that bomb just to make sure he finds a weakened player and takes down 2 by himself there. Not done quite just yet, but neither is Lethal, because Lethal clears out his base, and now that bomb gonna be pushed right back out.
Cloud9 got that utility spawn, and once they get there, they just have very quick access to their base, so able to handle that initial pressure from TSM. And although TSM gets those initial slays to get in, when you're playing this bomb type, it's really a battle of attrition. You have to keep your numbers alive for much longer than the opponents while you're in that base. Your life just is so much more valuable than necessarily the kills that you're getting.
1-0 lead here for Cloud9. Manny not able to survive over towards the bottom car side, and can't see his aim for Druck. Multiple members from TSM getting caught out on the low ground, and because of that, Septify ends up getting a triple kill, finds all the weakened players. He's not done just yet, goes in for the 1v1 challenge, breaks that man's freaking ankles, and he's not done. Who lets this man get the thrust? Whatever you do, TSM, don't let him get any more thrust.
That's fearless. Septify, he was feeling himself a little bit of an overheat. He kept pushing the hallway, and he felt invincible. He said, "There's nothing that can take me down." I don't blame him after getting 2 kills like that.
Septify not only showing that he can clean up the easy kills with the active listening, but then the 1v1 looking very good. And notice that TSM 3 down still. Every single spawner that comes up is sent right back. But finally, Druck and TSM able to make a move here and able to stabilize just a bit, or at least get the bomb out of their base right as camouflage is coming up.
And with that, Cloud9, they don't really have any angle to help stop Camo, at least for now, and see them 3 down. TSM, they're gonna opt to run this bomb as fast as they can. Very delayed onto that Camo push, and it'll be Druck that gets it 30 seconds after it's come up on the map, and even then, he gets this for free. Wow, TSM, they did a great job of just focusing on those slays first, understanding that Cloud9 wasn't gonna get their chance, and this could be a clean bomb arm if they can take down Boo Boo Dubu. Oh, no. Big if there, huh? Boo Boo Dubu, he just took them all down. How did he do that?
Let him know. Let him know. Boo Boo Dubu with the body disrespect. And now pushing up over on the util side, he goes. Listening to the call-outs, takes down the one-shot. Surprise Talik was able to get that kill without trading out there, but he's obviously happy with that one, and so is Sab with that nade placement going down. Green gun out here for Sab as he applies pressure to TSM's utility.
Into this back base, and there's just no one from TSM here. They're all on that P side, and Sab's new combo gonna let him know that he's coming, but you still gotta dodge the green goo. Not able to do so. Sab not only gets that kill, stays alive, and keeping that bomb forward. This is dangerous. Cloud9's in position. One player in that back base. Are the nades good enough? No, they're not gonna get the kill. TSM stuck in the fridge. That bomb is armed, and they're up 2-0. TSM on their last life.
Cloud9 have been playing absolute incredible Halo. They want to make it into the grand finals here and are simply playing like it. Sab 13-8, 8 assists to go along with it here. Lethal trading out his life brings TSM 3 down once again. Bomb sits towards the mid-map, but not for long because Cloud9 are on it, and Drug says, I can't sit back here. I need to get back on my side of the map. We're about to lose. We're about to get knocked out here.
Boom. No one got him. 3-0. Cloud9. They're going to go on to the grand finals.
Wow. Okay. You blinked, you missed that last score. Cloud9 looking absolutely strong and take down TSM to move on to the grand finals. That was incredible from Cloud9, taking down a team like TSM who was looking great today, but they just found their way with TSM here, Tony.
I mean, they really did. I mean, obviously, game number 1 was fantastic for Cloud9. They started off the rip, taking over. Both snipers, complete control, but even going into a game type like Stronghold. And TSM, they were normally heavy favorites in that game type. That was like the exact game type that TSM wanted to see against a team like C9, and C9 showing that they can beat you at multiple different facets of the game. And I thought it was excellent. Losing the Slayer, I thought was a little bit scary for Cloud9 with how good of a Slayer team that they are, but it just didn't matter, right? Today, this tournament, Cloud9 were the better team. Cloud9 are in the grand finals for a freaking reason.
Well, Tools, I want to know, when do you think the turning point was here for Cloud9? Because there was a moment in time where the series was tied 1-1, and then there was that game 3. Game 3 in live fire Strongholds.
Lethal, right? Lethal getting that critical kill in Strongholds against Talik was really backbreaking for TSM, because it was back and forth, and you could really say that TSM was about to find themselves in an advantageous spot, right? When Lethal goes down in that game, like if Talik gets that kill, then suddenly Cloud9's all contained at C. But when Lethal gets this kill at A, it solidifies 2 perimeters for Cloud9. And that's what's so important in your objective game types, is having strong perimeters. So once they have those perimeters, now they can really start working in tandem, having dynamic play. They force them over into those dummy spawns. Very easy to get up into that trip cap, and you saw TSM didn't even have a chance to contest at the end. And then almost in the same vein, Boo Boo Doo that double kill we saw a little body disrespect after. That's because he knew how big that kill was, and that stopped TSM from having a surefire plan.
He knew they were at that moment almost guaranteeing themselves into the grand finals, and that's where they are headed to go up against Incognito. And here's that game 4.
Yeah, I mean, look at this, right? This is looking surefire. Then Boo Boo Doo gets those kills, right? So TSM in a really strong position there. Boo Boo Doo gets that utility spawn. He stops the original plant, but then the follow-up, right? Oftentimes it's about the execution after the initial big play, right? You stop the first bomb arm. What can you do after? He gets those kills, and then that facilitates their next actions. Cloud9 gets the next plant, and then I think TSM was a bit reeling after that. It was just back-to-back. Like you said, blink and you miss it. That third arm came right in.
Well, the grand finals, it's Incognito versus Cloud9, and I'm really curious what your thoughts are, both of you. Again, on this matchup, Tony, let's talk about Incognito.
I mean, yeah, it honestly may not be the exact matchup that we thought we were going to see in the beginning of this tournament, but I'm happy that we got it. I think it'd make a really good claim for a TSM, really good claim for like a Gen.G, but I think Incognito were absolutely fantastic. Let's not forget they were able to pull off a 3-0 in the winners bracket finals and have some of the most exciting games that we've seen. They've obviously beaten Cloud9 in that winners bracket semifinals, but it was a very entertaining one. So I would love to see this rematch. I'm down. I'm ready.
Now, I was gonna call you Tony Tools. I'm not sure why. I guess I just wanted to ask her.
We look really similar. I get it all the time. I've actually been mistaken for. I've been mistaken for Tony Atlan.
Double T. Really?
Same.
Yeah. It's
Wait, you too?
Yeah.
Or
I've been mistaken for. I've been mistaken for myself. I've been mistaken for Tools Atlan before.
Yeah, it's just we look like brothers. Yeah.
well, not Tony Tools. Let's talk about Cloud9. We just saw them win an incredible series against TSM. They're looking absolutely incredible, but now they are going up against Incognito.
Yeah, this is interesting, right? I think if a lot of people made their bracket predictions coming in today, I don't think many would have had Incognito in this spot, but I think Incognito is very happy with how this roster is looking right now. We saw Yaxon come into chat right after they won their winners final, and he said, shout out to Complexity for giving me one of the best players of all time, right? Precision, he won the MVP award in Gears of War. He is a fantastic player, and we really are seeing him come to life on this team, and we'll see if it's enough to push them past Cloud9 in this grand finals. I'm very curious to see how this reattempt from Cloud9 is, right? We saw a 3-1 in the winners semifinals to get them into this position.
Well, I think this is the perfect chance for us to remind you that it's not only snack time. I don't know, maybe you get some drinks and water, some soda for the grand finals, whatever it is that makes you happy. Exclamation mark merch in the chat. It's also a perfect time to click on the links that we have for you to support LVT Halo and help us provide you with more Halo coverage, specifically also at LAN. We had, just an hour ago, we only had 29 t-shirts remaining, just 29. I'm not sure if we've sold more than that since then, but that's all we have left, so don't miss out. This is the LAN exclusive gold edition LVT. This is all we have left, so go ahead and pick one of those up for yourself before they are all gone. And also don't forget to buy your team passes for DreamHack Dallas for the Open series. It's May 23rd to the 25th, and the team passes are now live, so go ahead and pick those up and make sure you do that on time so you do not miss out. We're gonna get ready for the grand finals here. It's Incognito versus Cloud9, who sit at the very end.
All I heard about was all your love, wrapped in lies, oh, showing off, pretending to be nice. All I heard about was all your love, but you crossed the line, oh, but I got no heartache, heartbreak, grief about you now. No, I will keep dancing, till the sun comes up and I'm running out of luck, I'm going out till dawn. I will keep dancing, while the game's still on and I'm all the way for more. Oh, I will keep on dancing, dancing, oh, I will keep on dancing. Tomorrow I will see you on your knees, begging, oh, I need you. Look at me, we could bring us back. Don't tell me how you feel, it's your regrets, wrapped in lies, oh, 'cause I knew you would do it, mess up all again. No, I will keep dancing, till the sun comes up and I'm running out of luck, I'm going out till dawn. I'll keep dancing, while the game's still on and I'm all the way for more. Oh, I will keep on dancing, dancing.
stars in the sky keep burning, burning. It's crazy how the storms keep raging, and I'm here trying to keep my heart from aching. It's funny how the world keeps turning, but here with you it's like my life's returning. Whoa, it's crazy how we're not just falling, but I'm losing balance and my heart's gone all in, all in. Starlight burning in the night sky. This feels like a lifetime moment with you. One day things will turn out better. We could be together. We could be together underneath the stars. Underneath the stars. When I see you, I see forever. And when I'm with you, we could go wherever. It's crazy, I don't feel the pressure. So take me with you on a new adventure. Starlight burning in the night sky. This feels like a lifetime moment with you. One day things will turn out better. We could be together. We could be together underneath the stars. It's starlight burning in the night sky. This feels like a lifetime moment with you. One day things will turn out better. We could be together. We could be together underneath the stars.
Killing
In the hills, I ain't got no service. In a white hood, I don't fuck with the Ku Klux. Old girl got mad and she switched up. So I went ahead, got me a new one. Down bad, so I had to move up. Old one like, hey, what you doing? CA plates in different states. Okay, she's like how I'm moving. Step to a bag, better get with the movement. When I move, you move like that. Do more, get more, say less. So fall low, don't miss no stare. Speed up now, catch your breath. Good vibe, good drink, no stress. Out of town, no GPS. In the hills, can't call, can't text. In the hills, I ain't got no service. Too high up, I don't think I heard you. Head high with a bird be chirping. Going full speed in the freeway, swerving. In the hills, I ain't got no service. Too high up, I don't think I heard you. Head high with a bird be chirping. Going full speed in the freeway, swerving. can't pick up. Locked in, my mind's encrypted. I secure the bag like lockbox. In my zone, I can't hear much. I'm flex, I just finesse. Make more wanna come around last. Out the way where I'm too next. Out of time, can't call, can't text. In the hills, I ain't got no service. Too high up, I don't think I heard you. Head high where the birds be chirping. Going full speed in the freeway, swerving. I ain't got no service. Too high up, I don't think I heard you. Head high where the birds be chirping. Going full speed in the freeway, swerving. Swerving. So let me fly. Take a chance, give it a try. So let me fly. Chase it like it's do or die.
It's grand finals time here in the NAHCS DreamHack Qualifier, and it's Cloud9 Incognito who sit at the very end of this bracket. Both teams have already qualified for pools. Now the results of this series will determine which pool they go into at the DreamHack Open. Tools, Tony, we have to talk about who and what players will matter in this series.
Yeah, I think right now I have my eyes really on the Slayers of both teams, right? The players that have been coming out and performing today. Septify has been just unbelievable in his performance this year. These are the stats from HCS Arlington. Obviously, this is precision from another team, but when I look at Septify's stats, it's been showing out. He has really taken that next step as a Slayer for his team. I think it's going to be up to precision from Incognito to sort of meet the moment, right? Shut down the Slayers on the other side. I think it really is going to be a battle between some of the main Slayers on these rosters.
Tony, what do you see here from Septify's side?
I've been saying it for a really long time. We've been going back to season 2, going back to season 1 when he was on Fnatic, man. Septify has been that dude. He's really good in the Slayers, as Tools mentioned a few times and whatnot, but just overall, like, he has a really good feel for the game. So when it comes to just activating on his teammates' damage and finding those cleanup kills, the knowing when to stay alive and when to flank and push up, he understands the game at an advanced level. That's one of the reasons why he's able to have such large KDs.
Well, let's talk about the team as a whole then. We have Cloud9. They have brought in Lethal now. They they have been looking incredible throughout the entire tournament this weekend so far, and now they're going up against Incognito. How does this team look? I mean, we just saw them win an incredible series against TSM Tools. How are you feeling?
This is gonna be so interesting because it's like on paper, right? I think a lot of people would have had either like TSM, Cloud9, Gen.G sort of winning the tournament, and Incognito have come here and not only thrown all those sort of brackets out the window, but they've completely subverted everyone's expectations as to who is going to have winner's side advantage coming in. Being in such a dominant spot, I'd like to see if they can keep that momentum, right? I think this first game is really going to be important to establishing that. Come out the gate hot, show that you aren't cold. You're not bothered by having to wait from the grand finals side.
Well, here we go. It is the grand finals of the HCS DreamHack qualifier. Only one team will come out on top. Will it be Cloud9 or Incognito in this first game of the series? Recharge Strongholds.
Incognito, Cloud9 duking it out here in the grand finals. I'm excited for this one. It's a rematch from the winners bracket, but new stakes on the line, and at this point it's all about stepping up, putting your best performance forward, and that's what every single player in this lobby does. It's gonna be an exciting one, Jules.
Oh, I'm so amped to see who's gonna step up in this big moment, right? Like, this is, you know, the pool seeds are cool and all, but like, this is you establishing the pecking order going into Dallas when it comes to the teams outside the top four, and like, who's gonna be the player that team playing for Sunday. Incognito, they've been forcing themselves into that conversation with how they've been playing today. I'd love to see if they can finish the fight, right? Finish the series, and I'd like to see it. I'd like to see them do it in one, to be honest. Like, if you're gonna show yourselves to be a contender and not to be underestimated, like, be dominant today.
Yeah, it's funny because looking into this tournament so far, you know, when you talk about Incognito and Cloud9 being in the grand finals, I said it before, a lot of people might have been a bit surprised by this, but I'm looking down the roster right now, and if you take what's happened, you know, so far in 2025 out of the equation, I look at Precision, who we've been constantly saying is one of the more underrated slayers that we have in the league. Descendant, who was absolutely crazy last year, and then you put that on top of Piggy, who great fundamentals, great shots, barely ever loses pivots, and just plays a good grounded fundamental game, and you put in a player like Jackson, who consistently has made teams better, yet somehow has been dropped off of these great rosters, and they don't always do better when they drop him. And I'm looking at this squad, it's like, yeah, this team has been destined for greatness. This team should be making deep runs in qualifiers, especially when teams like the SSGs and the Optics and, you know, the Shopify Rebellions aren't involved in. Like, this team should be in this exact position that they are right now. I'm happy for this Incognito roster, but mind you, Cloud9, they're in that same exact conversation. You know, they're going toe-to-toe with the like of Phases and the SSGs trying to take one of those top 4 positions. So this really could be huge for Incognito, but it also can be another statement being made by C9.
Well, first game to start us off is going to be Recharge Strongholds. And I'm going to be very interested in how these teams play, and more the speed at which they play. Are we going to see aggressive trip cap pushes? Are we going to see teams set up and play to really respect what the opponent's going to do? For me, I always like it when a team starts to establish their dominance early on. You get opportunities, try to push into those total controls when you can. Either way, Incognito going to start off with that first kill, and Camouflage, I believe, still up for grabs as Precision and Piggy clean up the other side, and it's Piggy that's gotten away with the camo and everything, just going right for Incognito.
Bravo being attacked by Incognito at the same time as Alpha switches, and they're going after Charlie as well. What an early trip cap coming in out of nowhere for Incognito. Welcome to the grand final, C9.
Yeah, Sab, I mean, that was actually a huge kill from Sab onto Descendant. It's going to at least alleviate some pressure, but Piggy just giving information. He saw Septify and Lethal's rotation. He's going to call that out for his team, and that's going to stop Cloud9's push before it can really finish developing. Boo Boo is able to get that capture, but it's really just a consolation prize, a bit of a slowdown as Incognito have been dominant to start.
52-0 run here for Incognito, and they're not done. Precision aggressive right now on his way to the C9 spawning player. They just got out of long haul and over to Charlie, and you already have Precision and Jackson and the rest of Incognito attacking you. This is a different pace being played by Incognito on recharge strongholds.
The trip cap is in once again. Cloud9. But right now, if it keeps going at this pace, they're in danger of ending this game without a point on the board. These next few slays going to be crucial to at least slowing down the pace of Incognito, and Piggy not trying to give up anything for free, using that shroud screen, hiding within the shadow realm, and it works perfectly. The assist comes in. They get another 3 down. Lethal desperately trying to stay alive, but I don't know if there's much he can do. He at least gets a trade. But Tony, it's all Incognito to start.
Yeah, I feel like I gave Cloud9 their flowers for beating a team like TSM on strongholds, and obviously a very different map, but a different team and a different speed that Incognito are coming with. This is a 150-0 run about to happen right now. Finally, they're able to at least stop the scoring, but Alpha changes hands at the exact same time as Charlie, so Incognito is still scoring.
It's a 22-7 slay differential right now. You can't not sustain any action if this is going to keep up. And Cloud9, they're spawning and are in fights within seconds. It's devastating to try to play. It's so hard on the mental to be spawning up and instantly in that gunfight over and over and over again. And by the time they stabilize, we could be seeing this game be 200-0. These are fragile moments.
Sab and Zeptify do double push over towards Charlie. Piggy does slow his roll just a bit to defend tower, but that was a quick play by Sab. Great read coming out of him, but ends up running into 2 different players of Incognito. Is it enough damage for the rest of Cloud9 to get the cleanups? I don't know if it is. Tubu with a huge melee, and he steals that grapple right back.
Yeah, Jackson taking that challenge that you take when you're up 170-17. You know what I'm saying? He said, hey, I'm going to try something. We're going to see if it works. Boo Boo Doo shuts it down, and that's going to earn him A for now, but that's just for now. Right now, they haven't been able to really do much to force offensive action, right? It's very reactionary, trying to deal with the pressure that Incognito's been providing, and they only got 27 seconds on that run, Tony. It's counting up once again for Incognito. They're back into control.
Cross map shots from Piggy gives Jackson information to clean out that bottom gold side, and this is it's just a setup. They just watch each other's crosses, you watch each other's backs from across the map, and it is so tough to break. But notice how Sab was able to take down a perimeter player in Precision, and Sab also gets a stick on Descendant. So just like that, Sab disrupting the setup for Incognito. Is it enough for them to take a base?
Boo Boo, I mean, it's a couple times now we've seen Boo Boo just trying desperately to get themselves B while they're losing the rest of the map. And although that's been effective at slowing them down, they need a bit more. And that version of a bit more was Boo Boo with camo, but instantly caught out. And Incognito, they've passed the 200-point threshold. Cloud9 is just running out of time.
Send him with the trade out there. Jackson, shock rifle out, but Lethal will survive. Some great shots out of him, not only getting the kill, but slowing down Precision. Former teammate goes right at him, knows the tendencies, and Descendant also not able to get involved. Lethal is shooting.
This is, hey, Cloud9, it all starts with a little momentum, right? Just a little bit of a push. They could get this snowball to turn into an avalanche. This trip cap can quickly get out of hand if they're able to find the correct kills. The first comes in for Boo Boo, and Piggy is able to get the secure, but it costs his life. Cloud9 with a little bit more to work with now.
260-72 run here for Incognito as we switch on board with Septify, fresh off of taking down Descendant. He attacks Bravo right now, but you notice he's kind of surrounded here by multiple members of Incognito from the C side to the A side, but they ignore him. They're actually attacking tower to C. They want the Alpha Charlie for now. Descendant doubles back and eventually is able to take down Septify, and just like that, Incognito right back in control.
It's been very efficient from them. They have not let Cloud9 like really get that big momentum swing. They've had moments where they've scored, but it's just been that moments. Incognito, they've been in control. And I mean, look at the kills, right? Everyone's within one of each other. It is equal parts shared here. Everyone is rising to the occasion.
Big play coming out of Boo Boo Doo and Septify for a little bait and switch action. Still have a whole lot of ground to make up right now. Boo Boo Doo and Cloud9, but hey, you know what do they say? You don't have to be great to start, but you got to start to be great. So as of right now, maybe we see a great comeback here for Cloud9. Sab, Shock is out here. Turns on Precision, who's already weakened. Piggy, you could get it too, says Sabinator. 3 down. Go Incognito.
With that, Cloud9 will keep scoring, but it's still only 2 hills. It's 1 point for every second they're able to keep this control, but Sab is starting to really stunt the movement forward from Incognito, and I love this aggressive play. They want to find these kills and then start to work towards that trip cap. They know that with how big this deficit is, they're going to need a little bit more firepower.
Sabinator was looking more like the Terminator right there, terminating the enemy squad while Descendant makes his way over towards Bravo. Septify was able to grab a hold of this shot, but Incognito scoring once again is going to be real bad news here for Cloud9. Septify knows he has to make a play and win a piv at the same time and is not able to do so. Yaxon survives. Piggy with the cleanups. He's watching Yaxon's back perfectly from the B box side. The bait was serious.
Yeah, Yaxon played that so well with that noob combo, right? It's basically sniper versus poor man sniper, and he came around the corner. Great pre-aim, right? He's looking at the right battery, and it made a huge difference and eventually got them back to the scoring position to win game 1. But it wasn't close, and it wasn't pretty at the start of that game. Cody, it's Incognito showing no signs of being cold, even after having to wait in this grand finals. They came out this gate exactly doing what they needed.
Crazy to be, man. And like Piggy keeps getting overlooked on some of these rosters, man. You watch him, dude. He just makes the right play at the right time right there. You know, you gave the kudos to Yaxon being that perfect bait player over toward the back of R2 side, putting down shots, staying alive, using that green gun. But all that really doesn't mean much. And Piggy isn't just being sneaky and hiding on that P box, cleaning up both players and what it just. I thought it was just excellent by Piggy and Yaxon just working together so well over toward that back battery side. And you see plays like that, they don't always, they're not super exciting. They're not going to jump off the screen. You're not going to hear a scream over it. But those are game-winning plays right there. Just staying alive, working off your teammate. That's just good Halo.
Yeah, these are the two that stuck together from the whole team, right? Yaxon and Piggy, both a part of that Luminosity roster. And I mean, they're finding themselves almost in a deja vu situation where they're about to earn themselves, right? If they win this game, they earn themselves the 5th seed. That's the seed that they had going into Arlington.
That's a cursed seed right there, brother.
Hey, start throwing. Turn off the controllers. Like, get the mouse and keyboard out. We won number 6. We don't want 5.
I mean, we joke about it, but I mean, guys, let's not forget Luminosity. Number 5th seed going into Arlington, ended up not winning a single series and ended up in 16th place. Even the team that made it out of the open bracket, which I believe was Ether Gaming, correct me if I'm wrong, who ended up beating them out in pool play for their spots. So, obviously Yaxon and Piggy are no strangers to being in this position and grabbing, a high seed. But now my question for them is, even if you're able to win this, what do you do with it? Whether the 5th seed or the 6th seed, I don't give a damn. I want to see you do this stuff on land. I almost cursed my bet.
Well, they're still 2 games away from securing that 5th seed. I'm sure Cloud9 has some response here in the Slayer. They're getting about to a pretty great start. 3 go down. Yaxon will be that last player alive, and Sab has a clear target in mind, but Sab caught out by the first spawner. Descendant came right off commando spawn, grabbed that utility, got the kill, and now the situation's completely turned. The Incognito have a great chance at this camouflage that's still down in the middle of the map. Descendant versus Sab, 1v1. Camo gonna go to Descendant, but the life is Sab's to take.
I love Sab utilizing that repulse in order to find the camouflage player. It's a lot easier if you're slamming them against the wall and that camo doesn't get activated for as long or as quickly as it should. 8-7 lead here for Incognito. Precision, well-placed grenade. Descendant cleaning up the pieces, and Boo Boo Doo tries to get out with his life, but Precision, he's just precise. But the movement with the shot, it don't matter. My man is just doing his thing.
Staying in the back, ready to take this fight against Lethal, but Lethal gets the kill and, well, eventually get traded out, but that's close quarters engagements against a sidekick. Great win right there from DJ.
Switching over toward Descendant. Tries to slow things down, but Septify catches Precision, gets there just a second too late, and although he gets one kill, not able to take down both. Notice a camouflage is about to come up over on the mid-map. Lethal, bit of a prediction grenade. Sab set up. Cloud9 want this camo.
Yeah, 15 all. This camo could be the big swing in this game. Septify on a quick flank. There's two more to deal with, but the support was there, but there just wasn't enough firepower. Sab will be last alive. His job to eat the camo, but that might be too much to ask for. I don't think anyone had the expectation of Sab seriously stopping 3 players from grabbing that camo and getting away. And the damage, Tony, it's starting to unwind. This is bad for Cloud9.
1-16 lead here for Incognito. Trades out his life, which is good to get the camo off of the map there. Sab goes right after Precision and earns a Stalker rifle for his troubles. And Sab smartly retreats back toward his spawning teammates.
Yeah, he catches that player coming off rotation. Those are the kills that Cloud9 desperately needs, right? The easy ones. Players getting caught on their rotations. The places where you have guarantees. And if Cloud9 can start to stack those up, Incognito, their lead is going to dissipate.
Double push on Incognito towards his back A side. Septify navigates it pretty well, and Sab cleans up the last player there. I think Jackson is just hiding in arcade, just kind of waiting for everybody to pass him, but Lethal spots him out. The remaining 3 players now stuck over towards Subway. Sab understands the assignment. He's gonna get aggressive. He's gonna put that pressure on him. Puts Descendant down. Boo Boo Doo gets a double kill, and Cloud9 just turn things around like that.
That's Sab playing the opponent, not necessarily the game. He saw that the challenge was against Descendant, dropped out. He knew that challenge was coming. Like, Descendant's never gonna disengage from that. He set himself up for a perfect pre-aim, expecting a hyper-aggressive challenge, and punished Descendant on that overextend. Great play by Sab, and he went on a monstrous run. He's 10-5, double positive in a crucial moment as Cloud9's regained the lead.
Less than 10 seconds do we see an active camouflage coming up. Piggy wants to get into a more stronger position, but it's just too little too late. Cloud9 slay him out at a perfect time in order to convert those slays into a camouflage. Now Sab going ghost. Meanwhile, his teammates are falling around him, which is going to be really important here. Sab still wants to get value. Could it be a backsmack? No, it's a split second too late, and still his teammates are staggered at the moment. Incognito bring us back within 1 kill.
Sab has been patient with that camo just to have it revealed by his teammates. Nade, oh no. There could have been so much more to that play by Cloud9, but they still are able to go positive in the engagement. A +3 spread in this game now as it's 35-32, and Septify has the power weapon at the top of B, while Incognito find themselves trapped inside the base. Dangerous moments that could start to spiral this game into Cloud9's favor.
38-34 here for Cloud9. Septify able to grab about half use of this Stalker. Precision going right after Lethal over on the off screen here. And now we see Boo Boo Doo and Sab pushing together through the purple side. Incognito kind of rotating on top of each other towards the strong side of the map, and it's going to work out. Jackson takes down Lethal. We're still double pushing on tires as Cloud9, but where the heck did Precision just come from? Precision making a play. Septify takes down 2, but it felt like it should have been more.
Yeah, that's it. There's those little moments where you stop the bleed, right? That can really change a game. But Incognito, we really haven't seen them 4 up at once. And Descendant eager to challenge that corner. He will find that kill, and that might be enough to alleviate some much needed pressure. With that, it's 2 down for Cloud9. The last 2 are taking the challenge. This is very aggressive, and Tony, my concern is they're being this aggressive while camouflage is coming up. It's only Septify that's alive to try to stop Piggy from the grab, and yes, Cloud9's only 3 kills away, but they've given Incognito a chance, a way to open that door to a comeback.
Despite being 3 down, Piggy is able to grab a hold of this camo, and Dubu takes a lot of damage before eventually getting cleaned up. Piggy repositioned himself to cover his one-shot teammates back. Sab, he's actually go a complete center route. Piggy's like, where the heck did Sab go? Sab went center towards tires, and you see him running away from the rest of Incognito.
There you go. Sab eventually goes down. Boo-Boo Dubu will follow. It's a 1-kill game. Cloud9 gets into 49, and Septify's nade will get it, but it was much needed. Oh, no. Whoo! Incognito kicking themselves. Septify's nade just saved the game.
Beautifully played by Cloud9. Eventually able to finish that one. That got a bit dicey towards the end, but it's 50-49. And honestly, I thought that was Incognito's game. I honestly thought this was going to be 2-0 Incognito, Seed 9 doing the damn thing.
Woo. That was scary, right? Because let's go back and think about how this all unfolded. Right, we saw 2 kills that Incognito were able to get that split Cloud9 halfway on the map. Now, what was important was that the camouflage was coming up in that moment. They got the next 2 onto Cloud9, and that allowed Piggy to get away with this camo. This camo was the opportunity they needed to make a comeback, and you saw how him being in that forward position gave them a great shot, but it's just that nade that comes out. He stuck him at the very end. And Cloud9, I think they're counting themselves lucky here. That was a brutal situation that they were in, and that nade from Septify was just enough.
Crazy to see that Streets end the way that it did, and we're taking a look at what the series layout was in the winners bracket semifinals. It was 3-1 obviously for Incognito, but Cloud9 was the one who struck first in that game 1, and then ultimately 3 in a row with Incognito's favor. Now we see Cloud9 getting there first. Will it be again where we see Incognito take the rest of the games, or maybe this is Incognito shifting momentum in their favor? Capture the flag. Aquarius going to be our swing game number 3. Both of these teams looking to swing that momentum towards them.
Jackson able to grab that camera right away, but Sav is there waiting at the bottom, but that trap was just another trap set by Descendant. He'll get the easy back smack, and Jackson, despite playing a hyper aggressive in the middle of the map, he's in a relatively calm situation with that camo, and Incognito's gonna have first strike in the base.
Descendant backing down, and Jackson with his camouflage wants to try to get behind him, but there's 3 members of Cloud9 just watching that angle. There's nowhere to go, but Piggy not able to survive either. Precision though, with a bit of a cleanup. Double kill out of him, and now Descendant, who's already in the base, is just eating off of that. Precision with a huge double, but Boo Boo Dubu with a pivotal kill.
Are those nades good enough? Descendant, you have to feel like he took a ton of damage. He did, and Boo Boo Dubu took a quick route, but it's not going to be enough out of this moment. Septify lasts alive, and he's all the way at P1. Incognito knows that they've scored first, and it's within the first 90 seconds of this game. Incognito, man, they are playing fast, they're playing loose, and they are finding crucial kills at the right time.
Incognito are the ones who made it out through the winner's side, only having to win 1 best-of-5 series. Meanwhile, Cloud9 would have to reset the bracket here in this first best-of-5, just going 3 down as Incognito. Sab taking the weak side over on P. That's going to force Incognito spawning on utility.
That's a bit of an ego from Sab on that challenge as well. He was mid-map, came off his spawn, just took the fight and from lower position 1, and that gave Cloud9 the boost needed to at least work on a counter opportunity. And then Sab, the player that started the chaos, that's gonna score right away. Wow, talking about an efficient counter cap. It's even. Camouflage up, and Cloud9, they could potentially get away with this one as well, but no, Piggy there to grab the camo, but it looks like easy burns are gonna come in because of it.
And on that steal from Piggy, camouflage denied away from Cloud9. Lethal finds himself an easy kill over toward the top P. goes down to one shot, but sees Sab and Septify grinding forward right into the hands of a trap. Incognito left down. Lethal and Septify still gonna play forward. If they can put down this damage and turn it into kills, the spawners will be coming up for Cloud9.
See Incognito just flying through the middle of the map. It's a wave of red that's just infiltrated this base. Cloud9, only one player alive. Incognito, they're having to work back towards their side, right? That pressure from Cloud9 is at least keeping them in check. They're not having as much freedom as they were having in the beginning of the game and getting into Cloud9's base. Instead, it's a lot of defensive maneuvers to try to get themselves into another attacking position. And wow, Cloud9, it felt like they just bullied their way into that base, Tony. They're not stopping. They're sprinting forward on their spawns.
Tied game and a couple of denial grenades coming out of Septify. Ooh, back-to-back kills here for Incognito. And as the game slows down, Septify has to completely get out of dodge, but running away from one fight just ends up right back in another.
Got 3 players from Incognito working into that mid-map. It's going to be Piggy that's waiting for that action. Once he feels safe, he's gonna go. Boom, shots in, damage done, flag pulled. That's 3 down. As that flag's pulled, it look at that reposition. I believe Precision, he saw that Boo Boo Doo had spawned in the util. He had to take a quick readaptation, and that flag's gonna be stuck in the middle for now. Cloud9, Boo Boo Doo might have just stopped this flag in time.
Flag sits down on the mid-map, almost able to keep it alive to Jackson, but that should be the no. Piggy comes in with the steal, and despite being one shot, he's actually gotten not only down to the car one side, but towards the yellow util. This flag could be going in. Septify with the shots. Yeah, dude, what?
What a play by Piggy, right? He got that flag touch, but at the same time, he had picked up camo, so now he's running around with camouflage in this on this map. So they have a little bit extra to go with. Cloud9's got to be concerned about where Piggy's at right now. He's sitting on that car side with this camouflage trying to stop Cloud9's counter opportunity.
2-1 lead here for Incognito, but Cloud9 trying to capitalize on the situation. They're not going to be able to do so. Incognito not only getting the kills, but another pull here. And if they play their cards right, this could be 3-1. They've just dealt with Lethal, but they've also just gone 3 down.
Boo Boo Doo Boo 1v1. Descendant didn't have a doubt in his mind about getting that kill. That it's all chaos on that car side. You see that flag halfway home for Cloud9, but only 2 players alive to try to keep this alive. Septify is doing his best, but just too many players from Incognito there to deal with.
Precision going down here. Sab wants to make sure all of utilities cleared out. Meanwhile, Descendant going right through the middle, able to take down one before going down himself. Incognito still through utility and are still forcing Cloud9 back right now. Piggy wants to win one piv because he knows that can really turn into a flagpole, and here it is. Takes down Sab. 3 down go Cloud9. He's one shot, so he can't commit to it. He knows that final player could be anywhere.
They did get that util block out in time, so all the players from Cloud9 spawned on that fridge. 3 of them gonna hit the OE, one's gonna wrap to the back, and they are winning their gunfights. It's felt like such a slam dunk opportunity for Incognito, but as these players go down, there's a real concern about a counter opportunity, and that counter opportunity is starting to be realized. Cloud9 have gotten the return. Now can they finish the rest of the run? Piggy. Tony, I think he only gets that trade because he has that nuke combo out. He can punch faster than the player with the bandit.
Beautiful green gun play coming out of Piggy right there. And largely because of that, they are able to get the return. Jackson and Precision now going to run into a bit of a 2v2 scenario. The cleanup goes down for Descendant onto Boo Boo Doo Boo, but Incognito go 3 down on that push. Cloud9 successfully fend them off.
A lot of times we're seeing Cloud9 just hit sprints. They are flying on these overextends whenever they get the chance, but that's the thing. They haven't had too many chances at doing just this. Septify into the base. Jackson's the first target. That'll be the first kill to at least try to get something forward, but look who, Piggy. Now, Piggy has been living back here. Cloud9 needs a big, bad wolf to blow this house down, man. He has just been consistently back there, pulling the flag and making life chaos for Cloud9.
Another 1v1 battle goes down, and perfect shots from Descendant leads to a bit of a curb slide action right into yet another pull. They already have a 2-1 lead to Incognito, and that flag is not only making it towards Util, it's gonna be out of the base here. And Cloud9, cross-map shots, something, some grenades, a miracle, I don't know. They need something because Descendant is flying in and punching in their third flag cap. 3-1 lead for Incognito.
It's just been, they've been able to execute in the base of Cloud9 a little bit too much, and we'll just keep an eye on Piggy. He's been clear on his place, on trying to get back into that base, getting into those flag pulls, and because they've had that forward momentum so often, they're getting the flag pull as they get that first kill, right? They're accelerating the clock to those flag runs, and it's been effective for them.
This camouflage, Cloud9 are allowed to take space at the moment here. A little over 3 minutes on the clock, so enough time to cap 2 and maybe more. As Cloud9 put Incognito 3 down. Boo Boo Doo lags behind with this camouflage to watch for the spawners and the overextenders. Nobody really there. Jackson does make it towards P. Boo Boo Doo does find an easy kill onto Piggy, who is really mad at that one.
Pigs aren't known for they can smell really well. They're not known for their eyesight. You know, it's like you see a shimmer, it's just a mirage. You know, just let it go. They're standing shoulder to shoulder there, Tony. And unfortunately, Piggy just did not spot the camo, and Boo Boo will reap the reward.
Just a 1 cap advantage here for Incognito. Lethal, final player alive, left on Cloud9, so although they are fresh off of a cap, Incognito are in their base. Incognito have actually already pulled the flag, and Lethal can't even find the one-shot Descendant, who refuses to go down in action. Jackson getting into the mix.
Yeah, but that flag is cool. It's halfway through, and Jackson gets the easy back smack. Is there anyone from Cloud9 to stop this? Precision's almost all the way home. There's nothing there. It's almost too easy for Incognito, and Precision's lighting up the kill feed. He's 24 and 16.
He's been incredible all tournament long. Like legitimately. He is looking like the same Precision that was brought over to Complexity, that was brought over to Sentinels last year. The man is the real deal. Precision looking like his old self. Meanwhile, Cloud9 still down by 2 caps, less than 2 minutes on the clock, trying to get that flag towards the Util side, but Incognito, they got their number.
Yeah, Jackson's gonna be able to clear it. This is, I mean, you're running out of time, right? You only have less than 2 minutes to get these flag runs through. Incognito, they no longer have to play this overextension style. They can really just start playing these ratty corners, letting Cloud9 push into them and trying to find easy kills, though 2 flag captures is very much possible in under 90 seconds. So important for Incognito not to get too caught up on being defensive. And you saw Septify, right? Look how he wrapped back there, Tony, to check where that rack corner is. He's purposely changing his gameplay because he's thinking, hey, these guys are gonna get a little bit more defensive in the end game.
Another 3 down here for Cloud9 is ultimately not what they are looking for. We're less than a minute on the clock now. Cloud9 needed that cap and more. Things are looking quite grim here for Cloud9, as time is just simply a commodity they can't afford to lose.
It just keeps slipping away, right? The sands are falling, and I think right now Incognito might be ready to go on a little celebration lap. Just one more round of slays, and you've really shut down the door, the opportunity for Cloud9, but the door not shut yet. Cloud9 is trying to force it back open as Sab pulls it out to the P side, but spawns come in, and now things are starting to just be too desperate for Cloud9.
Cloud9 had to try something. I mean, literally at this point, it might just be mathematically impossible here. This is going to be a 2-1 series lead for Incognito. Again, they're the ones coming out of the winner's bracket. They're the ones with the added luxury of only having to win 1 series, while Cloud9 still has to reset it. Well, now Cloud9's have to pull off, I guess, a gentleman's reverse sweep here, because they're down 1-2 one game away, ultimately getting second place in this qualifier.
What oddball, right? And I mean, we saw so far the what the teams had won in the previous series, I believe, is still true. So remember, we had these teams played each other once before. It was a 3-1 in favor of Incognito when they played on the winner's side of the bracket. Incognito had won the Strongholds in a similar fashion. They did win the Slayer, so Cloud9 changing things a little bit, but I mean, so far it's been looking to range true. And look at that precision, 31 kills to his name, but give me assists of Yaxon and Descendant, man, that's crazy. 16-14 apiece.
Yeah, and this is the type of team that he loves. You know, the players putting down damage and just great call-outs, great communication, so he can find himself in a great position to just pick them off like fish in a barrel. This is exactly what Precision wanted, and this is what he got. Incognito are looking fantastic. Like, good isn't the word, great isn't the word. Incognito right now are looking like what we expected, like the complexities to look like, the TSMs to look like, you know, what even the Cloud9s to look like. You know, going into Dallas, if they can keep this same energy, watch out everybody in the venue.
Yeah, I mean, so far, I think Precision's been such a big add to this team, right? He's obviously facilitating a lot of slays for his team. He has a 1.25 KD in the tournament today. A 1.25. Man has been slaying. And then the other piece of the equation that we haven't really been talking about has been Yaxon. He's been so consistent on his damage output. He's been averaging over 5,400 damage a game throughout the tournament, and you see it right there, 7,500 for his team that time around. He's been a big part of what's been activating the team. So despite Precision having the highest KD, we look at the KAD, it's actually Yaxon in the lead. So 1.79 in the tournament here today.
And it's funny too, because I looked at Yaxon's damage stats, and you think, like, in order to get that consistent damage, you think he might be taking like a lot of like bad damage in return, but no. I think his damage differential has also been extremely good, so maximizing his damage output. But as far as receiving the damage, like, he's doing a great job of putting himself in great positions, putting down those shots. It doesn't matter whether he gets the kill or his teammates get the kill. As long as it's a net positive for the team and they're able to activate and play through that, that's Incognito's game. And this is what we wanted Luminosity to play like on LAN. Right now, Incognito are doing so, and damn it, I'm gonna go out and say this could be even better than what we've seen Luminosity look like online last before Arlington. Excuse me, sorry.
No, I never really felt like we saw Incognito at this level, or not Luminosity at this level during the online sprint before Arlington. Like, this is Incognito looks great, and obviously they added two players that are making a big difference to that team, right? You added two of the high flying slayers in the ACS and Precision and Descendant. They've clearly been making life a lot more fun for Piggy and Yaxon here today. Like, it feels as if these games have been pretty easy for them, right? Like the objective games that we saw, like, it wasn't really in question who was going to win them. Cloud9 has been struggling on treading water against this consistent all-out attack.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. When you know, obviously Complexity didn't have the best time before Arlington. They didn't even have the best Arlington, to be honest with you. But I've always been a huge fan of Precision, and when they dropped him, I was still shocked that they ended up dropping him. But, you know, it was a move that ultimately Complexity had to make. Things just, for whatever reason, wasn't working out. But Precision jumps on this roster. Jackson is loving it. Descendant is loving it. I promise you, Piggy is loving it. Precision brings the level of firepower this team needs, and you have three players that are willing to do dirty work. They're willing to do objective. They're willing to put down damage and get those assists. And you have a great formula for success here with Incognito. It's a great blend of slaying power, a great blend of objective. It's everything that a winning team needs. And I know we might be maybe overglazing a little bit, but I'm liking the way Incognito is looking. And the reason why I put so much weight in this is because I also love Cloud9. Like, and they're right now winning 2-1 here in the grand finals, and this could be 3-1, very much how we saw in the winners bracket semifinals.
Lethal just won a huge fight, right? Able to take down that sniper despite being down to one shot, and that not only earns them that sniper to their possession, but also the camouflage to help that ball on rotation. Now it's just down to hitting the shots and Lethal not letting us down.
Body shot coming out there. Sab hops right on that ball, and it looks like Camo and Sniper still a dangerous combination, especially in the hands of Lethal. 2 pieces, 1. Good damage on precision. Smartly just backs down, allows his teammate to finish off the kill, and 25-0 run for C9.
And so far, I mean, this has been a completely different C9 team. They're handling the pressure Incognito so well, and did Lethal clip both of them on that? Looks like that might have been a collateral as you see the damage start to be acted upon. Septify and Sab clean up those two, and Boo Boo Doo will keep the doorway closed as the next player goes down, and that's clean. That's Incognito are getting ripped apart on these pushes.
And again, this is the reason why I was so big on Incognito and what they were doing, because I know how good Cloud9 are. They're this good. When Cloud9 are firing on all cylinders, they can look dominant on the map right now. 57-0. And again, that's why I was giving Incognito their flowers.
Oh, we'll see how far Incognito can take this ball rotation. Sab just trying to keep his forward pressure, and Piggy ready to take that fight. He knows there's 2 that can push him now, and I'm surprised if we see Incognito maybe work on a quick rotation. Cloud9 is way overcommitted on this nest side. If they try to hit a quick route out after these kills, they can find themselves in a great spot, but they're gonna go out for the all-out fight, and Precision's just winning it. Oh my, that's his 8th kill. I think he just wiped him just almost by himself, cleaning up all those one-shots.
Yes, toward the tail end of that, we saw him in a bit of a 1v2, and he somehow still looked comfortable within that fight. And once again, Incognito on the ball, but Sab comes in with a sneaky play, steals that ball, throws it off. You get no time here, Incognito.
Yeah, you see a player, they clearly have a goal in mind, right? He was never going to try to get that kill. It was get that ball off the map and slow the momentum that Incognito's getting, but I don't know if it was enough, right? They still have the camouflage. They're still winning these ball rotations now. They're going to be able to get a nice chunk of time here, and all that work that Cloud9 did early is in danger of slipping away, especially if the sniper went to their possession, but just winning that fight in time. Boo Boo Doo Boo gets the first to his name and a sniper to work with.
57-35 lead here for Cloud9. Boo Boo Doo Boo taking an immediate center route, a direct route right towards Piggy and Incognito to get the ball out of his hands and also finding the kills necessary. They're going to hop right on this. Good objective time past that ball, which where the player who doesn't have the sniper, Boo Boo Doo Boo, has some heads to take off.
Boo Boo Doo Boo very comfortable with the sniper. He'll take his opportunities when he gets them. Usually you see Septify being the player that has that power weapon, but this time it's going to be Boo Boo that gets his choice, and he is dead consistent with hitting those no-scope body shots, man. It's fun to watch, but looks like Piggy was able to snuff it out, and honestly, Incognito, they're not losing any numbers on this push. Cloud9 needs to start equalizing some kills.
Less than a 30-second lead right now here. Cloud9 still have the advantage. Meanwhile, Precision 12-4 at the moment. He's gonna try to play forward, try to find out where Cloud9 are pushing for. Cloud9 are patient on this push.
Whoa! He turned the corner. He saw 3 players flying with each other, and it is chaos over at screens. Boo Boo Doo Boo, though, making the most out of it. He was able to stay alive. It's 3 down for Incognito, and the last player is going to vacate out. Sniper still in Cloud9's control, and they're still getting time. They're only 20 seconds away from winning round 1. It's Sab. Oh, there was no hesitation on that shot.
Oh my gosh, Sab precisely dissecting Incognito right there. Beautifully played, and that's what Incognito kind of Cloud9 are really kind of known for. You know, they will sacrifice timing. They want perfectly timed pushes, even if it means waiting and being patient with it. But here come Incognito. 1 kill may turn to more, and may turn to a camouflage as well.
Dangerous moment. Oh no, Boo Boo and Sab go down, and Lethal, Septify, they're gonna have big work ahead of them. Although they have a good chunk of time to do this, they know that camouflage is on the map. The ball is very far away, and Incognito are set up. This has all the makings of a run.
Lethal Surprised he stayed alive as long as he did right there. Camouflage still in their hands right now. Piggy on the tower with that ball. And Jackson has a very important responsibility of clearing out the tower side, but the nade's just too much. 3 down go Incognito. That ball does not make it off the map.
That's going to be the first round in the bag. Incognito going to spawn way too far away, and that check nade, right? That pre-nade on the camo made all the difference. Once they got that kill, the rest of Incognito just fell. Cloud9's early start helps them get through to that finish line. We saw Incognito with moments of greatness, but nothing topped this. I mean, whew, this shot, the confidence, boom! That's clean.
Round 1 to Cloud9, step 1 done to sending us into a game 5, but can they do it once more? Lethal once again with the sniper, but this time taken down a little bit earlier here. Descendant and Incognito controlling the strong side of the map, and Piggy absolutely turning on Sab.
Sab put that one out of his mind. That was a pretty brutal out bandit there, and with that, everything going right for Incognito. They're going to get sniper, camo, and ball all at once. And Descendant could really put the hurt onto the initial spawners. Boo Boo will not go any further. Lethal, who just gets around the corner.
I'm telling you, man, Descendant's point of view is one of my favorites to watch. Even right now, you know, 6 and 8, obviously not the best score line ever, but I mean, the man is not afraid to take a fight, but also knows when to put down damage and to stay alive here. Lines up that sniper. Enemy has the ball. Trying to find the 2-piece here. There it is. 3 down, go C9.
And that ball hit a rotation towards B while they're getting all those kills. They are starting to really expand their presence on the map. They're going to force out dummy spawns and let Descendant try to snipe the cross onto the tower. The Incognito is really playing adaptations well, and they maybe pushed a little bit early. They gave up their A spawns, but who cares when you have angles like that with the sniper? Pop goes the weasel, and Descendant doing a hell of a lot of damage.
And that to me looked like a quickly. It looked like a headshot on the first and a body shot on the second player for Descendant. That was interesting. Meanwhile, Incognito 65-0 run right now. This is a lot different than we saw in that round 1 from C9.
I like it when they run into the wall. Hey, hide your Spartan just a little bit more if anyone's ever wondering why you're sprinting your way into a wall, but this is completely different, right? We did not see this version of Incognito last round, and this is what we had seen in the previous objective games. Like, this is the start of the strongholds. They're gonna shut them out. Septify can't do anything to help in this spot. He's by himself, and that's it. 100-0. That's the response that Cloud9 was not expecting.
And that's one way to steal momentum right there. This is what I'm talking about. Look. Headshot, body shot. That's a quick.
That should be a headshot. I don't know how that one didn't go through Lethal's skull either. That quickly written all over it.
My God.
Oh, jeez.
Descendant comes out swinging here in round number 3, fresh off of a dominant round 2 performance, and they ain't slowing down. Another 2-piece, and now it's Descendant making sure this green side is clear, and he knows the rest of them are pushing camel side.
You might as well hit the 360 at this point. This is montage clipping from Descendant throughout this game. Camouflage still up for grabs, but I don't think Cloud9 feels one bit safe if they know that the sniper's lurking over it.
Descendant beating out that camouflage for a bit, but sniffs out Lethal on the flank. Can't exactly find a headshot. And mind you, Ball is here as well, so they might be able to work in tandem, work together to clear Lethal out on the C side, who's being so annoying and buying enough time for Septify to take height with that repulse. For Septify to then come in with the double, almost turns it into a triple action. Jackson barely staying alive.
See, this is what happens at the end of the game, is Lethal didn't get a kill in that situation, right? It doesn't look good for his stat sheet, but that play doesn't even start to happen if Lethal doesn't get to that spot to pull that sniper off that angle, right? Like, Lethal's job there was to open up a gap to let Septify get camouflage. He did it brilliantly, right? He got the sniper off, was then able to stay alive and make those players focus on them to let the camo player get up the map to eventually get those kills, and now they're going to be able to retake the lead or take the lead for the first time in this round because of that play.
They keep motivating back and forward. Trying to confuse the enemy team. Meanwhile, descended. It's a huge kill over towards Pillars. Trying to find the kill on this ball carrier. Maybe force that play ball, and looks like they're able to do it. And if they can continue to slay out like this, they can get a head start towards the next ball.
It's just going to be Sav and Septify, and they're on the other side of the map. Piggy was able to get around that corner. Despite taking heavy damages, he will be able to get a nice chunk of time because look how far away Cloud9 is. But dude, Lethal has been a terror. He's been terrorizing those players every time they get to that ball. And Incognito, they feel like they should have a lot more of that ball time than they do. Lethal's been critical to shutting down the effectiveness of Incognito.
Cloud9 are able to come off a spawn 3 down, go Incognito and Septify on the ball with that QT. Meanwhile, Boo Boo Doo gets away with the camo. We see Sniper about to come up here as things slow down here for C9. Incognito are looking to pick that pace right back up.
When the series started, right, well, all the eyes were on the main slayers of these teams, and they've been popping out and performing here today in this round. Septify 23-18, Precision 27-16. They've been a big part of the success, and if Septify can maintain that pace, right, take over that main slaying role for this roster, I think that's when Cloud9 is at their best, is when he's slaying out.
70 points here for Cloud9. Just about done with ending this round right now. Incognito maybe have 1, maybe 2 good pushes left, and you're gonna start off staggered because of the slay from Boo Boo Doo. Almost lines up the Sniper, but he doesn't need to get the kill. The rest of his team is able to get it. 85 seconds here for Cloud9. Time is winding down fast. Finally, they're able to get that ball out of their hands, but it's a play ball immediately.
Lethal, though, he's going to be able to stop any sort of push towards that ball. But the shots go over the shoulders of Precision, though, and this is the opportunity they've been waiting for. 2 players down for Cloud9, but how did Sab just stay alive at the tower? He's causing chaos, and Cloud9, they just ripped the ball away. They only had 1 kill. They completely rotated away. They're just a couple seconds away from winning the rounds.
Big time objective efficiency coming out of Cloud9, stealing that ball, and that's going to be the final seconds going here. It's not enough time, and Cloud9 sending us into a Game 5 here in your grand finals.
It's just Sab played such a crazy position, right? He just stayed there, hid himself in that tower. Once he saw an opportunity, he threw that ball away, and Cloud9 instantly went into action. They weren't necessarily concerned with getting all the kills, but rather just putting space between that ball and Incognito, understanding if they got around the corner, there wouldn't be enough time for Incognito to challenge and prevent that round from going their way. And they've earned themselves a Game 5, and you don't want to play Slayers against Cloud9. That's where they're at their best. This is going to be a tough position for Incognito, but luckily they do have this loss to give up technically, right? They don't want to, but we are in our first grand finals series. It's Incognito that has that winner's advantage.
Yeah, I don't think Incognito needs to be thinking about that, though. At this point, they think about getting it done right here, right now in the Game 5. Cloud9 have been slowly starting to heat up throughout the latter half of this grand finals right now, and that's a big win for them in round 3 of Oddball. Going into this Game 5, you gotta watch out for Septify and Boo Boo Doo. Those are the 2 players that if you are able to slow them down, you may just be able to take it out. Not going to be easily, obviously. And that play ball by Sav was so awesome. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he just slides in, says, this thing's out. Gets it out. And right, Incognito, I mean, such an interesting game from them because they were so dominant in that second round. But round 1, round 3, that's when Sav and the rest of Cloud9 came to life. I still am thinking about that snipe that Sav hit. Man, that was a pretty shot.
This round 2 that we're watching highlights from was crazy. 100-0. Almost gets to Quigley right there, the Descendant. That was about as dominant of a round 2 that you could see. And now I'm asking myself, I want to rewatch it. Like, what happened? What was the difference between that round 1 and round 3? that was just so different for Incognito in round 2.
I think it came at this point when Lethal was able to get in, distract that sniper Descendant, and allow Cloud9 to get that camouflage. They were finally able to get their foothold needed to gain some momentum, because at that point it was 128 straight seconds of ball time for Incognito, right? It was all the momentum. I mean, look at the score at the end of this game, Tony. They had more ball time than Cloud9 did as a team.
That they did. Look at the stats right now. Impressive with the kills, impressive with the assist. KD looking decent across the board as well. But now going into Slayer, the only thing that matters is kills, and that's it. It's actually going to be Solitude as our game number 5 here. Think about the camouflage, think about the shock, and think about what these two players on screen can do with it. If Septify or Sab get a hold of that shock, oh, it's going to be bad news for Incognito.
Yeah, these are the Slayers for Cloud9. These are the ones that you're expecting to step up into this moment and to really perform. Septify is going to have a lot on his shoulders as well. He is just known for his prolific Slayer game in particular. And I'm very interested in the battle of the main Slayers on either side.
On the other side of things, Descendant and Precision, who have been lights out all tournament long. Every time there's a highlight that you see on screen, it's usually Descendant and Precision. They're just built different. And now I feel like this is where it's tough, because I feel like everything that you've done so far in this tournament, no matter how good you've looked, no matter how much we've highlighted you and talked about, this is the only thing that matters. It's game 5, it's grand finals, money on the line, a better seeding going into a huge tournament in Dallas. This is what really matters. I don't give a damn how you performed in game 1 of round 1 and game 1 of this very series in the grand finals. What I care about is performance, timing, execution by both of these rosters. They both have to get it done. Cloud9 to force the bracket reset. Meanwhile, Incognito, 1 win here, and they're your champions.
Septify, known for his Slayer gameplay. He was one of the best in the game type last year, and he's been a top performer this year so far. Top 5 KD overall at HCS Arlington. I'd be expecting to see him do a lot, but it's Incognito that got away with the camo, but they didn't get far. Sap cutting him down.
Early start here for Cloud9. Oh, Sab with some excellent shots over toward the sniper side, defending things well. And Incognito spawning backyard. Septify, he has a head start towards it. Sab is now going to create a little two-pronged attack. They're trying to trap Incognito.
Well, Incognito, they've really condensed their positioning. All 4 of those players are holding hands. They're giving up this entire map to Cloud9 in order to keep all their bandits connected. We'll have to see if this risk is going to pay off. Off the pad, can he shoot the... Oh, not enough damage. They get away. Boo-boo doo-boo, right idea, just not quick enough to take the shot.
Roll lead here for Cloud9. Boo Boo Doo takes height, and because of that is able to find the backside of Descendant. 4-1 start here for Boo Boo Doo and Cloud9.
Very interesting, that double push from Incognito to get towards lift. Usually you don't like just to send players there in the Slayer like that when it's even numbers, and Boo Boo Doo was able to get right behind them, get that damage down. And Incognito, they're not even getting trades, Tony. It's just been all Cloud9 to start this game. The Sab has not died yet, and he's been just finding the back of every player on Incognito.
What a performance coming out of Cloud9 here in the game 5. They were down 1-2 in the series, and after a huge win in Oddball, sending us into this game 5 in a dominant start, 9-3 now, as Incognito finally start to chain together a few kills their way.
With that shock, able to just take down Precision. Those lives they're gonna matter in this game, right? The ability to stay alive while one shot and to get extra value. Every kill Boo Boo Doo-Boo's getting here is a kill that's extra value. He should have died in that engagement. Now he's got an extra 2 for his team, and I don't think he's quite done yet. He's ready to challenge in with the rest of his roster to finish off this collapse.
bit of a miss melee does end up costing him his life to Sab, and Precision in a 1v1 against Boo Boo Dubu, and eventually turns into a 1v2 when Lito gets involved, but Descendant with the quick cleanups.
Septifies that he has no help. He's going to try desperately to get away, but all options are closed. Players were coming out everywhere to get rid of that escape, and for the first time this game, Cloud9 are the ones that are trying to get out of their spawn, and Lethal does just that, man. He had quick, decisive action to get towards that bottom lift, and Cloud9 finally have the space needed to maybe do something here, but it's gonna be 2 players that go down. Now, in the meantime, they did get that shock rifle back to Boo Boo Dubu, but it didn't last long. Incognito are starting to find some critical slays.
Despite a couple plays that go in favor of Incognito, it is some huge plays that are happening right back at him. Cloud9 bring us back within 7 kills right now, and Shock still in the hands of Sab.
Yeah, power weapons have been clearly in the favor of Cloud9. We haven't even seen Incognito sniff one yet. And Sab's got one more clip to work with. That's 3 down. Precision's gonna join him. That's all 4 for Incognito. Spawn trap is not gonna lock in at blue. Instead, they're gonna get that yard spawn. Sab was hunting that head. Fortunately, just not enough space for Cloud9 to force that spawn.
24-15 lead here for Cloud9. Sab, aggressive towards the blue side of the map, ends up going down. The same thing for Boo Boo Dubu. Incognito getting slays right as camouflage is coming up. This is exactly what they wanted. Maybe this is what they need to turn things around, but Precision goes down, and so does camouflage. Sab with a crucial double kill.
I don't know about that from Precision. That hyper-aggressive play with the camo, that was all 4 players were still alive for Cloud9. You have to anticipate someone having that complementary angle, but now it's a dangerous fight. All these players are basically weak. Septify is going to try to keep Lethal alive, but not quite enough. It is trade out after trade out, but the score keeps about the same. Cloud9's just been able to maintain that 7-kill difference.
30-23 right now here for Cloud9. We're on board now with Jackson. Finds out exactly where Septify is. The problem is it's just a distraction, a decoy for the rest of his teams to collapse on, and that's what Cloud9 have been doing all game long.
Sab's going to be able to take high ground, and you see them really starting to slow things down as they're checking all these corners. But Incognito, they've really have condensed themselves. They like to hold hands on this map so far. All 3 players playing that loop side, but Cloud9 not really getting punished for it. For taking that challenge. If you're gonna play that tight, right? If you're gonna condense your space, the second a challenge comes out, you need to see quick successive trades. You want to have that team feel that connectedness.
37-29 lead here for Cloud9. Fairly dominant performance so far in this game number 5, and if things continue like this, we will be looking at a bracket reset. Still enough time, obviously, for Incognito to turn things around, but obviously not going to be easy. May start with the first kill for Piggy.
That camouflage going to be up in just 5 seconds. Incognito, they want to get Cloud9 off this LR side, and oh boy, they wrapped that corner. 2 players instantly went down. Boo Boo Dubu's position's known. He goes down before the trade can come out. That's 3 untraded kills and a camouflage. Let's make it 4 untraded kills and a camouflage now for Incognito. They're right back into this game. Just a 3-kill differential, and they have Cloud9 trapped.
Despite the 16-7 performance out of Sab at the moment, Incognito bring us right back to just a 3-kill game. Things were looking like it was about to get out of control here, but action, shutting down that shock rifle player in Sab, and just like that, he has shock. It's a 2-kill game. Tools, is this going to be a crazy comeback?
I mean, they played it perfectly, right? They got what they needed. Those untraded kills, the camo, the shock, that's all starting to fall into their hands. This is the things that have been denied from them throughout the game. Once they got those advantages, they're starting to run free. Cloud9 in a position they really haven't felt all game. Trapped and trying to find a way to break the setup of Incognito, and with Precision getting that first kill. Cloud9, Lethal went underneath. Lethal's on a long-ranging flank here, and he gets the first on that flank. Is he going to be able to rip apart the rest of Incognito?
Does some good damage, but Descendant and Piggy back-to-back kills for them. Boo Boo Doo does get a finish, and Lethal is gonna get his to hold on to a 1-kill advantage.
And he's still Lethal. I mean, that's a big 2 kills. That at least keeps it even for now, but Incognito, that momentum, it's not stopping. Descendant hitting him with the SK strafe, not gonna be enough. Sab gets that kill. That's number 18 for him. Double positive in this game, trying to will Cloud9 across the finish line.
46-44 at the moment. Boo Boo Doo making sure he checks those flanks. Don't worry, all 4 players on the opposite side of the map. Camouflage coming up, but no team is going to just go for willy-nilly. They need the slays, and Lethal is able to take down 1. Descendant does make a play over toward the camo and is somehow able to get away. Precision drops the stick, and it's going to be a trade. 48-48. Descendant with the camo right now, and Sab is running.
Descendant spotted Septify and Sab. He knows there's 2, and look at Cloud9. They're all holding hands. They go together. It is not safe alone when the camouflage is out on the map. Descendant checking every corner, and he just got info for the team. They know where 2 are, but they have to expect all 4 players to be with each other. Must be coordinated from Incognito. Here comes the fight.
All 4 players stuck here for Cloud9, but they're able to break out. That's the first kill that goes for them, but Piggy not only gets away, but is able to take down 1, has a perfect angle to bait out Septify, but Precision with the kill. Precision finishes it, and the body disrespect is there. What is that comeback?
Well, we actually absolutely have to talk about it. Incognito secures the 5th seed and wins HCS NA DreamHack Qualifier. Here are the replays.
Okay, let's see how this all went down. Descendant, that's risky, right? But with 3 players down, he was able to get that camouflage, and now Cloud9 find themselves in a sticky situation. Now, Descendant, he's known for what do we call in the business, going rogue, right? I think he had great discipline here, not to expose his position, but rather to play for info. Very much trying to wait for his team in this situation. I think this is a great place from him not to get too ahead of himself. And once he was here, it was just Incognito waiting for confirmation of what's happening. Checking all these corners, they got that info that 2 players are down, but it's right here when the action springs. Now, I thought Cloud9 had a big advantage. They got 2 players one-shot. Look at Descendant. He instantly thrust it in. This is the going rogue that we talk about with Descendant, right? He's full committed into that gunfight, but Cloud9 not able to get the finish. He plays this pillar so well. Look, he jiggle peeked into 3 players. They're desperately trying to get that finish. They eventually do. And then what? Piggy plays around this corner. 3 players once again trying to team up to get the kill. Piggy just able to get that kill, and now it's Jackson in the back trying to stay like he's one shot. Precision's flanking. He's in the driveway, I believe.
Yeah, he gets the kill.
Let's see how close was that player at the pillar to die. I mean, they are hunting him, and it's Boo Boo. Precision's right behind him. Boo Boo Doo didn't see him, and wow, what a flank. That is players staying alive. Cloud9 had to be kicking themselves. They had 2 one-shots with all 4 players looking at them. That's so tough.
Absolutely insane, but we also have to reel it back a little bit. Earlier in the game, it was Cloud9 who was controlling the first 30 kill marks of this game, and then there must have been a pivotal play, a moment where it swung into Incognito's favor.
I mean, that point right there. I mean, I think everything in that series leads to that grand finals moment. And you looked at the crazy play by Descendant to go in there, try to capitalize on some of that damage with that thrust. That was a ballsy play right there. But then Piggy's ability to just hold a disciplined corner, bait them in there, get that first kill, and then everybody just stops and buys time. They're weak, they're putting down shots, they're staying alive, and they say, Precision, this is in your hands. We're going to distract the enemy team. You have to make a play here. You have to make a confident one. Cloud9 were locked in on that angle. They thought every player was there. But remember, I think Precision might have been the first one to go down, and then eventually he was the one to come off with that flank. I mean, that's just beautifully done. Incognito, man, they are the real freaking deal.
Absolutely. Cloud9 had the lead most of the time, and you all mentioned how they had, power weapon control and power up advantage, and there was a moment in time where they lost that. How do you all think Incognito was able to change that map to their favor?
I mean, they got the 3 down at the right time, right? They were able to start forcing Cloud9 to play off their spawn and not be able to take the space. It's such a big difference maker in Slayers, like taking space versus giving space. At the end of the game, Incognito was very much in control of where they're able to push on the map, and Cloud9 was starting to be the ones being condensed and concerned about what corners they could and could not peek. These back-to-back camouflages were back-breaking for Cloud9. I mean, the value that Jackson got from this one, and then, it wasn't necessarily that Descendant was able to do much with the last camo in the game, but that denial and that worry that Cloud9 has to have once camo's in play was really tough for them to deal with, right? Once Descendant gets away with that camo, now they're coming off a spawn and having to check every corner. They can't really expand. They can't just try to go find and rush a kill, because you have to be worried about where that camo is checking and just running into a free death.
Now, you all mentioned how we haven't seen Luminosity play at this level. We didn't see them playing like this at Arlington, and now they've added precision and they've added Descendant, and we saw in this specific game how incredibly important Descendant was. But I'd love to hear from you guys, how has this duo changed the game for this team?
I mean, yeah, I think Luminosity was fantastic during the online portions, and they earned that 5th seed, but for some reason, for whatever reason, it didn't work on LAN, and maybe they could have kept together, maybe could have figured it out and gone to the next tournament and been successful. But with the way that the mini roster mania ends up, and you come out of this with Precision and Descendant, I mean, that is crazy on its own. But what a gift you were I guess given right there. That is absolutely insane. Like Piggy and Jackson have been fantastic. Precision and Descendant have been freaking game changing, man. Like, this tournament right here felt like not just a big win, but a statement being sent to the rest of the league saying, dude, do not count us out. When you see us at Dallas, you better respect us.
Well, we talked a lot about Incognito. Cloud9 now secures the 6th seed going into the DreamHack Dallas Open. We had some incredible moments from teammates in this squad, specifically Sab in that Game 4 oddball live fire slayer. What do you all think about Cloud9 now that they've finished 6th seed here on today's qualifier?
I mean, yeah, I've always been a big fan of Cloud9. We talked about them back at Arlington. I actually had the luxury of casting them up until 1:30 in the morning, by the way, before Championship Sunday in their matchup against Space Station Gaming. They took SSG to a Game 5. They even during the Open Series, they're the only team outside of SSG, FaZe, Optic, and Shopify to get a top 4 finish in one of the Open Series. Like, Cloud9 were already on an upward trend, and I'm actually surprised that a lot of people weren't already talking about them like they should have been. Obviously, you lose out on Manny, but and much respect to Manny, I'm a big fan. But I mean, come on, Lethal's also one of the greatest players to ever touch a controller in Halo's history. So Cloud9, they obviously are been on an upward trend even before Arlington, even at Arlington. I don't know why we're surprised they even made it to a grand finals. If anything, a lot of people might have had them winning at some point in time. They were a damn good team.
All of this says to me is that DreamHack Dallas is going to be an exciting event, and that top 6 is going to look incredible now that we got to see what Incognito can do, what Cloud9 can do, and what the rest of the squads can do. I would love to ask Tools if he has any other players he would love to highlight.
I mean, I felt like this was a big moment for everyone on Incognito to step up to the plate, and I want to give a big shout out to Action Jackson. Man, he went through, he was like the direct cause of so much roster mania these last 24 hours. He has to be feeling pretty good about his decisions, right? Because it was just like, oh, dude, what do I go with? I could go with one team, I could go with this other one. He decides to solidify himself as Incognito, and they come out winners, and man, they went to war to get there here today. So I want to give a shout out to him. And I also, like, you know, we're talking about the stats that Precision was laying down. He obviously got that final kill, and he had the highest KD for his team. But Action Jackson was there doing the dirty work and the assists, right? He had a 1.79 KAD last I looked. I'm not sure what it was at the very finish of that series, but man, that has to feel very good for him to go through all that roster mania and to come out with the 5th seed for his team here today.
Yeah, did you all expect this tournament to go the way it did?
No.
I want to know what your predictions were.
I thought TSM was going to take it, Tony. What were you thinking?
My prediction was exactly this. My prediction was exactly that Incognito was going to beat Cloud9 in the semifinals. I knew Cloud9 were going to make it out of the lower bracket into the grand finals. And then I also knew that although things would look bleak for Incognito, I 100% knew that Incognito were going to do it in the game 5, specifically in the first series as well. This is exactly how I predicted. I mean, we're talking word for word, bar for bar.
That's crazy. You must be. Yeah, that's crazy, Tools. Wow.
Yeah. For sure. I think so, Tony, you're too much, man. You're too much sometimes.
I did think we were gonna see TSM at least in the grand finals, but I want to say this grand final series was exciting. It had us at the edge of our seat. Cloud9 almost took that game 5 and reset the series. It was so close. We could have had a grand final reset here. Anything could have happened, and I wish for nothing better than a grand finals that ends like this in an exciting way. While we're here, I would love to remind everybody to pick up their last few remaining LVTTs. Go ahead and click the link in the exclamation mark merch in the chat. If you're watching on YouTube, though, click on the link and don't miss out on the last few remaining tees we have. Tools. Hello.
Yax is here.
Yeah, who's that? Who's that? All right, everybody listening to the stream right now, we have brought in Jackson to chat with us about this last series. Tools, take it away.
Yo, Yak, dude. Yeah, I heard roster mania was crazy. These last 48 hours for you. So first of all, why don't you walk us through how this team ends up becoming a thing in the first place? Because I think everyone's like curious with all the drama that went down. Like, what was your path to finding this roster?
Okay, so basically, you guys know that team we played with last week won with Abusi, Cherish, and Collect. So we thought we played pretty well, you know, but obviously complexity. They ended up dropping Ethan and Huss. So they poached Abusi and Cherish from us. So me and Collect kind of tried to look for 2, you know, because we just came off a good performance. We kind of believed in each other. Ultimately, it didn't, like, I ended up going to like try something with Piggy, and then it wasn't like the best thing. So I ended up going back to Collect, trying it again, trying a different team with Huss and Ezo. And I wasn't really feeling that team either, so I actually texted like Descendant at like 12 o'clock at night if I could get back on that team, because I heard Precision was going over there, and I really wanted to play with Precision because I'm a big believer. He's really freaking good at the game, obviously. So they ended up taking me back, thankfully. So that's how we ended up here, man.
Love that. Even before, you know, this roster mania that happened in 2025. You know, talk to me a little bit about your journey as a player. Like, you know, getting to this year. I mean, you've been on some very good teams before. You've had some great performances and whatnot up until now. I mean, obviously, I love this team for you and what you've been able to achieve here. But talk to me about your journey to make it into year 4 of HCS.
Okay, so year 1, I went to one event. I went to Kansas City with actually Natrox, and he still plays. So I went to Kansas City with him, and that was kind of my first team, like dipping my toes into the HCS scene. And that was fun, and I got hooked automatically, like the atmosphere of the LAN environment, like all of it. Like I just loved it, so I kept playing. Didn't really team like with too many people. I just found like my boys Grant Shiesty, Tricky SRO, and M305 actually. and we became darkest hour, and so we stuck for like damn the entire year, like just getting better placements every single time. We never were able to make it out, but we made it to the final rounds like two times. And then after that, so I knew I wanted more, right? I thought I had something special. I thought I knew about the game. Like, I learned a lot, and it was time for like a new path. And Chris Common actually reached out to me, and he also helped one of my close friends, Breaking Shot. He really like made him into like a great player. Like, you see where Dylan is now. Like, he was on a good path. So I wanted the same for myself. So shout out Chris Common. Like, he really last year like took me under his wing, taught me about the game, everything. And last year was a big learning experience for me. Like, I was making pool play, but we obviously weren't doing well. But that was like a learning year for me. And so coming into this year, I knew I really wanted to like go take it further and use my experience that I learned, and I could go and play with anyone and use that experience and put it onto them and really just, you know, Arlington wasn't the greatest experience, but you know, it is what it is. I feel like we got a shitty pool, but coming up, we have the same pool actually this time, funny enough, but I think it's going to be different this time. I truly believe that. And yeah, with Precision's done so much in esports. Like, with that guy on my team, I feel like I have nothing to worry about. Like, he's just going to take over the game like he did all weekend. So.
Well, let's talk about that Game 5 Slayer. You guys were 1 kill away from having your game, your entire series reset by Cloud9. Could you break down exactly what happened at the end of that Game 5?
Okay, so it was actually 44-44, and we were actually feeling really good because we brought it back, right? And I shoot Sab walking down blue ramp, and Jason is walking from S1 to hotel, and I shot Sab twice, and I'm just, in my head, I think this is like a free kill for Jason, and like, this is good. And Jason starts lagging. If anyone knows, Descendant actually lags a lot, like even in the tournament, and he'll just like stand still. So like, he told me to tell you guys. But, so I don't even know what happened. I blacked out, right? And it ended up 49-49. I walk in the yard. I'm sitting behind the yard pillar, and Precision just comes in from behind and gets the 50th kill. Like, he's him.
Right, it felt like chaos inside that like the last kill. You guys are all standing in blue. Like, in that moment, like, how are you guys staying alive? Were you like surprised that you were alive at the whole end of that, man?
Yeah, of course, man. It felt like eternity behind that pillar, and then I watch it back, and it's only like 3 seconds. But like, I'm sitting here, and it felt like literally a year. Like, time slowed down. It was insane.
Was there a pop off? You know what I'm saying?
Like, of course.
Yeah. Hey, keep it PG. You know, I know you, Jackson. You gotta keep it a little PG for us. But what were you guys saying at the end?
We don't have no beef with those guys, so it was just GG's. You know, like, that was a really good series. Probably the best like Game 5 I've ever been a part of. Just a really good series. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Like, nothing against those guys, honestly. So it wasn't like a pop off towards them. It was we were just happy to win.
Enjoyed wasn't the word. That was probably one of the more exciting Game 5s, 50-49, that we've seen in a while. And the fact that it happened in a grand finals matchup like that, I mean, dude, that was quite the hell of a show that you put on, man. That was fantastic.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, hey, I just, my last thing before we, you know, before I give this back to Aliek, I wanted to ask you, like, what was your highlight so far with this roster? Like, when you go back and you look out throughout this tournament, not just like winning the game, but the accomplishment that you had, but like when you're playing this entire tournament, when you're playing with this roster, was there a moment where you're like, oh, this is the team, or like something that you took away from today that made you really confident in your decision to join this roster last second?
Honestly, just 3-0ing TSM. Like, those guys are really good at the game. Like, those guys have been around a while. Like, they understand the game. I mean, top 3 at Worlds. Like, they're just great, amazing players. I really look up to them, and it felt really good to 3-0 those guys. And I knew right there that we made the right choice for sure.
Well, Jackson, I just wanted to ask if there's anything else you'd love to add or to hear to tell the audience watching us right now.
Just shout out my team, and thanks for LVT. Thanks for putting it on.
Let's go. All right, Jackson, thank you so much for joining us. let me see. Hold on one second. I think we got one more word from Tony. Tony, what you got?
Well, I was gonna say that was a great one to end it on. Honestly, you know, I mean, give yourself a shout out and whatnot. Where can we find it? Can we find you on Twitter? Can we find you on Twitch and whatnot? Where can the people find you?
Yaxon everywhere. Just my gamer tag everywhere.
There you go, everybody. Yaxon everywhere. Thank you so much, Yaxon, for joining us and chatting with us here today. And congrats on getting, winning the qualifier today. And it's been incredible seeing how much you have grown since last year. So congrats. Can't wait to see where you guys make it in Dallas. And I'll let you head on out and enjoy your win.
Thanks, guys. Peace.
All right, everybody. So that was Yaxon from Team Incognito, who just won the grand finals here in the HCS DreamHack qualifiers, which are, what, 3 weeks away, everybody? I cannot believe how much Halo action we have had since just before Arlington. We have been covering so much, and I feel like this year is just getting better and better. Do you guys feel that too?
Yeah, I mean, everybody's getting better and better, like you said. I mean, obviously we have, you know, a big 2, big 3, big 4, whatever you want to call it. But we have some big expectations for the optics, the Shopify, the SSGs, and the phases. But this tournament should have showed everybody that you can't count anybody out. You can't count the TSMs, the Cloud9s, and even the Incognitos. They're going to test these teams.
And we've been highlighting the teams in North America, but you gotta also keep in mind when we go to LAN, there's some dangerous shooters over there in Europe. I'm very excited to see what Nemesis and Zero Tenacity look like. In fact, European Halo, shout out to them. They gave us a raid earlier today. They said that went to Game 5, Grand Finals resets, both sides. So Zero Tenacity's going blow for blow with those guys. I'm very excited to see kind of where North America is shaping up, and if Europe can make Sunday. This LAN is going to be so exciting to watch.
Absolutely. I feel like the teams outside of NA have been getting so much better too. And we've seen also top 6 get better here on NA side. So who knows what will happen at DreamHack and in the DreamHack Open in just 3 weeks. We will see everybody here, right? We'll see you online. We'll see you in the LAN. And if you want to support us, go ahead and click on the link, exclamation mark merch in the chat. Don't forget to also buy your team passes if you're going to be competing. And look at these two. Oh, wait, hold on. I have mine too. It's right here.
Let's go.
I forgot. I was gonna wear it, but I mean, this counts, right? I wanted to reverse it. Sure, yeah. I'm wearing it, guys. Thanks for supporting us and helping us cover as much Halo. You guys are incredible. Thank you so much for being here, for sending the subs, for subscribing on our YouTube, for watching the ads, for keeping the vibes incredible in the chat. We feel so incredibly lucky to be able to do this job. So thank you, guys. This is not the last you will see of LVT, obviously. Next weekend, there will be the Women of Halo FFA on Saturday. And then the weekend after that, there will be a Forge Hub. And then you'll see us at DreamHack. So nonstop Halo action here on the LVT channel. We'll go ahead and see you guys after this break. No, we're not going on break, guys. I've been sending you guys on break a lot. It's time for you guys to actually go home and eat snacks and watch your movies, your shows, whatever it is you do on a Sunday. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out with us. Congrats again to Incognito for earning that 5th seed going into the DreamHack qualifier in DreamHack Open. See you guys on the next one.
Tell me when you love.
it's been a while. And just remember, it's the heat from a heart beating next to mine. But I surrender, 'cause everything I touch seems to crumble, and everyone I love leaves me broken down. Everybody runs when they see me now. So I put my hands up in the sky, reveling the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm death in the land of the living. Still all the energy when we get connected. Your good is done when you have my full attention. I'll take you away into a dark dimension, and you can't get out. I never thought I'd be like this. Further down into the deep abyss I'll go. Stay off my radar 'cause I never miss you. Everybody knows. So I put my hands up in the sky, reveling the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living. So I put my hands up in the sky, reveling the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the living. Hands up in the sky, reveling the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm death in the land of the living.
I know that fortune favored you with treasures I don't hold, and though the shine is dull, that's how I'll always think of you. You were a young one then, but everyone begins. We were just children, heaven was a dream away. Running from monsters, I wish I could say that the keys that you were searching for and the giants of the past have turned to dust. The world is ours to take, and no, it's not too late. The world is ours to take, and no, it's not too late. It's never too late. The world is ours to take, and no, it's not too late. In time when we were just children and heaven was a dream away. Running from monsters, I just wanna say that the keys that you were searching for and the giants of the past have turned to dust. The world is ours to take, and you know it's not too late. Not too late. Are we just backseat lovers? Am I just wasting my time? Moving fast undercover, 'cause I know you'll never be mine. Loving on the low key left me kinda lonely. If you can see what I see, I'll just take a backseat for now. I'll just take the backseat. I'll just take the backseat. I'll just take the Am I just a backseat lover? Are you just passing your time? Mess around like it's summer, as long as the attention is mine. Loving on the low key left me kinda lonely. If you can see what I see, I'll just take a backseat for now. I'll just take the backseat. I'll just take the backseat. Backseat lovers.
Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Get lost in the sound, go back to the start. Let's go out of the dark. Let's go out of the dark into the light now. Let's go out of the dark, out of the
Double kill. Triple kill. Bomb take.